This is a universe of evolution and rivalry, where the Ultraman confronts a multitude of realms, embodying both calamity and opportunity in an era marked by a fierce struggle between primitive life forms and the legendary light. The protagonist possesses a resolute character, eschewing the archetype of the saintly hero, and chooses a unique approach to his battles, rendering him an anomaly among the Ultramen. Drawing inspiration from the later character design of Gagula, the narrative unfolds the story of survival in human form. Spanning from the Showa era to the new generation, the tale alternates between past and present, pursuing the path of ultra-evolution, ultimately leading to the protagonist's recognition as a true Ultraman by the world. Chapter 1. The Ruined Star. Oxygen levels are normal. There are no thermal reactions. The advanced team is preparing to enter the ruins. Understood. The Ruined Star, a planet once believed to have hosted a civilization of ancient giants, reveals its long-hidden secrets as technological advancements unveil the remnants of its primeval culture. Retracing time to last month, an expedition team discovered the largest ancient ruins ever recorded in this mountainous region. The federal government dispatched a team of experts, safeguarded by military forces, to excavate and explore under the classified operation codenamed L. Today marks the official commencement of their foray into the ruins. From a distance, Natsuki observed the federal advance team as they entered the ruins, carefully concealed within the crevices of the rocky hillside, refraining from making any rash movements to avoid missing this expedition. He had been lurking in the mountains for nearly half a month. Calculating the time, it had been over 2 years since he arrived on this planet, remarkably similar to Earth. Throughout these 2 years, he diligently pursued traces of the giant civilization. Despite limited success, he remained convinced that he had traversed into the Ultraman universe. The giants that once inhabited this planet were akin to the Ultramen he recalled, also known as beings of light. However, he remained uncertain of the era to which he had come. This planet, devoid of cosmic civilization, bore no connection to the outside world, making escape an impossibility. Without harnessing the power of the ruined civilization, he could not hope to access the universe. Natsuki wore a palm-sized circular stone mirror around his neck, its intricate patterns consistent with the style of the ruins, emanating a faint aura of mystery. This artifact served as his guide in searching for the ruins and was the catalyst that brought him into this world. Its specific capabilities remained unclear, yet each time he entered the ruins, it granted him temporary superhuman abilities akin to teleportation. Without this object, he would likely still be trapped in the initial subterranean ruins for which he had first emerged. Buzz. As the advance team activated the entrance to the ruins, the stone mirror finally reacted. Natsuki hastily climbed out from his rocky concealment. This time, the mirror's response was more intense than ever. In addition to a vibrating hum, it began to radiate heat. Subsequently, a powerful impulse surged into Natsuki's mind, as if something within the ruins were calling out to him. This ruin was undoubtedly the very target of his relentless pursuit. A smile broke across Natsuki's dust-covered face. For 2 years, ever since he encountered the ruins of the giants, he has relentlessly sought to uncover the mysteries of the giant civilization and obtain the legendary light particles that lie in the vastness of the universe. Humanity appears pitifully insignificant. Not only is life fragile, but its span is also remarkably brief. He yearns not to become mere dust after hastily traversing decades upon this planet. The key to altering this fate lies in evolving into a being of light. Upon nearing the ruins, a familiar warmth emanated from the stone mirror, flooding his being. Vivid images of the ruins flashed through his mind, including the silhouettes of the exploration team. Thunder rumbled. The clouds above the ruins churned ominously, with flickers of lightning illuminating the sky, transforming the once bright atmosphere into a shrouded gray. Summer Tree glanced upward, his form flickering as he instantaneously traversed the entrance of the ruins, reappearing before a colossal door towering several meters high. Intricate patterns adorned the door, with the central design unmistakably resembling the stone mirror in his possession, surrounded by enigmatic ancient script that eluded comprehension. At the base of the giant door, a breach had been violently created, the entry point for the exploration team. Such reckless behavior displayed a complete disregard for archaeological integrity. Summer Tree committed the patterns on the door to memory and flickered once more. As long as he remained within the bounds of the ruins, he could utilize his instantaneous movement, despite the short distance. Moreover, both his speed and strength surged, rendering him well prepared to confront the advance team. With a whoosh, crossing through the colossal door felt akin to entering another realm. The space was boundless, with hazy clouds lingering overhead. Incredible. This is a subspace. The exploration team ascended a stone pedestal, surveying what appeared to be an ancient city sprawling before them. The remains of ancient structures were ubiquitous, alongside numerous shattered giant statues. The essence of a super-ancient civilization enveloped the atmosphere. Giants, the experts of the exploration team, erupted with excitement, while the surrounding soldiers were awestruck by the grandeur before them. Summer Tree trailed closely behind the exploration team, equally captivated by the remnants of the city and the giant statues. It bore a striking resemblance to the ruins of Lily, yet appeared several times more prosperous. Fortunately, this place harbored no sealed, dark giants otherwise. A chill would have surely run down his spine. However, Summer Tree inhaled deeply. He sensed an extraordinarily vibrant essence of light within the ruins, incomparable to any he had previously encountered. Even without any action on his part, his body seemed to be undergoing continuous enhancement. His gaze swept across the exploration team. It shifted toward a monumental, altar-like structure at the heart of the ruins, towering high and seemingly merging with the sky. With sporadic lightning cascading from the clouds above, the power that beckoned him originated from that very place. Resolute in his intent, Summer Tree chose not to approach as leisurely as the exploration team. Instead, he vanished from his position, swiftly traversing the ruins, and soon arrived at the location of the altar. Upon closer inspection, the altar loomed even larger, its call resonating with an intensified vigor at its pinnacle. Xiaoshu's breath quickened, and it took considerable effort to calm his racing thoughts. Indeed, the essence of light he sought resided here, yet he could not afford to lower his guard. Well-versed in the narratives of Ultraman, he fully comprehended the implications this world held for him as a mere human. This realm was fraught with peril, even should he transform into a giant of light. Absolute safety remained an illusion. Only a tranquil heart could effectively navigate the unforeseen dangers that might arise. There were no steps leading to the altar, yet this posed no challenge for Xiaoshu within the confines of the ruins. He felt like a diminutive superhero. After a brief respite, he ascended rapidly, utilizing teleportation intermittently, and soon reached the summit of the altar. Crack! The clouds above roiled with thunder, and bolts of lightning cascaded down in rapid succession. Fortunately, for horn-like spires stood sentinel around the altar, sparing Xiaoshu from the fear of being struck. Before the majesty of heaven and earth, he once again felt his own insignificance. The first phase of the divine light mirror is activated. Suddenly, a clear voice pierced through the thunder, resonating directly within Xiaoshu's mind. As he climbed higher upon the altar, every pattern upon the stone mirror erupted in light, as if a surge of energy commenced to flow. Xiaoshu's weary body quickly regained its vitality, enveloped in a warm glow. From every direction of the ruins, countless golden specks of light surged towards the altar, ultimately coalescing into a vortex that merged with the stone mirror at Xiaoshu's chest. At last, the mirror began to transform under the continuous influx of luminous particles. The stone surface flaked away, revealing a silver, exquisitely crafted ancient circular mirror, its material unknown, appearing as a seamless whole, not of human manufacture. The divine light mirror? Xiaoshu confirmed that the voice emanated from the silver mirror before him. How can this be? What is happening? Below the altar, the exploration team, still traversing the ruins, also noticed the radiant light converging upon the altar as countless particles shimmered in the sky, resembling a golden galaxy. A female expert gazed in disbelief at a giant stone statue connected to one of the beams of light. These statues are petrified giants. Activation successful. Another crisp voice echoed in Xiaoshu's mind. Before he could ponder further, a luminous screen imprinted itself within his consciousness. Race, human. Life level, E. Lifespan, 100 years Earth Standard Time. Rank, first tier, fifth tier, bonus state, physical enhancement, human warrior. Evolution material, unknown. Giant of the Ruins star. Chapter 2, The Legendary Life Form. Boom! Almost simultaneously with the activation of the divine light mirror, the relics suddenly trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Summer Tree, perched high atop the altar, felt the tremors most acutely and was abruptly awakened. What is happening? The vibrations intensified, stones cascading down, causing the entire relic space to resonate. The exploration team on the ground struggled to maintain their footing, each person clinging to the stone pillars for stability. This is bad. Retreat quickly. We've lost contact with the outside. The group painstakingly sought refuge from the falling debris when, in the distance, the ground erupted violently, and a colossal figure emerged from the depths, crashing heavily. Against the altar's pillars, boom, a gigantic life form. Is it a giant? No. It is a monstrous beast. Amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, the creature unleashed a fearsome beam of blue-purple energy upon the altar's column. Bang! Another tremendous roar echoed as the towering altar shook violently, nearly sending Summer Tree tumbling from its heights. He narrowly grasped the edge of the altar. Yet, in the next instant, the altar was struck again from above, a projectile of light slamming into the top, causing the pillar to buckle under the strain. A second monstrous beast descended from the clouds. A beast? Before Summer Tree could fully discern the forms of the two creatures, he found himself plummeting to the relic's ground amidst the falling debris. This is dire. Boom! As the tremor subsided, a wave of air stirred up clouds of dust, obscuring the view of the relic's center. Yet, the monstrous beasts continued their advance toward the exploration team, each step sending tremors through the ground. At a cursory glance, the creature stood several dozen meters tall, its massive eyes gleaming coldly even through the haze, instilling a paralyzing fear in all who beheld them. As the dust settled, the onlookers finally beheld the true forms of the beasts, while another creature circled ominously above. Golza Melba, exclaimed a female expert in astonishment. These are the monsters mentioned in ancient texts. The beast Golza seemed oblivious to the presence of the exploration team, halting at the sight of the altar's collapse, lifting its massive hind leg to stomp upon the ruins. The shadow that loomed over the ruin's center was none other than Summer Tree, who had narrowly escaped the initial onslaught. Clearly, having activated the divine light mirror had rendered him the target of these monstrous entities. Even though his current life level remained at E, to the beasts, the divine light mirror shone like a beacon in the night. Golza and Melba were ancient creatures that appeared during the revival of Ultraman Diga in Diga. Their strength was not particularly formidable, as even a freshly revived Diga could easily handle both. Yet, the Golza and Melba before him were astonishingly terrifying. There was no escape. Confronted by the enormous shadow that seemed to blot out the sun, Summer Tree's gaze dulled, and a piercing pain surged through his mind. It felt as though he had returned to the time before his journey. Was he destined to perish here? Dad, little tree, don't worry about me, survive. Live on for my sake. Please, no sob. Do not give up, little tree. Reality and memory seemed to intertwine. Itsuki jolted awake, feeling the oppressive wave of shadows descending upon him. Instead of succumbing to despair, he chose to confront Golza Hedon, the divine light mirror upon his chest magnified under the halo of illumination. Clang! At the moment Golza's foot struck down heavily, a tempest suddenly stirred amidst the ruins. After a brief, eerie calm, accompanied by the sound of unknown high-speed traversal, the entire relic was abruptly enveloped in a crimson glow, a sound of something piercing the air echoed from an unknown source. Swish! A colossal figure, adorned in silver and red, plummeted from the heavens, causing the ground to tremble with a thunderous roar. With a head resembling polished metal, two luminous ivory eyes, and a chest glowing with a vibrant timer, this streamlined form was born for battle. What is that? The members of the exploration team gasped, raising their heads to gaze at the ruins. Another colossal life form. Is it a giant? Boom! Having successfully transformed, Itsuki had yet to acclimate to his new perspective when he suddenly lost his balance, toppling forward as his right knee crashed heavily against the ancient stones. He distinctly felt the weight of his body, as if clad in a burdensome diving suit, with each breath proving laborious. He could barely control his own movements. How could this happen? Did I fail to transform? Whoosh! Golza offered no respite, barreling towards him like a massive freight truck. A giant! The exploration team beheld the immense figure crashing to the ground and hastily turned to flee the battlefield amidst the violent tremors. Only one female expert remained rooted in place, seemingly paralyzed with fear, staring blankly into the enormous eyes of the giant just within reach. "Run, doctor!" someone shouted. Bang! The force of the impact nearly rendered Itsuki unconscious. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself pinned beneath Golza, his body sinking into the earth. This was the true nature of the battle between Ultraman and monsters. The seemingly trivial attacks he had watched on television possessed terrifying power. A mere collision had almost cost him his life. What was most perilous was his utter inability to resist. Natsuki felt a searing sensation tearing through his entire being. Transforming had not liberated him from his predicament. Instead, it had ushered in an even greater crisis, leaving him to endure the onslaught alone. If this continued, he had no doubt he would be crushed under Golza's weight. He could not perish here. With great effort, Natsuki raised his hand, enduring the pain. Light particle fusion successful. Duration of battle: 3 minutes, 8t. That moment, the voice of the divine light mirror resonated once more, and Natsuki finally felt his body regaining control, the initial sense of separation dissipating. It was as if he had transformed from controlling a mech to becoming the mech itself. He was truly a giant now. Simultaneously, the sensation of tearing throughout his body receded like the ebbing tide. He had successfully transformed for the first time. Accustomed to his new perspective, Xiaoshu firmly clenched his fist and raised his powerful giant arm to block the descending foot of Golza once more. Within this ancient ruin, he had indeed attained a 5th-tier enhancement. He was no mere human. Transformed, his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary monster like Golza, even if he lacked combat experience. And even though this Golza appeared distinct from the typical one's roar. Having firmly assessed his own power, Xiaoshu let out a fierce shout and forcefully hurled Golza aside, his gaze piercing as he steadily rose, bearing the weight of tens of thousands of tons from the debris. Only 3 minutes remained. He must swiftly eliminate the two beasts within the ruins. Caw! The clouds above churned tumultuously, the thunder growing more urgent, and the circling Merba seemed to assert its presence. Upon witnessing Golza's counterattack, it let out a long cry and dove downward. Within the ruins, the winds howled, lifting dust as if a sandstorm were approaching, gradually obscuring the giant's form. Unbeknownst to her, the female scientist had fallen behind. Unable to spot her companions, she struggled to turn back against the fierce wind. Amidst the overwhelming dust storm, muffled sounds of impact resonated, accompanied by the terrifying roars of the beasts. The giant was indeed engaged in battle with the two monsters. The legends were true. A civilization of giants did exist on this planet. It was not merely a ruin, but a reality she witnessed with her own eyes. In this modern era, millions of years after the giant civilization's disappearance, she bore witness to the battle of the giant of light. Go, giant! The female scientist could not help but shout. Her voice was almost insignificant, easily swallowed by the swirling dust, yet the giant ahead seemed to hear her. Through the gray haze, those radiant eyes glimmered towards her. High above, the nameless giant warrior exhibited an emotionless demeanor, shrouded in mystery and the unknown, its silver form illuminated by the warm glow emanating from its milky white eyes. This was the legendary life form after achieving superevolution. The life of light. The female scientist was entirely captivated by the giant's extraordinary figure, her pupils reflecting the stance of the giant as it turned to engage in battle. Shua! Boom! 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 The battle erupted with a colossal flash and then abruptly ceased, the dust storm gradually settling as the silvered giant's form coalesced into a sphere of light, landing atop a mountain peak to reveal Xiaoshu's silhouette. Having vanquished both beasts simultaneously, he, as the ultimate victor of this ancient battleground, gazed down upon the earth, a fierce competitive spirit igniting within him. He had survived. He seemed to have fallen in love with this feeling. Though nearly half of the luminous particles he had painstakingly absorbed were consumed in that singular transformation. This was merely the beginning. There was no reason to feel pride. Xiaoshu sighed, lowering his gaze to the silver, circular mirror suspended at his chest. This enigmatic ancient artifact was now subtly retracting, its glow dimming and shrinking to the size of a palm. Changes also appeared within the light screen in his mind. Race, human. Life level, D cosmic being. Lifespan, 200 years Earth standard time rank. 2nd tier, 5th tier, enhancement status. Evolution commencement, exceptional. Adaptability, capable of adapting to various planetary environments of cosmic life. Evolution material, unknown giant from ruined star. Authority, unclaimed. The long-awaited benefits of the divine light mirror have finally manifested. It turns out that one must engage in combat to fuse with light particles to elevate oneself. Following the guidance resonating in his mind, he has officially become the master of the divine light mirror and embarked on his evolutionary journey. In the grand tapestry of the universe, the D-class still resides within the realm of lower life forms. Nevertheless, for an ordinary human like himself, ascending from E-class to D-class is nearly the pinnacle of his capabilities. Any further progression would inevitably lead to his evolution into a being of light. This necessitates his continued pursuit of light-particle fusion battles to shatter the shackles of his existence. According to the information provided by the Divine Light Mirror, each rank correlates not only with the tier of life, but also with strength. The C class, following the D class, corresponds to the level of ordinary monsters. The B class represents the elite monsters, akin to the early Ultraman brothers who ventured to Earth, generally classified within this tier. The A class signifies advanced monsters, encompassing various boss monsters and later iterations of the Ultraman brothers, regardless of their strength, predominantly fitting. Within this rank, above this lies the legendary S-class monsters. The ultimate life forms reside at the SS class. At the pinnacle stands a mythical SSS class. Beyond that remains an enigma. The classification of monsters is employed due to the significant fluctuations in the strength of Ultraman warriors, making fixed categorization quite challenging. Even among individuals of the same species, disparities exist, yet it is rare for them to leap across ranks. The differences in strength can be substantial even within the same life tier. For instance, the A class can be further subdivided into A and A, yet the Divine Light Mirror uniformly assesses them as A-class life forms. Before Xia Shu lies the chasm between D class and C class, compounded by a status as the lowest within D class, making it nearly impossible to transcend before achieving a full evolution into a being of light. His current stage. The most accessible enhancement is his tier, specifically the human tier. The first tier denotes physical enhancement, akin to a human special forces level. The second tier signifies extraterrestrial enhancement, embodying super adaptability. He currently occupies the second tier in a fifth-tier enhancement state, enabling him to execute high-speed movements and short-range teleportation. If one were to speculate, the later forms of Honkai and Jiagula would likely approximate the sixth tier. Beyond that, it remains uncertain whether he would attain C-class, as he cannot recall any human form capable of directly confronting C-class monsters. Having absorbed the information regarding tiers, Xia Shu's attention shifted to the flickering authority section. With a sense of astonishment, he concentrated and chose to claim it, instantly inundated with a cascade of detailed information. Traverse time and space. Acquire the next material. It was indeed the authority to continue traversing through time and space. Though this battle had been rather abrupt, the rewards were substantial, allowing him to deepen his understanding of the Divine Light Mirror, ensuring he would not wield the artifact without knowing how to utilize its powers effectively. Only the Divine Light Mirror could absorb the light particles, and the extent of depletion after just one battle was truly alarming. The remaining light particles were only sufficient for a single transformation, leaving him with a sense of profound uncertainty. Should anything go awry during the next temporal traversal, the mere 3 minutes allotted for transformation would be utterly inadequate. Yet, could this relic planet still yield light particles? After 2 years of exploration, he had uncovered no leads. Suddenly, the sound of rolling pebbles interrupted Xia Shu's thoughts. It turned out that the female doctor had unexpectedly approached him. "Who are you?" she asked, gazing at Xia Shu with a look of confusion. "Are you human? Or a giant?" Chapter 3. The Path of Evolution. In the imperial capital of the relic planet lay a bustling human metropolis. Xia Shu, as the enigmatic young man who emerged from the ruins, accompanied the exploration team, led by the doctor who introduced herself as Mi Yuan-Ying, back to the city. At his request, Mi Yuan-Ying refrained from sharing the specifics with the others. This expert team was a collaborative investigation from various universities, with Mi Yuan-Ying being a doctoral candidate from the Ancient Text Research Department of South Capital University. At the tender age of 20, she had already earned her doctorate, establishing herself as a leading authority in ancient scripts. Speaking of South Capital University, Xia Shu had a vivid impression of it, as it had featured prominently in various special effects dramas. The human form of Ultraman Gaia, Tama Iku, was a student there, having achieved his doctorate at just 17, a true prodigy. "Come in," Mi Yuan-Ying said, opening the door to her research room. "This is where I usually work. Aside from myself, the prodigy Takayama occasionally drops by. He is indeed a super genius who earned his doctorate at 17. Xia Shu nearly choked. "What's the matter?" Mi Yuan-Ying inquired, puzzled. "Nothing," Xia Shu replied as he followed her. "I was merely pondering why that Takayama student would leave the quantum physics lab to come here." Regarding that, a boy with disheveled hair popped his head out from behind a computer with a cheeky grin. "It's because I'm also quite intrigued by the civilization of giants." "Senior, how did your exploration go? Did you encounter a genuine light giant?" "Well," Sort of. Mi Yuanying's expression stiffened slightly as she cast a furtive glance at Xia Shu, choosing not to elaborate further as she led him to her desk. Upon her desk lay a laptop, a potted plant, and a mountain of assorted documents. Behind her, a glass display case housed several archaeological artifacts, seemingly sourced from the ruins of the giants. What do you mean by sort of? The boy questioned, bewildered. If you don't wish to share, there's no need for such vague responses. Get out. Understood. The boy shot a glance at Xia Shu before sheepishly retreating from the research room. But he is just like that. After dismissing the youth with a death glare, Mi Yuaning smiled apologetically at Xia Shu, opening her computer and saying, "For these past years, we have been engaged in the analysis of ancient relic texts, and we have managed to achieve some results." The computer screen displayed a series of images and texts. On the left lay ancient inscriptions on a stone tablet, while the right presented their interpretations. Mi Yuaning elucidated. The first character is Ka, which signifies a card. The second is Li, likely referring to sword-like weaponry. The third is O, which I am still trying to comprehend. It appears to be a circular ring, perhaps a symbol of sorts. And lastly, there are warrior, summit, space, gate, pointer. After showcasing each image, Mi Yuaning sighed lightly. Individually, they are somewhat comprehensible, yet when combined, their meaning eludes us. It may merely be a collection of record-keeping texts rather than a cohesive language. The summit of warriors? Xia Shu gazed intently at the text, his expression tranquil, yet a tempest surged within his heart. The stone tablet seemed to allude to the summit of warriors on Planet 050, the very place where the Crimson Kai first attained the light of Obu. These are the findings. Mi Yuaning, noticing Xia Shu's reaction, said with a hint of disappointment, "I am merely responsible for the study of ultra-ancient texts and may not be of much assistance to you." She had initially thought Xia Shu, being a descendant of giants, could help her decipher the contents of the stone tablet, ultimately unraveling the mysteries of the ultra-ancient world. Instead, she found herself in the position of elucidating the text. Where was this stone tablet discovered? Xia Shu inquired in a low voice. Mi Yuaning paused, then replied, "It was found on an island relic." A week later, amidst the vast azure ocean, a large warship sliced through the waves, approaching the ancient relic island deep within the sea. The cold sea breeze, tinged with a hint of brine, brushed against Xia Shu's face as he walked to the bow of the ship, where the outline of the island gradually came into view. It was not far now. For this expedition to the island relic, he had temporarily set aside the traversal privileges granted by the divine light mirror. In contrast to Hong Kai and the others, his transformation was rather unique. He did not metamorphose into a warrior of light to achieve a breakthrough in life, but could merely transform briefly with the aid of the divine light mirror. The light particles consumed by the divine light mirror were not ordinary energy. They seemed to possess some enigmatic properties. Only by acquiring a sufficient quantity of special light particles could he traverse with ease. After all, the universe was immensely vast, compounded by the existence of multiple dimensions, making the chance of encountering a relic star that offered light particles absorbable by the divine light mirror exceedingly rare. Xia Shu pressed his hand against the now slightly warm divine light mirror on his chest, his thoughts swirling. This mysterious ultra-ancient artifact held countless unknowns awaiting his discovery, and now he must seize every opportunity to enhance himself, ensuring he does not falter at the outset. A day later, the warship officially docked. After the waves subsided, several landing craft disembarked, carrying Natsuki and Maharasakura, along with their companions. Accompanying them was the brilliant young talent from Jonan University, Takayama, who followed closely behind Natsuki, his complexion pale with trepidation. Not far from the shore, the federal government had established a camp on a rocky clearing, with 2 off-road vehicles parked nearby, where staff were busy loading equipment. "I informed the higher-ups that you were a descendant of an ancient civilization, which allowed you to join this investigative mission temporarily," Maharasakura whispered. "However, this might lead to some complications later." "It's of no concern," Natsuki replied nonchalantly. He was indifferent to future troubles after the exploration of this island relic. Regardless of its success, he would depart from the relic star, and any ensuing complications would not affect him. "You must be Takashiro Zero," as mentioned by Dr. Mahara. A middle-aged man resembling an officer approached, shaking Maharasakura's hand before smiling at Natsuki. "I am Colonel William, the head of this investigative team." "Welcome, Mr. Takashiro, to the expedition." Takashiro Zero was the alias Natsuki had adopted in this world. "Hello," Natsuki greeted, shaking hands with the officer, the leader of the investigative team. The The colonel held a significant military rank, capable of commanding a regiment to a division in combat operations. It appeared that the federal government placed considerable importance on this investigation. There's a mountain path of over 5 kilometers from the camp to the excavation site. Although it is not overly distant, time is exceedingly tight, Colonel William informed the team. We have 10 minutes for rest and preparation before we set off. Takayama's face grew even paler. Despite traveling on a large warship, he had suffered greatly from seasickness and found it difficult to recover quickly. Are you all right? Natsuki asked, patting Takayama's shoulder and offering him a cup of hot water. Here, drink this. Thank you. Takayama gratefully accepted the hot water and felt somewhat better after taking a sip. Zero, are you truly a descendant of that ancient civilization? Could you tell me about the Giant of Light? Takayama could not help but inquire. The Giant of Light, Natsuki pondered, uncertain where to begin as he faced the eager gaze of the boy with the same name as his dream. It could be described as a higher form of life relative to humanity, perhaps even a future of human evolution. Evolution? Can humans really evolve into giants? Takayama asked in astonishment. Perhaps, but if it were possible, it would undoubtedly be extremely challenging. Natsuki mused. His thoughts drifted. The ancestors of the Giants of Light were not dissimilar to humans. It was the cataclysm caused by the artificial sun that led to their evolution into beings of light. Such opportunities are rare and uncontrollable. Only those who survive completed the evolution, while many perished. Moreover, that upheaval did not only give rise to Ultraman but also to monsters, with a far-reaching impact, much like radiation causing mutations, with beneficial mutations being exceedingly rare. In addition to this form of evolution, there exists another, one chosen by light, akin to the mountains of Gaia, where the luminous essence of the earth selects. It's OWN. In contrast, his current evolution represents a third path. Why harnessing the divine light through the godlight mirror. He seeks to transform his physical form, reminiscent of the ancient genes possessed by Daigo and Diga, aspiring to become light itself, and even further, to embody the very essence of the light giant. 0.0. Takayama called out, rousing the distracted Natsuki. It's time to depart. Oh, right. Natsuki steadied his thoughts and climbed into the first off-road vehicle alongside Miyahara Sakura, Takayama, and Colonel William. His journey of evolution had commenced, and regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, he was determined to persevere. Chapter 4. The island ruins. Half an hour later, 2 off-road vehicles belonging to the investigation team continued their journey through the dense forest. Navigating steep rocky slopes and winding paths between the mountains, the island retained its pristine forest appearance, despite the team opting for previously cleared mountain trails. The ride remained exceedingly bumpy. With the altitude causing a sense of nausea, Miyahara Sakura was also feeling quite unwell. In contrast, Xiaoshu, having evolved into a higher life form, exhibited remarkable adaptability and was unaffected, even taking the opportunity to appreciate the scenic beauty of the island. The lush jungle surrounded them, accompanied by the distant sound of flowing water, presenting an environment far superior to the previous highland ruins. What struck them as peculiar was the conspicuous absence of wildlife. They only occasionally spotted birds fluttering in the trees. Ground-dwelling animals seemed to be mysteriously absent. Indeed, it appeared that the island harbored no creatures aside from avian species. Despite being close to a water source, there were no animal tracks or droppings in sight. As the convoy traversed a precarious cliffside road, Xiaoshu observed with greater clarity that the valley below was devoid of any living beings. What could be the cause of this anomaly on the island? Suddenly, a flurry of wings erupted around them, startling the investigation team as flocks of birds took to the air in a dramatic display. What on earth was happening? Not only on this side of the cliff, but the entire island seemed to be engulfed by swarming birds, gathering in a manner reminiscent of a looming storm cloud. Fleeing from the land. Such apocalyptic imagery typically heralded natural disasters like volcanic eruptions or earthquakes. Yet, there were no volcanoes on the island. An earthquake, Colonel William shouted. And scarcely had his words left his lips when the mountains trembled violently, causing the off-road vehicle to nearly lose control on the rugged terrain. The earthquake struck with alarming swiftness. Retreating was impractical, and remaining stationary was equally unwise. Colonel Williams swiftly resolved, "We are not far from the ruins. Beyond this mountain lies a larger plaza. Accelerate." The tremors intensified, and Xiaoshu gazed at the retreating birds and the nearby forest, his body tensing. Outside the ruins, he lacked any enhancements and was no better prepared for natural disasters than an ordinary person, perhaps even less so than others with experience. He could only hope that Colonel William would lead them through this crisis. Everyone, remain calm. Colonel William's eyes met Xiaoshu's as he reassured the group. It's merely an earthquake. We have experience. Suddenly, the mountain path ahead fractured, massive boulders plummeting down. Those alert to their surroundings gasped in horror as an enormous eye emerged from the mountainside. A monster! A monster! A deafening roar reverberated through the mountains, as if the entire world was collapsing with the creature's awakening. Experience, my foot. The lead vehicle succumbed to the force of the shockwave, spiraling out of control, throwing its occupants violently into the air, who then tumbled alongside falling rocks into the valley below. Xiaoshu pressed his back firmly against the roof of the vehicle, disregarding the excruciating pain coursing through his body as he struggled to grasp the divine light mirror. A sudden clang echoed, as time seemed to momentarily suspend itself. The airborne off-road vehicle and the falling rocks were frozen in a tableau, alongside the roaring beast emerging from the mountainside. The terrified members of the investigation team in the vehicles behind, the chaotic jungle, and the birds fleeing into the horizon. In an instant, a dazzling burst of light erupted from the off-road vehicle, gradually coalescing into the form of a colossal being of light amid the mountains. Its enormous hand radiating a gentle aura as it tenderly cradled the vehicle. It remained a relic of an unidentified giant, with a series of resounding thuds. The second transformation was completed, causing the temporal anomaly to dissipate. The suspended rocks resumed their thunderous descent, and the occupants of the vehicle recovered from the impact, gazing in trepidation at the rocks crashing down upon the ground outside the protective glow. The giant has saved us. Gao Shan, bathed in the healing light, stared in awe at the dreamlike figure ahead and hurriedly turned to search for Xiaoshu. Where did he go? Is that you, brotherling? Gao Shan swallowed hard, his breath quickening as he tentatively called out. Was the giant of light truly the path of human evolution? Xiaoshu offered no reply to the youth, instead directing his serious gaze toward the crumbling mountainside after safely setting the off-road vehicle down in a secure location. At that moment, the earthquake finally subsided, revealing the full form of the beast emerging from the mountainside. It was an unprecedented subterranean monster, its thick hide gleaming with protruding fangs resembling blades, instilling a sense of danger far surpassing that of Golza Melba. With a chilling roar, the beast's cold, predatory eyes locked onto the transformed giant of Xiaoshu, immediately launching an assault. For the newly awakened creature, a giant of similar stature was its sworn enemy. On this island, there could only be one colossal being. Here it comes. Xiaoshu tightened his stance, bracing himself for battle. A thunderous crash resounded as he was struck. The impact felt akin to being hit by a high-speed train of equivalent size. He was no match for the beast, being toppled to the ground, crushing a swath of forest as his elbow slammed down, severing a stream. What terrifying strength! The redirected water flowed past Xiaoshu's head, reflecting the light and causing the beast's jagged fangs to glimmer ominously. In a moment of desperation, he could only muster the strength to brace himself against the beast's oncoming bulk, barely preventing its elongated fangs from piercing his eyes. Then, he turned his head, managing to roll away just as the beast's fangs struck the ground. With a gasp, he executed a series of backflips, distancing himself from the creature. Xiaoshu quickly lowered his center of gravity, adopting a combat stance, though his body trembled uncontrollably. If Golza was merely a tiered entity, this monster before him was likely an elite creature of the highest caliber. He was not its match, at least not in his current state. After all, he had only experienced one battle, rendering him akin to an ordinary human grappling with a wild beast. Xiaoshu's peripheral vision darted towards the location of the relic. The combat prowess after transformation is intrinsically linked to his own abilities, necessitating the diversion of the monstrous creature towards the ruins. Only by attaining a 5th-tier enhancement can he hope to vanquish this formidable beast. Is this the giant? Colonel William struggles to extricate himself from the all-terrain vehicle. His gaze lifted in awe towards the colossal summer tree and the titanic creature that tramples entire forests beneath its weight. His eyes blaze with fervor. Giants truly exist. Is this the power of the ancients? Terrifying. The very landscape has been altered. Summer Tree deftly evades the beast's probing attacks, his heart heavy with bitterness. Given a choice, he would never expend his remaining chance for transformation to confront this unknown creature. His initial purpose for venturing to the island ruins was merely to seek additional light particles. But now, not only has he found none, he also faces the depletion of his remaining energy. At last, when the red light begins to flash, the battlefield finally shifts under Summer Tree's control into the vicinity of the ruins. A surge of newfound power wells up from the depths of his being. Success. The disparity between the 5th and 2nd tiers is qualitatively profound. His mastery surges, and his mind swiftly regains tranquility, no longer fleeing from the beast's onslaught. Through successive assessments, he discerns that this monstrous creature, despite its formidable strength, lacks intelligence, attacking purely on instinct. Faced with a beast that remains oblivious to its own transformation and charges once more, Summer Tree raises his head, his form leaping gracefully into the air. Hovering in mid-space while crossing his arms downward, light energy rapidly converging around him. Simultaneously, the roaring beast opens its maw, a spherical energy orb swelling violently within. Chapter 5, The Spatial Gateway. Beyond the starry skies on the island, the winds abruptly cease, leaving only the sonic boom generated by the concentrated energy. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light descends from the heavens, piercing directly through the orb in the beast's mouth. Boom. The energy orb detonates before it can escape the creature's jaws, causing the beast to shatter from its head downwards, ultimately leaving behind two enormous, sword-like fangs. Just as one fang is about to crash down upon Miya Harasakura and her companions, Summer Tree deftly catches it, halting it precariously above their heads. What a fright! Instantaneously, the creature is obliterated. The investigation team, in a state of shock, feels the overwhelming aura of the giant looming close by. The terrifying explosive power. Summer Tree's gaze sweeps over his companions before shifting to the spoils in his grasp. The fangs are exceptionally hard. Regrettably, circumstances do not permit their use, or they might have been fashioned into weapons. With a sigh of regret, he discards the fang just as the 3 minutes elapse, and the giant's form gradually becomes ethereal, ultimately shrinking into a luminous orb that descends into the ruins. These ruins differ significantly from the previous remnants of the ancient civilization, lacking the light particles Summer Tree had anticipated. Nonetheless, through his recent perceptions, he discerns that this place appears to be linked to a spatial passage. Based on the ancient texts within the ruins, it is highly probable that it leads to the 50th planet, the birthplace of Orb. In truth, not only Orb, but also Rob, Wind Horse, and many of the new generation of Ultramen draw their powers from the warriors atop the 50th planet. The Wind Horse seems to exist eternally in the form of a colossal giant. Undoubtedly, this is a shortcut to becoming a warrior of light. The only potential inconvenience being the guidance task assigned to the chosen ones by the Circle of Light, akin to being led by the nose. However, anything would be preferable to his current situation, and perhaps he might even discover new light particles. Xiaoshu glanced at his personal information: race, human life level, cosmic being, lifespan, 200 years, Earth Standard Time, rank, level 2, with level 5 augmentation, evolution initiate, possessing extraordinary adaptability, capable of thriving in various planetary environments across the cosmos, endowed with remarkable vitality. Evolution material, unknown giant from Ruins Star Authority, space-time traversal. After the second transformation battle, he remained at level 2, merely gaining an attribute of extraordinary vitality. Akin to his extraordinary adaptability, both enhancements of a cosmic physique. His lifespan remained unchanged, likely related to his life level. Xiaoshu furrowed his brows, a sense of urgency rising within him. 200 years may seem double that of an ordinary individual, yet in the cosmic perspective, it is insignificantly brief, as any light life form could easily live for millennia. In the blink of an eye, his lifespan could be depleted. Considering the time, he was currently in his 20s, with a remaining lifespan of less than 200 years. Ahead lay the recently unearthed main structure of the ruins, likely the origin of an ancient civilization. Colonel Williams' voice echoed from outside, suggesting that their experience in the mountain ruins prompted them to ponder the existence of supernatural forces in this place. And an investigative team had also arrived. Xiaoshu turned to face the group entering the center of the ruins, his thoughts gathering and calming. There was nothing on this planet that he held dear, yet before departing, he intended to at least bid farewell. Zero? The young man atop the mountain immediately spotted Xiaoshu standing on the central platform. The dome covering the ruins was inscribed with mysterious words and patterns, now seemingly activated. As beams of light streamed down through the gaps of the inscriptions, enveloping Xiaoshu in radiant glow, gradually causing him to become ethereal. Did you know the nature of this ruin from the very beginning? Mi Yuan-ing was struck with astonishment. Under the halo, Xiaoshu appeared as if he were an intrinsic part of these ruins. Perhaps only a giant could evoke such a reaction from a long-sealed ancient ruin. Reflecting on the ancient script on the stone tablet, Mi Yuan-ing experienced a moment of enlightenment. It turned out that the ancient text was an explanation of this ruin. Xiaoshu might have known from the start. There exists a spatial gateway leading to the summit of the warriors. Please wait. What exactly is the summit of the warriors? Mi Yuan-ing asked anxiously, noticing the radiance surrounding Xiaoshu intensifying. A mountain on another planet. Xiaoshu cast a final glance at the group, then stepped unhesitatingly into the luminous spatial passage that had formed behind him. Perhaps one day he shall return, though it remains uncertain whether he will encounter these individuals again. His path of transcendent evolution is unlikely to yield results in the near future, it may take a lifetime to realize his aspirations. Alternatively, he might face the inevitability of aging and passing away in the vast cosmos before achieving evolution. There exists a greater possibility of becoming entangled in the myriad crises of the universe, meeting an untimely demise. Farewell. A blinding radiance erupted within the ruins, rendering it impossible to behold. When the onlookers finally reopened their eyes, the platform was deserted, and the dome of the ruins returned to its normal state, as if nothing had transpired. Miyahara Sakura rushed onto the platform, yet found no trace of the spatial gateway. Everything felt like a fleeting dream. She understood that Natsuki had irrevocably departed from this planet, perhaps already journeying to some distant celestial body across the cosmos. "Senpai!" Takayama shouted from the opposite side of the platform. "Come quickly." There's a mural depicting Zero transforming into a giant and battling monsters. The second stone tablet. This was what Miyahara Sakura had been searching for, murmuring as she gazed upon the magnificent mural and the colossal stone tablet. The super warrior among giants. The miraculous light, the light warrior from the legends of an ancient giant civilization. In the realm of Oob, a beam of light silently descended upon Planet 50. Natsuki, having departed from the realm of humanity, officially set foot in the domain of cosmic civilization. He felt little confusion or fear regarding this unfamiliar world. After all, the ruined star was not his homeland. Since the moment of his crossing, he had been alone, destined to become a wandering soul. "Father." Natsuki looked back at the starry sky. "I shall survive," persistently and unwaveringly. A month later, still on Planet 50. The legend of the warriors at the peak of this border planet continued to circulate, though it had never been substantiated. This region was the most desolate on the planet, requiring one to traverse several death zones merely to reach the mountainous base. The blizzards and extreme cold atop the mountain demanded that one withstand the harsh conditions with sheer physical fortitude, as technology would falter in the vicinity of the warrior's peak. This was indeed a realm chosen by true warriors. Near the warrior's peak lay a settlement of extraterrestrial beings, which had existed for ages. Some were aliens from afar, while others were descendants of past challengers, gradually forming a society the size of a town. This place was a melting pot, inhabited by refugees, intergalactic underworld figures, formidable warriors, and, predominantly, ordinary folk. After passing through the spatial gateway, Natsuki found himself near the camp and subsequently settled within the community, mingling with a group of everyday individuals. In truth, all the inhabitants of this settlement possessed at least a second-tier physique, albeit with varying degrees of innate enhancement. Although Natsuki boasted a rare and extraordinary vitality, his strength and speed were quite average, and lacking any superpowers, he was indeed just an ordinary person here. However, the ordinary life possesses its own merits. Despite the lack of a prestigious living environment and social status, and the necessity to toil daily in the mines for a meager income, he is spared the frequent conflicts that plague others. His purpose in this place is not to vie for superiority. His singular aspiration is the lofty warrior's pinnacle, which towers into the clouds. Even if the chances appear slim, even if failure is inevitable, he will at least have made the attempt. Thus, should he meet his demise within the temporal rifts of the divine light mirror, he will harbor no regrets. Moreover, the recent news gleaned from the gathering place reveals that even the orb has yet to be born, indicating that he is not entirely devoid of opportunity. Xiaoshu gazed longingly at the warrior's pinnacle, shrouded in tempestuous winds and snow. At present, the divine light mirror offers him scant assistance. Should he acquire the light of orb, the threat to his lifespan could be averted, alleviating concerns of losing his transformation ability due to the absence of light particles. This is an opportunity that could profoundly alter the course of his destiny. Xiaoshu etched the image of the warrior's pinnacle deeply into his heart and turned to continue his labor in the mines. Chapter 6. Planet 50 break time is over. In the vicinity of the warrior's pinnacle at mine site number 3, Xiaoshu busily transported, or while a foreman called out from above. The existence of a living space for ordinary people here is solely due to the mineral resources. The ores near the warrior's pinnacle are exceedingly rare. Yet the unique environment necessitates manual labor for extraction, thereby giving rise to the profession of mining, which sustains many. For Xiaoshu, this is a commendable job, allowing him to settle in swiftly. Ascending the warrior's pinnacle is not feasible at all times. Currently, there are only 2 brief months each year designated for climbing, otherwise, it is tantamount to courting death. He must reside here for several months to align himself with the climbing season. Setting down his cart, Xiaoshu, undeterred by dirt, sat beside it and retrieved his meager rations from his bag to prepare for lunch. It was hardly a culinary delight. Merely the compressed food typically consumed by the impoverished residents of the gathering place, tasting akin to toothpaste. Yet, it is convenient and highly nutritious. A month ago, Xiaoshu encountered an old warrior who had come to Planet 50 years prior for a challenge at the mine. Under the elder's guidance, he adapted swiftly. To the casual observer, he had seamlessly integrated into the life of a miner, and none would suspect his true identity as a warrior, save for the old warrior, who regarded him with a discerning eye. Upon learning that Xia Shu hailed from another planet, this miner felt a surge of nostalgia, perhaps recalling his own youthful aspirations. In recent days, he had taken to mentoring Xia Shu as a junior. With merely a month remaining until the climbing season, the old warrior removed his tattered, hardened cap and sat beside Xia Shu, squinting as he surveyed the temporarily halted mining operations. Having dreams in youth is admirable. Yet I have witnessed far too many return defeated over the years. Are you truly prepared to spend your life in these mines, with no backup plan? Even if you eventually save enough to purchase a ticket to leave, your most precious years will have been squandered. Why don't you leave? Summer Tree inquired. The old warrior fell silent, and after a moment, he gazed up at the sky with a complex expression. Perhaps it is because I have formed attachments on this planet. Attachments? Summer Tree followed his gaze into the cosmos. Such a notion felt far too extravagant for him. He neither wished nor dared to cultivate any attachments, fearing that it would rob him of the courage to venture into the universe. Once the day's work was complete, as Summer Tree was about to return to his tent for rest, the old warrior called him over, leading him to the shelter he had constructed. Though the shelter remained situated in the slums, it was undoubtedly preferable to the tent of a drifter like him. To his surprise, Summer Tree noticed that the shelter was home to several children. The innocent and carefree smiles of the little ones at play momentarily stunned him, almost causing him to believe he had arrived in a place far removed from the poverty of the settlement. These children were all orphans, some were local residents' offspring, while others belonged to fellow challengers. The old warrior's gaze softened. These children are my attachments. Summer Tree's expression turned grave. Despite the old warrior's reluctance to elaborate, he could surmise the origins of the orphans. The peak of the warriors was not solely a bastion of light, but also a realm of harsh realities. Dad's back. Dad, tomorrow, can we go to the mine too? We've grown up. Among the group of children, two stood out as more mature than the rest. One seemed rather aloof, while the other radiated warmth. Kai, Jagula, the old warrior said with a hint of exasperation, now is not the time. Kai? Jagula? Upon hearing this, Summer Tree scrutinized the two children who wished to work in the mines. They indeed resembled the characters Red Kai and Jagula from Ultraman Orb. It dawned on him that at this moment, they were still children, which was why Orb had yet to make an appearance. In the days that followed, Summer Tree settled into the shelter, which was certainly much safer than the outside world. He no longer had to worry about the harsh weather or remain on constant guard against other aliens. The presence of the children somewhat alleviated the loneliness that lingered in his heart. Brother Ash, are you really from another planet? One day, as the climbing season approached, Summer Tree chose not to work in the mines, but instead began to prepare himself for the ascent. Having grown familiar with him, Red Kai and Jagula accompanied him to the market to gather supplies. What is it like out there? Is it really as exciting as Dad says? Red Kai asked with curiosity. Jagula, with his indifferent demeanor, seemed to mock Red Kai's naivety, yet his ears perked up, eager to hear Summer Tree recount tales of the universe. I haven't traveled extensively like Dad, who was a mercenary in space. Summer Tree smiled. But I can assure you, the universe is indeed magnificent. It is a vast world filled with opportunities accompanied by dangers. Once you grow stronger, you will come to understand it. The ascent of these two individuals signifies their rise to the pinnacle of warriors. Following this, they would harness the power of the light of Orb to embark on cosmic trials, enduring the passage of time while witnessing the cycle of life and death. Had events unfolded as originally intended, Honkai would undoubtedly have become the Orb Ultraman, and Gagura would have followed closely behind. In the primordial era, having consumed the seed of the Tree of Life, he activated his genetic potential and attained a demonic form, ultimately achieving great stature through his diligent efforts. In contrast, he now appears merely a few years older. The paths that lie ahead for both of them will undoubtedly be far more favorable. After all, Honkai and Gagura are inherently superior beings, endowed with extraordinary genetic potential. It is no surprise that they emerged victorious among numerous challengers, ascending to the warrior's summit that had long remained unconquered. There is no need for him to fret over usurping their fortunes or jeopardizing their futures. Even in the absence of the light of Orb, Honkai could acquire other powers from the warrior's peak. Not to mention that what he gains may not necessarily be the light of Orb. Nonetheless, whether he can reach the summit remains uncertain. Xiaoshu observed Honkai and the others as they selected supplies for him, feeling a sense of unease beneath his outward facade of confidence. The preparations for the climb were minimal, primarily involving water and food. As for warm clothing, there was nothing particularly special, either he could not afford it, or it was impractical for use at the warrior's peak. Additionally, they needed ropes with grappling hooks. Prior to departure, the old warrior refrained from returning to work, instead accompanying a group of children to bid Xiaoshu farewell. At this juncture, the old warrior understood that he could no longer persuade Xiaoshu and instead grasped his hands firmly. "Shu, you must return." The old warrior gazed at Xiaoshu, recalling a dear friend who had once scaled the mountain with him but never returned. "Rest assured, old man, I am not so easily perished. You all must exercise caution. 50 is not safe." Xiaoshu nodded at the old warrior and the children, his gaze resolute as he turned toward the warrior's peak. From the camp, one could faintly perceive the radiant light shimmering amidst the relentless snowstorm at the summit. According to legend, this light has the power to select individuals of exceptional merit and bestow upon them the strength to become warriors of light. It had been several months since he first uncovered information about the warrior's peak from Ruined Star, and he had now awaited this moment. The light was within reach. Chapter 7. The so-called bond. The skies above the warrior's peak were perpetually shrouded in ominous clouds, and despite being a relatively safe period for climbing, the ferocious blizzards raged uncontrollably, rendering the vast expanse nearly indistinguishable. Nevertheless, amidst such an environment, there were still those who persevered in their ascent. Despite the fingers within his gloves losing sensation and his face being covered in ice shards, Xiaoshu remained steadfast in his approach toward the beacon of light atop the mountain. Almost there, as he gazed upon the final treacherous segment, a sheer vertical cliff. Xiaoshu paused momentarily, enduring the agonizing sensation with each breath, gritting his teeth to continue his climb. He was bewildered as the environment around him suddenly turned more treacherous than usual during his ascent, with frigid temperatures nearly surpassing the limits of human endurance. Fortunately, his second-tier abilities endowed him with remarkable adaptability and vitality. As his latent potential surged, he found himself nearing the summit. At last, he reached a platform at the pinnacle, where a radiant ring of light spun gently amidst the snowstorm, seemingly eternal. The closer he approached, the more he could sense the enigmatic aura it exuded. Was this the source of all illumination? With all his strength, he grasped the edge of the platform and swung a leg over, finally mustering the last of his energy to roll himself onto the surface. Only then could he behold the true nature of the radiant ring. Despite being utterly exhausted, breathing heavily as if from a ruptured bellows, he managed to rise unsteadily and took deliberate steps towards the luminous circle. He had ascended to the peak of the warriors, a place untouched by others for so long. Unlike many who had turned back due to the harsh weather, he had truly arrived at this juncture. Standing before the ring, he held his breath and extended his trembling right hand towards the shimmering center, causing ripples of light to emanate. Why was there such formidable resistance? Suddenly, the wind and snow intensified, and in an instant, the summit of the warriors was engulfed in a dazzling tempest of electricity. With a cry, the light ring erupted with brilliance, hurling him away. Why? He stared in disbelief at the repelling ring, momentarily ignoring the intense pain in his hand. He yearned to attempt again, but was met with the same violent electrical force as his fingers grazed the center of the ring. It felt as though his very being would be torn apart. Would he perish? Gasping for breath, he instinctively withdrew. Observing the ring's return to tranquility was like a splash of icy water, extinguishing the last flicker of fervor within him. Why? After all this effort, he was not the chosen one. This place held opportunities, yet they were not meant for him. What, then, was the significance of his toil over the past days? Coughing, he collapsed to the ground, exhausted in the desolate cold. Reality can be cruel. Hard work does not always yield results. The ring possessed its own will, and perhaps his disdain for its tasks had sealed his fate from the beginning. Or maybe the ring simply did not recognize his worth. But I will not regret. With one hand supporting him, he gazed defiantly at the radiant ring, gritting his teeth as he declared, "At least I have accomplished what others from different realms could not. Even if they were stronger than I. Whether you acknowledge it or not, I am the most formidable warrior on this planet." Thunder rumbled, and lightning crackled above the summit of the warriors. In the settlement, Honkai and Gagula observed the direction of the warriors' peak with keen interest. Nearly 2 months have elapsed since Xiaoshu ventured into the mountains, while other challengers have gradually returned. Yet, there remains no news of him. It is said that this year's warrior's pinnacle is more treacherous than ever before. Suddenly, Honkai's eyes widened as he caught sight of a faint figure emerging through the snowstorm. The wind and hail relentlessly battered their faces as they approached the silhouette, revealing Xiaoshu, who appeared nearly frozen. "Brother Shu." In the sanctuary, several days passed before Xiaoshu regained consciousness. The distant voices of an old warrior and a doctor faintly reaching his ears. It is incredible. How did he survive? A common person would not only succumb to frostbite but also to pulmonary edema. Such formidable vitality is the hallmark of a natural warrior, sighed the old soldier, lamenting that he ultimately did not reach the summit of the warrior's pinnacle. He is still young. There will be ample opportunities ahead. The doctor stated as he took his leave, assuring that, considering his condition, there were no grave concerns. Xiaoshu opened his eyes, watching the old warrior and the doctor depart, exhaling a quiet sigh. He had already ascended the peak, but now, he could only await the restoration of his health to utilize the divine light mirror to traverse other timelines. This was his sole hope. While he could remain and allow Honkai to become his Obu, facilitating his journey through the cosmos, relying on others was never his character. Moreover, who knows how long it would take for Honkai and the others to mature. By then, would he truly achieve evolution? Unlike Honkai, he bore the ordinary genetic makeup of a mere earthling. Father! The sudden exclamations of children outside drew his attention, suggesting that the old warrior had engaged in combat with someone. What is happening? Xiaoshu struggled to rise and exited the room, only to discover a group of nefarious individuals surrounding the sanctuary, led by a notorious cosmic mercenary, who was glaring hungrily at the children protected by the old warrior. Prior to his journey to the warrior's pinnacle, Xiaoshu had heard rumors of a mysterious organization collecting orphans from 50 planets as experimental subjects. Had this now come to light? Get lost. The old warrior boldly withstood the attackers, forcefully repelling the leading cosmic mercenaries. The seemingly unremarkable old warrior revealed his formidable strength, his sudden burst of power causing the assailants to change color in fear. Several of them fell lifelessly to the ground. Retreat. After much hesitation, the leader of the thugs, wary of the old warrior's prowess, darkly commanded his subordinates to withdraw swiftly. Wonderful. The children, now free from danger, joyously surrounded the old warrior. Father, you are amazing. Let us head inside. The old warrior managed a strained smile and, upon seeing the weakened Xiaoshu at the entrance, hastily ushered the group of children into the sanctuary and promptly secured the protective door. Father? In the midst of Xiaoshu's bewildered gaze, the old warrior suddenly spewed forth a torrent of blood, his previously normal complexion paling to an ashen hue, and his body collapsed rigidly to the ground. Old man. Xiaoshu hastily supported the old warrior amidst the wails of the children, only to discover that the warrior's body was growing cold. I am beyond saving. The old warrior gasped, clutching Xiaoshu's arm with his last breath. Quickly take the children away. Those fiends will soon realize something is amiss and return here. Old man. Old man. The children's tender voices turned hoarse, their cries heart-wrenching. Having lived in the settlement, both adults and children understood the significance of death. Yet, the old warrior ultimately closed his eyes forever, impervious to the children's desperate calls. Perhaps the elder had once been a formidable cosmic mercenary. However, age had taken its toll, leaving him with only the vestiges of life to summon for one final battle. Xiaoshu grasped the old man's hand tightly, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had believed that his lack of attachments would render him unperturbed by external matters, yet when faced with reality, he realized that bonds are never solely a matter of one's own volition. Wah, old man. The children wept inconsolably, while only Honkai and Jialu maintained a semblance of composure. They turned to Xiaoshu and inquired, Brother Ashu, what do we do now? I thought I still had time, Xiaoshu murmured, gently laying down the old warrior, his fingers clenched into fists as he rose. The footsteps of the villains returning were already audible outside. There was no escape. He could not adopt this group of orphan children like the old warrior had, but he must at least resolve this crisis. Suddenly, the ethereal glow of the divine light mirror flickered to life within Xiaoshu's mind. There were two options for time travel. One could journey to the future or trace back to the past. The former allowed for continuous use, akin to accelerating time around oneself, but it meant he could never return. The latter offered a random traversal to a point in the past, akin to opening a side quest, allowing temporary residence in that time frame, but he would ultimately return when the time elapsed, and this was constrained by his physical endurance, necessitating a cooling period. Each choice bore its own merits and drawbacks. The former could conserve his lifespan, leaping to the necessary temporal nodes in pursuit of evolution. Yet it simultaneously increased the risks associated with his evolution. The further he ventured, the greater the uncertainties of the Ultraverse became, and his familiarity with the narrative would diminish. The latter option appeared comparatively safer. However, he possessed only a 200-year lifespan, and without knowledge of the cooling period, he could not afford the wait. I choose to trace back to the past, Xiaoshu declared resolutely. Given the current circumstances, the second option was undoubtedly his best course of action. The selection was successful, and the divine light mirror responded, preparing for a random traversal through time. A radiant glow began to emanate from Xiaoshu as he cautiously entrusted the children to Honkai and Jialu, saying, You all take care of each other until I return. Brother Ashu? Honkai gazed in astonishment as Xiaoshu vanished amidst a radiant glow, exchanging a bewildered glance with the equally stunned Jialuola. Could it be that Brother Ashu has ascended to the pinnacle of warriors? Chapter 8. The unlikely giant Zai as in the Antarctic continent, where the extreme night and day alternate, the sky was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the resplendent sun on the horizon. This desolate, frigid expanse bore witness to two colossal figures vaulting swiftly over the icy peaks, confronting one another amidst the frozen valleys. One of the giants, with striking yellow eyes, possessed a robust, crimson visage. The sharp crown of his head resembled a red ice axe, his form primarily red, adorned with silver stripes, a stark contrast to the Ultraman of the Light Kingdom. The other giant mirrored the first, albeit with a variation in hue. His body was a deep, blackish purple, accented by red eyes and dark golden stripes. Simultaneously, above Antarctica, the clouds swirled in a peculiar dance, mysterious lights flickering into existence. The previous night, a bewildering black Ultraman had appeared on the Antarctic continent. Although Zai is engaged in a fierce battle with him, the black Ultraman wielded an unimaginable power, rendering Zai as almost powerless. In this world exists the Earth Defense Alliance, which is complemented by a specialized agency tasked with addressing the frequent occurrences of anomalous phenomena, events, and cosmic invaders. This organization, known simply as the Defense Agency, has its Japanese branch headquartered underground in the suburbs of Tokyo, cleverly disguised as a gas station. The team members typically function as ordinary employees of the gas station. When Xiaoshu regained consciousness, he found himself inexplicably inhabiting the body of one of the team members, specifically that of Zaya's human form. A young man named Asahi Katsudo. He touched the eye patch over his left eye, a twinge of pain confirming that this was no dream. What was happening? Hadn't he traversed through the Divine Light Mirror to a different time? The Antarctic base sent word that the Black Ultraman had fled the scene post-battle and had since vanished, leaving Zaya's fate uncertain. Instinctively, Xiaoshu pushed open the office door and stepped inside, where he saw a group of team members gathered around the television. Engrossed in the news, the anchor was reporting on Zayas, whose figure lay amidst the icebergs, his left eye transformed to crimson, and a red light on his chest flashing incessantly. No wonder his left eye hurt so much. It had been injured by the enemy. The scheduled program was interrupted for continuous coverage of Zaya's defeat. Katsudo? The teammates turned upon hearing the commotion, and upon seeing Xiaoshu, one of them complained. In such an urgent moment, why are you dawdling around? Are you hurt, Katsudo? The only female team member inquired with concern. I'm fine. Just a bit discomfort in my eye, Xiaoshu replied, sweeping his gaze over the attractive female teammate and the chubby member who had voiced his complaint, before turning his attention to the remaining two individuals by the television. One was a bespectacled youth carrying a portable computer, and the other, an older gentleman. You must be Asahi Katsudo, correct? The elder spoke amiably. I am the new captain, Samavan. The previous captain and vice captain specifically instructed me to take good care of you. Hello, Natsuki said, still unfamiliar with the current situation. After a brief introduction to the new captain and the vice captain, who introduced himself as Mathematics, he quickly excused himself to the restroom. The reflection in the mirror was indeed not his. It seemed he was temporarily substituting for Asahi Katsudo. Natsuki rummaged through his pockets, but instead of finding the Divine Light Mirror, he discovered an electric toothbrush. Zaya's Ultraman had only 2 films and had entirely faded from the new generation, making it one of the most obscure Ultramen. He had not made any appearances since, nor had he ever lent his power to a successor. Nevertheless, he was not entirely unfamiliar to Natsuki. Due to the peculiar nature of Zaya's transformation device, it had even earned the nickname Toothbrush Ultraman. Is this the transformation device? Natsuki pondered as he examined the electric toothbrush from various angles before finally pressing the switch and attempting to put it in his mouth. At this moment, he had no grounds for scrutiny, nor did he possess the qualifications to do so. In the face of absolute power, there was no room for jest. Buzz. The toothbrush whirred to life, and visible energy waves began to ripple outward. Yet, no matter how Natsuki adjusted his posture, he saw no signs of transformation. How could this be? Am I not Zaya's now? Why can't I transform? Frustrated, Natsuki let the toothbrush transformation device drop heavily from his grasp. The children back at 50 were in peril, and he simply did not have the luxury of time to search for light particles leisurely. Although the Divine Light Mirror had indicated it would eventually return him, it did not specify that time would remain stagnant there. Initially, he thought that since the Divine Light Mirror had allowed him to embody Zaya's, perhaps he could harness Zaya's strength. Yet, he was indeed Zaya's. It just felt as though something was missing for the transformation to occur. Why did he end up in such an obscure timeline? Even a leap into the Showa era would have been more familiar to him. If he had landed in the Dyna timeline, he could have gone directly to the Lolyu ruins. If one were to seek special light particles, the ruins across different timelines would be the most promising locations. Senpai Katsudo. A female team member named Hashimi-TRU called from outside, her voice laced with concern. "Are you really okay?" "I'm fine," Natsuki replied loudly, hastily. Hashimi-TRU was a genius girl, primarily responsible for communications, and as the female protagonist of this world, she was quite familiar with Asahi Katsudo. In the short term, this was manageable, but over time, she would undoubtedly discern his issues, possibly mistaking him for an alien impersonating Asahi Katsudo. He needed to devise a plan to leave the team. In the team office, Vice Captain Mathematics and a chubby team member were analyzing the colossal battle that had transpired in Antarctica. The screen displayed a scene of two giants' beams colliding. "It's so strange. The calculations show that Zayas' light and the Black Ultraman's light have the same power. Why did Zayas lose? It must be the momentum," they concluded. Zayas shares the same flaw as Katsudo. He lacks any spirit. Samo-wan unexpectedly gazed at the resignation letter and the standard uniform placed before him by Natsuki. "What is this?" "I am unable to fight for the time being," Natsuki murmured, lowering his head. The office fell into an eerie silence. As the members of the Zayas team could not help but cast their glances towards him. "I sincerely apologize," Natsuki bowed and turned to leave. He felt somewhat regretful towards Asahi Katsudo himself, but he truly was unfit to remain in the team at this moment. "Wait." Samo-wan rose to stop Natsuki, stating, "I have endured various battles for a long time. Katsudo, if you have any burdens, feel free to speak with me." Katsudo, along with the plump team member and Kodo, gathered around, bewildered. What madness is this? Why the sudden resignation? To show such audacity in this matter? "I'm sorry." Natsuki said little more and walked directly out of the gas station. These individuals could not comprehend his situation. If they were to discover he was not the true Asahi Katsudo, their reactions would be unpredictable. Moreover, he was not in the right mindset to work within the team. The Divine Mirror could return him to the 50th planet at any moment. He needed to find the special light particles swiftly. Prior to his resignation, he had already reviewed the database, which, although lacking in substantial clues, had led him to a few plausible locations. In addition to Zayas, other Ultramen had existed in the past. "Katsudo-senpai," Kodo called out, anxiously pursuing him. "Why? Were you not eager to become a full-fledged member? Why leave just after being promoted? Did something happen during your break?" "Apologies," Natsuki paused, saying, "Please allow me some solitude." Chapter 9. Capsule Monsters. After parting ways with Kodo, Natsuki found a spot to sit on the grassy bank of a nearby river, perhaps having spent too long on the desolate 50th planet. Even the ordinary scenery of a city corner evoked a sense of ethereal beauty within him. The pristine grass, the walkway along the riverbank, the fence, the crystal-clear waters, and the distant bridges and boats were sights he hadn't encountered in ages. Yet, his cash was rather limited, and he was uncertain of the password for his bank card. Was this decision to resign too hasty? At the very least, he ought to wait for this month's salary. A few days wouldn't make a difference. He certainly couldn't rely on walking to search for relics, could he? Natsuki gazed at the tranquil river surface, letting out a sigh, and retrieved the transformation device from his pocket. Upon pressing the switch, the device emitted a buzzing sound akin to a bee fluttering near his ear, still unable to transform. "You are merely too anxious." Samo-wan's voice suddenly resonated from behind him. "Captain Samo?" Natsuki was taken aback, hastily turning around. He had not even noticed someone approaching. "I will treat this letter as if it were never received. Take it back for now. Whenever you find clarity, you are welcome to return." Samo-wan returned the resignation letter to Natsuki, pausing momentarily to offer a word of wisdom from his own experiences. The journey of becoming stronger is never a matter of a single leap. First, one must strive to attain a state of tranquility within. Only by mastering the art of calmness can one truly harness their own strength. Natsuki pondered, "Calm down?" Yet though it is merely my personal observation, many matters are inherently interconnected. The power of the heart is equally vital for both Ultraman and humanity alike. Samo, with a weighty sense of purpose, gently patted Natsuki's shoulder, leaving behind an enigmatic metallic capsule before departing from the riverbank. "Give it a try. I await your return." "What is this?" Natsuki mused, grasping the capsule, which was the size of a number 7 battery, gazing quizzically at Samo's retreating figure. "This new captain remains somewhat inscrutable to me. However, does he truly seem anxious?" "Indeed. He bears considerable pressure, stemming from both his own capabilities and the fragility of his existence. The sacrifices of veteran warriors have only intensified this burden. If he fails to swiftly locate the special light particles, those children, whom the old warriors protected with their lives, may become mere subjects of experimentation for extraterrestrial beings. The future is uncertain. Perhaps peril can be transformed into safety, or perhaps not." Natsuki reflected as he walked along the riverbank. Suddenly, a black motorcycle came to a halt on the riverbank, and a leather-clad female rider removed her helmet, gazing at Natsuki with surprise. "Ah, young Zayas, you're still alive? What a pity. And you are?" Natsuki replied, pocketing the capsule and facing the female rider with gravity. "Beings of level or higher, without a doubt. This individual is not from Earth. You're not my target at this moment," the rider said with a sultry smile. "Hurry and transform into Zayas. If you can't, I can assist you." She laughed mischievously as her motorcycle kicked up dust, leaving Natsuki with a tantalizing glimpse of her retreating figure. What a nuisance. This woman must be the mastermind controlling the Black Ultraman. I have no time to engage with such individuals now, Natsuki thought, his brow furrowed. Shaking his head, he resolved to return home first. In his pocket lay a set of house keys, and his residency certificate bore his address. So he need not worry about having nowhere to stay. As night fell, Tokyo transformed into a vibrant city of neon lights. Natsuki navigated through the bustling streets, catching sight of a towering structure in the distance. This was his first visit to Tokyo, yet no matter how he pondered, the city seemed devoid of such a peculiar edifice. It bore an otherworldly quality, accompanied by an unsettling aura that reminded him of the woman he had encountered earlier. Presently, this body belonged to Zayas, and his instincts should suffice. After a moment of contemplation, Natsuki approached the Asahi Victory apartment and retrieved his keys to unlock the door. It was a modest one-bedroom dwelling, more of a temporary accommodation than a true home, appearing as though it had not been occupied for quite some time. Upon opening the refrigerator, he discovered only a few items on the verge of expiration. Alas, even extraterrestrials cannot afford to go hungry. He could only step outside to buy a cup of instant noodles to resolve his hunger. The convenience store was open 24 hours, and soon. Natsuki returned with a cup of noodles, also purchasing a marinated egg on a whim. Thus, he spent his first dinner in this pastime and space within the confines of a modest one-bedroom apartment. His only reflection was perhaps the thoughtful design of Japanese instant noodles, which included a special sticker that could seal the lid while soaking in hot water, eliminating the need to find something else to weigh it down. The taste was quite satisfactory. Natsuki relished the meal. To be honest, even though it was merely an Earth in the Ultraman universe, he still felt a warm sense of returning to his homeland. Life on Planet 50 was far from normal for human existence. Although Ruin's planet had a human society, it was still not Earth. During that time, he had been relentlessly searching for Ruins under the identity of Takagi Zero, hardly taking the time to savor life. He never anticipated that he would regain lost emotions in the Zaya's time and space. Perhaps this was what the captain referred to as a calm mindset. The power of the heart. Natsuki opened his palm, gazing at the capsule resting quietly within it. The next day, Natsuki was awakened by a piercing air raid siren. Groggily, he drew back the curtains and discovered the Black Ultraman that had appeared in Antarctica had once again made its presence known. Flying towards him from the direction of Tokyo Bay, it was indeed coming his way. Team, all personnel mobilize. Meanwhile, at a nearby gas station, upon receiving the order, Samoans swiftly initiated action. The team members, who were still in their roles as gas station employees, hurried into the storage locker-like teleportation capsules, where their uniforms donned automatically. Tora Hashimi turned his head to glance at the idle capsule of Asahi Katsuhito beside him, pursing his lips as he was transported to the helipad located beneath the gas station. Katsuhito-senpai, combat preparation complete. Hashimi quickly adjusted the aircraft. Aside from Asahi Katsuhito, only 4 team members remained at the base, with 2 pairs piloting Flying Fish 1 and 2, entering the traction system. Finally, propelled by a powerful engine blast, they soared out from beneath the massive billboard above the gas station. Flying Fish deployed. Launch. At the same time, in a residential area not far from the riverbank, the black giant soared low before suddenly ascending, then crashing down heavily in the blinding sunlight, crushing the entire apartment building where Natsuki had spent the night. Boom. This was outrageous. Natsuki, along with other residents, sought refuge in a nearby square, his face paling at the sight of the apartment's devastation. It was clearly targeting him. The hope of Earth, Ultraman Zayas. The black giant stood still, halting its movements, while a female voice broadcast resonated. The despair of Earth. The Shadow Ultraman is waiting for you. Hurry out. As her voice faded, 2 Flying Fish aircraft arrived consecutively at the scene, circling the black giant before simultaneously unleashing laser ropes to ensnare its colossal form. Engaging in combat within the urban confines poses significant peril, the vice captain analyzed. Under such circumstances, the most effective weapon is indeed the laser rope, boasting an 80% success rate. Suddenly, the black giant exerted its strength to break free from its restraints, seizing the laser rope and forcefully colliding 2 Flying Fish aircraft together. This is utterly ineffective. Oh no. With a crash, Natsuki raised his head, watching as the 2 smoke-laden fighter jets made their distressed descent in the distance. Such a level of combat capability is utterly insufficient to contend with a formidable adversary. Not to mention the black giant that had previously triumphed over Zayas. Zayas. A female voice echoed once more, "If you do not emerge, I shall take action." With this declaration, the puppet-like black giant shifted its gaze towards the crew of the downed aircraft. "Let us buy some time," Natsuki gritted his teeth. Stepping away from the crowd and hurling a metallic capsule towards the giant. "Go." The capsule erupted before the black giant, transforming into a myriad of golden particles, ultimately coalescing into the form of a colossal monster. With 4 twisted horns atop its head, beige eyes, a bovine visage, and a mouth resembling a large pink sausage. It was the capsule monster Miklas. Natsuki's expression briefly faltered. One of the capsule monsters from Ultraman 7, Miklas was a ferocious brawler akin to a bull. Recognizing the creature instantly due to its notable reputation, he assessed its classification as a superior monster. Immensely powerful yet bearing a critical weakness, it was highly susceptible to high-voltage electrical attacks, and its life appeared to hinge on the integrity of its horns. "Hold on." Temporarily entrusting the battle to Miklas, Natsuki retrieved his toothbrush-shaped transformation device. With his emotions steadied, he gently pressed the switch. A resonating hum echoed forth, and this time, Natsuki felt a tremendous force erupt from within him. "It's time." Observing Miklas being mercilessly manipulated by the black giant's potent electrical currents, Natsuki focused and reached out. Return. Chapter 10. The Battle of Light and Shadow Clang. Miklas transformed back into a sphere of light, landing in Natsuki's hand, reverting to its metallic capsule form. This capsule monster was intended for emergencies, so he held no lofty expectations. "Oh." The woman in the leather outfit, controlling the black giant, gasped in surprise as she observed Natsuki retrieving the capsule from the ground through the giant's perspective. His demeanor had shifted entirely. Exuding an aura as if he were a different person altogether, his steadfast gaze emanating a profound sense of pressure even across the expanse. "What has happened to the young one, Zayas?" The leather-clad woman thought in alarm, hastily commanding, "Shadow. Eliminate him." Startled, the woman seemed to have entirely forgotten her original objective, remotely directing the black giant to enter attack mode. It lifted its leg, preparing to stomp down upon Natsuki. Yet, as the concrete ground shattered, Natsuki had vanished from his original position. All that remained was a beam of light that surged upward before the black giant. And as the giant looked up, a fiery red kick suddenly descended. Boom. Startled, the colossal black giant tilted its neck and crashed into the plaza with a resounding thud, causing its chest light to flicker ominously. Young Zayas had surprisingly mastered the art of ambush, prompting the woman in leather to chuckle. Pressing a control button, she remarked, "But this is where it ends. My shadow shall not be vanquished so easily." Suddenly, a surge of electricity erupted from the seemingly motionless black giant, extinguishing the red light. Yet the giant regained its momentum and delivered a powerful punch, forcing the approaching Natsuki to retreat. Is that timer merely for show? Natsuki pondered gravely, taking a cautious step back. This was his first encounter with a humanoid adversary, and its combat prowess was undoubtedly superior to his own. His only chance of victory lay in a battle of light. According to their analysis, the energy intensity of the black shadow giant and Zayas was equivalent, with the outcome hinging on willpower or the strength of the heart. From the previous battle against the capsule monster Miklas and the earlier probing, it was evident that the giant was little more than a puppet, fighting instinctively under the control of the alien woman. Thus, as long as he remained resolute, the odds of winning in a light confrontation were significantly in his favor. Scanning the surrounding ruins, Natsuki bent his knees and soared into the sky, seeking a more suitable battlefield away from the city. After a brief aerial experience, Natsuki located an uninhabited island in the Pacific. Glancing back at the pursuing shadow giant, he swiftly decelerated and flew towards the island. Upon landing, the ground erupted in a spray of soil and stones as the shadow giant followed closely behind, descending into a valley almost simultaneously with Natsuki. A fishing boat passing through the nearby waters came to a sudden halt as the captain, astonished, sat frozen on the deck. "What is that?" The crew gasped. "It's Zayas and the Black Ultraman. We must leave this place at once." Without delay, the vessel turned sharply to escape. On the island, Natsuki immediately prepared for a light attack, but due to the lengthy preparation, he was caught off guard by the shadow giant, who delivered a fierce kick that sent him flying and interrupted his motion. In a frantic maneuver midair, Natsuki attempted to evade the shadow pursuing him. Yet before he could react, he was struck by a kick from above, plummeting straight down into the valley with a thunderous crash. Dust surged high into the air, shaking the entire island. What a formidable opponent. There's no comparison. Their combat ability is on an entirely different level. Natsuki thought, sprawled in a star-like position in the valley, enduring excruciating pain as he struggled to rise. He raised his gaze towards the descending shadow giant on the opposite hillside. He had reviewed the data on the Antarctic battle, where Zayas initially struggled against the Shadow, even losing an eye before ultimately succumbing in their light confrontation. In essence, the Shadow's combat strategy involves undermining the opponent's confidence before unleashing a decisive beam of light. That moment presents an opportunity. With clarity of thought, Natsuki refrains from exhibiting a facade of toughness. Instead, he displays a hint of trepidation, rising unsteadily to face the Shadow, his stance retreating slightly. For him, achieving victory is paramount, rendering any sense of shame irrelevant, and this aligns with Zayas' original demeanor. Still so easily vanquished, the leather-clad woman spectating the battle found it utterly unengaging. What a tedious conflict this is. Shadow, resolve this once and for all. Startled, the Shadow, initially poised to advance, halted upon receiving orders and coldly assumed a beam-launching posture. An opportunity. A spark ignited in Natsuki's eyes as he swiftly prepared his own attack. Spashira beam. A colossal surge of energy coalesced between Natsuki's arms, and he unleashed a powerful beam almost simultaneously with the Shadow. Boom. The red and blue beams clashed violently in the valley, annihilating each other and producing a radiant explosion that sent shockwaves of dust swirling to either side of the gorge, causing even the nearby vessels to tremble. How has Zayas transformed? He appears far more formidable than before. The captain, still recovering from a previous fall, scratched his head in bewilderment. Look, Captain, the crew exclaimed, mouths agape in astonishment, as the black giant was surprisingly subdued. What? The captain's eyes widened in disbelief. Before them, the red giant on the small island exuded an increasingly potent aura, while the previously aggressive black giant's bravado began to wane. Its beams significantly diminished in intensity. What is happening? Was Zayas this powerful during their last beam clash? There lies a chance. In Tokyo, the team watched the confrontation on a satellite feed. The plump team member exclaimed excitedly, Zayas is incredible. Zayas, you say? Samoan observed the scene with a contemplative look as Zayas mounted a counteroffensive. A remarkably strong will, indeed. Bang, bang, bang. On the battlefield, as Natsuki intensified his energy output, the Spashira beam ultimately overwhelmed the Shadow Giant, the fierce energy impact tearing the Shadow apart, sending shards of electronic debris scattering in the explosion. So, it was a mechanical giant. Natsuki gazed down in surprise at the crackling, broken head on the ground. No wonder the battle was so formulaic. Turning to see several helicopters approaching the small island, Natsuki lifted his head, leaping gracefully into the air, arms outstretched as he soared towards Japan. On the outskirts of Tokyo, by the same riverside, Natsuki leaned against the railing, watching the vessels traverse the dock. Suddenly, he sensed a presence and turned to see Captain Samoan approaching with a smile. Captain, Natsuki's gaze towards Samoan was markedly different from before. This world is not solely inhabited by Zayas. It is highly probable that this individual is the human form of Ultraman 7. In the Shadow Arts Dojo, the Binzen alien controlling the shadows seemed to have escaped from Earth. Samoan nodded with a smile, expressing gratitude for the salvation of the planet. I'm merely engaged in passive defense, Xiaoshu replied, retrieving the Mickless monster capsule from his pocket and returning it. Thank you for this. I have no further use for it now, as I sense that you may need it more. Samoan did not take the capsule but gazed at Xiaoshu with a puzzled expression. Can you tell me, are you Asahi Katsudo or Xiaoshu? Sensing the aura of the divine light mirror once more, knew he was about to leave this world. He decided to be candid, stating, I am merely borrowing the body of Asahi Katsudo temporarily. Samoan's expression shifted to one of realization. I see. So, are you returning now? The time has come. Xiaoshu affirmed with a nod. Regardless, I must thank you. I will, unfortunately, need to trouble you to convey my apologies to Katsudo. Although he had not found the special light particles this time, with the capsule of 7, he believed he could at least ensure his own safety. Mickless, after all, was an elite monster capable of handling many situations. Suddenly, a rich golden radiance enveloped Xiaoshu, and as the divine light mirror took shape before him, he separated from Asahi Katsudo, transforming into a beam of light that ascended into the sky under Samoan's watchful gaze. This sensation was remarkably surreal. Xiaoshu could see the earth shrinking before him, as an increasing number of light particles converged from all directions into the divine light mirror. The realization struck him. The special light particles embodied the power of the entire world. Thoughts flashed through Xiaoshu's mind. Stellar energy. Dimensional energy, this was the essence of the special light particles. What ultimate evolution did the divine light mirror promise him? Chapter 11. Return in the Orb Universe. Near the 50th planet, a colossal cosmic warship lay anchored beyond the reach of the warrior summit. Occasionally, teams returned from various tribes on the planet, bearing young men. Among the ranks approaching from the direction of the warrior summit were not only young men, but also some children. All were to be transported to the ships holding cells. Honkai, Gagura, and the accompanying children had not managed to escape. They were led towards the cosmic warship under the escort of a group of mercenaries. It remained uncertain whether this batch of test subjects would succeed, as it seemed the previous ones had perished entirely. What does it matter? Just deliver them for the payment. A few of the space mercenaries casually discussed. After this haul, I plan to leave this place. It has been years since anyone has drawn power from the warrior summit. I heard that even the ascent has become perilous. Can such a place truly be scaled? After all, legends were merely legends. Suddenly, the leader of the thugs walking in front halted, alertly scanning the surroundings. Did you hear something? He inquired, his brow furrowing. What sound? The others responded, bewildered. It's quite peaceful here. A faint rumbling reverberated through the ground, sending a shiver down the spines of the mercenaries, all of them tense with apprehension. The atmosphere had grown unnaturally tranquil, almost suffocating in its stillness. Though the desolation of the area was inherent, such silence was unusual, particularly during the windy season. Suddenly, a resonating thud reverberated through the air, as though something ominous was approaching. Even the loose earth and stones from the nearby peaks began to tumble down. The nefarious leader's eyes widened in terror, cold sweat beading on his forehead. What was this oppressive sensation? It was the sound of footsteps. A voice cried out in alarm as they gazed forward at the colossal crimson figure emerging between the two mountains. It was the Ultra Warrior. With a forehead sharply protruding like a blade, a brilliant red head, piercing yellow eyes, and a body adorned in red and silver. Each step it took sent tremors through the ground, instilling a sense of overwhelming pressure that made it difficult for the mercenaries to breathe. Though the captured children and young adults also felt the weight of this presence, it strangely ignited a flicker of hope for escape. They observed the giant in the valley with a growing sense of warmth and familiarity. Since the advent of the stargates between the multiverses, tales of the giant warrior, Ultraman, had spread across realms. Despite the differences from the giants of the Land of Light that everyone had known, this towering figure did not appear to be an adversary. Run! Run! The villainous leader shouted in a panic. Natsuki lowered his gaze to the mercenaries below, spotting the captured red Kai among them. In a flash, the mercenaries attempting to flee were obliterated by a single punch from Natsuki. His formidable silver fist sunk deeply into the mountainside, crushing the bodies of these intergalactic beings into a pool of crimson. Those who managed to evade the initial strike were not spared from the ensuing shockwave, succumbing to ash. With a resounding bang as the shockwave surged, Red Kai and the others heard a deafening explosion nearby, only to see Natsuki retract his bloodied fist. The sheer impact of the scene was staggering. Such powerful cosmic mercenaries had been dispatched as effortlessly as insects. Natsuki had initially intended to deal with the remaining scattered mercenaries, but the flashing red light on his chest compelled him to halt. Returning to his transformation state of Zayas, he found to his surprise that this form, which previously had no time constraints, could now only be sustained for 3 minutes. There was no time to eliminate the minions. Natsuki turned his attention to the enormous cosmic warship on the other side, which had also taken notice of him and was preparing to ascend and escape the planet. Given the opportunity, he would have liked to investigate who these extraterrestrials were and what experiments they were conducting. Yet, time was of the essence. Swiftly gathering energy, Natsuki unleashed a powerful beam of light at the accelerating warship, instantly reducing it to fragments. Race, human life level, cosmic being, lifespan, 200 years, Earth Standard Time, rank, level 2, evolutionary beginning, exceptional adaptability, capable of adjusting to a myriad of extraterrestrial planetary environments. Extraordinary vitality, remarkable jumping ability, evolutionary material, unknown giants of ruined star, Zaya's Ultraman authority, time and space traversal upon reverting from his transformation. Natsuki discovered he had acquired an extraordinary leaping capability. Curiously, the special light particles consumed during the transformation into Zai as were less than half of what the unknown giant from Ruined Star required. Based on the quantity of light particles absorbed from Zai's dimension, he could transform at least 4 more times without concern for depletion. Natsuki spread his palm, gazing at the monster capsule brought back from Zai's dimension as the image of Samavan surfaced in his mind. Although this was not the savant of his world, he owed a significant debt of gratitude. He was not fond of being indebted, as it felt like an encumbrance, akin to a binding tie. Natsuki, brother? Red Kai and Gagula, accompanied by others, approached him, their faces lighting up upon seeing him. It truly is you, Natsuki, brother. Kai, Gagula, Natsuki replied, tucking away the capsule and smiling at them. Yet his thoughts drifted to the fallen old warrior back at the settlement. Despite having avenged him, the old warrior could not be resurrected. Days later, Natsuki returned to the settlement with a group of children and erected a grave for the old warrior near the shelter. No one knew the warrior's past, or even his name. Everyone simply referred to him as Old Dad. Ultimately, the gravestone bore a brief inscription. highlighting the old warrior's benevolence at the age of 50. At the very least, it would allow the children to remember that there was once an old warrior who had nurtured and protected them. Natsuki knelt before the grave, placing a vibrant origami flower, adding a splash of color to the desolate landscape. Natsuki's brother, Red Kai, noticing the moisture at the corner of Natsuki's eye, felt his own eyes welling up. And his nose tingled. Old Dad said we shouldn't cry when we grow up. I'm not crying, merely shedding a man's tears, Natsuki responded calmly as he rose. As he departed, he cast a final glance towards the distant warrior's peak, as if piercing through layers of clouds to glimpse the radiant circle of light atop the pinnacle. The wind has picked up. Let us return. This time, the divine light mirror had reverted to a cooling state, leaving uncertain when it would resume operation. He intended to leap through time to glimpse the future. The timelines of the multiverse were not uniform, yet there were points of reference. The boundary was marked by the emergence of stargates and the rampant onset of cosmic traversal. Initially, Zero's ventures into other universes required the concentrated power of the Land of Light, but later became commonplace. The current primary temporal node seemed to have aligned after the appearance of Saiga in Ultraman Legend. According to the information from the Divine Light Mirror, his next temporal journey will commence from the era of the new generation, specifically the time of the Galactic Ultraman. However, prior to that, the closest point for him to venture into the future is during the event known as Orb, the Origin, which marks the moment when Red Kai first transformed into Ultraman Orb. On the royal planet Ganon of another universe, there stands a colossal tree, a life tree towering over 300 meters. According to the legends of the Ganon royal family, this life tree is the origin of wisdom for all living beings. Long ago, its seeds scattered across the cosmos, fostering the evolution of life. It was from a seed of this life tree that Gagula awakened his genetic potential, thereby acquiring an alternative power through serendipitous circumstances. He should seize this opportunity to obtain a seed as well, right? In contrast to Gagula, upon witnessing Natsuki donning his backpack, a primal instinct compelled Gagula to sense that Natsuki was preparing to depart, resulting in an anxious urge to restrain him. I have already contacted the rescue team of the Interstellar Alliance on this planet, Natsuki calmly stated. The path ahead must be traversed by you on your own. Whether I am here or not makes no difference. I believe that one day, we shall meet again. The inevitability of farewells has accompanied him throughout his life, starting from the moment he left the Ruins planet. No, it should be said that this awareness began when he entered the Ultraman universe. Strictly speaking, he was someone who had already tasted death once. Since that day, he has harbored no fears. Regardless of solitude, the years he must endure, or the multitude of hardships he must face, he is resolute in his commitment to continue down this path. He refuses to allow himself to languish like an old warrior waiting for death, nor does he wish for anyone to shed tears at his grave. Even in death, he desires to perish on the journey. Take care. With a surge of radiant light, Natsuki vanished once more before Gagula and the others. Though this time felt distinct from his earlier journey into the past, he could distinctly sense the acceleration of time around him. This was the true essence of time travel. Soon, the divine light mirror transported Natsuki into a wondrous space where light and shadow intertwined. He could faintly perceive glimpses of Red Kai and Gagula ascending to the pinnacle of warriors within the river of time. At that moment, time gradually began to decelerate, ultimately transcending the universe, revealing a life planet within his line of sight. Chapter 12. The origin years elapsed, and it seemed as though Natsuki had vanished entirely. After leaving behind a legend on Planet 50, he never reappeared. Nevertheless, the trajectory of the Ultraman universe continued to unfold. In the blink of an eye, it transitioned into the origin period. Beresib, a fly-like cosmic entity, began wreaking havoc in a certain universe. This being, known as the Cosmic Demon, is characterized by its striking red eyes, red wings upon its back, scythe-like forelimbs, and a tail capable of launching poisonous stingers. It excels in injecting a puppet toxin, which can only be deciphered by the seeds of the life tree, into its enemies, thereby manipulating their consciousness. Terrifyingly, the puppet poison is such that even the illustrious Gauss Ultraman cannot purify it. The Beresib entities in the cosmos range from 2 to 50 meters in stature, and their numbers are vast. Under the dominion of their queen, Kun, they have become harbingers of calamity in the realm of primordial genesis, plotting against the planet that houses the Tree of Life. Amidst this chaos, on the royal planet Ganon, Natsuki materializes in a flicker of light, gazing upward to behold the colossal Tree of Life, its canopy shielding the heavens. Time travel remains an imprecise art, confining one to specific periods rather than exact moments. And the peculiarities of this universe differ significantly from that of 50. Yet, it appears he has arrived at a fortuitous juncture. The Tree of Life remains unscathed, and several Ultra Warriors are still endeavoring to thwart the female giant controlled by the puppet poison. This giant is none other than the warrior goddess transformed from Queen Amaterasu of this planet. Kai Natsuki's gaze sweeps across Dina and Gauss, who are embroiled in combat with the monstrosities, ultimately resting upon Orb. After his departure, Red Kai has, after all, reclaimed the light of Orb. Only the seed of the Tree of Life can save Queen Amaterasu. Beneath the mountains where the Tree of Life resides, Gagula, accompanied by his female disciple, breaks through a blockade of smaller Balasib entities, forcefully hurling the serpent heart sword towards the crown of the tree. The blade slices through the treetops, and the radiant fruits cascading down are deftly caught by Gagula as he leaps high into the air. Kai, drive the seed into the queen's body. Nearby, atop a mountain, Gagula shouts as he tosses the fruit of the Tree of Life onto the battlefield. Orb, quick to react, seizes it and sends forth a beam of light carrying the fruit into the giant's brow. Success. Gagula, elated, clenches his fist and glances at his disciple, Yuyan, who is retrieving the serpent heart sword. Did you see that? We succeeded. Indeed. You are truly my master. Yuyan, brandishing the serpent heart sword, faces a smaller Balasib. Gagula's pupils widen in shock at the scene unfolding. No, the serpent heart sword technique has been misapplied. No, Yuyan. Time seems to freeze as the serpent heart sword halts at the Balasib's neck, unable to descend further. Yuyan, paralyzed with disbelief, looks down at the Balasib's forelimb embedded in her abdomen, swiftly sensing the ebbing of her life. Death approaches too swiftly to comprehend. How did this happen? The air descends into silence, and Gagula watches helplessly as his disciple collapses, her cries echoing through the stillness as she clutches her hair in agony, roaring in fury. Ah, Yuyan, your swordsmanship is remarkable. What school do you hail from? Please teach me. The voice of his disciple reverberates in Gagula's mind. I truly wish to learn the serpent heart sword technique. Have you suffered wounds deep within your soul? Who has betrayed you? Gazing upon the lifeless form of his disciple, Gagura silently reclaimed the serpent heart sword, his expression unervingly serene as he unleashed all his wrath upon the surrounding Balasib. Die. Gagura. Natsuki too had acquired a fruit from the Tree of Life, overlooking the scene from the mountain ridge where Gagura was frantically slaughtering the diminutive Balasib. He sensed an awakening force within Gagura. The power of the Tree of Life seeds that Gagura had ingested began to manifest. Compounded by the stimulation of reality and Gagura's insatiable thirst for strength, his demonic form was rapidly taking shape. Am I mistaken? If I were to transform, perhaps I could save the Makoto. Natsuki's expression was complex. Wands are a formidable entity. Even after distancing himself from Honkai, he remained unable to escape their grasp. Having obtained the fruit, he should have departed once more, yet he could not resist the urge to look back, fully aware that this was the fate ordained for Gagura and Honkai. As he beheld Gagura, now fully transformed into a demon, Natsuki closed his eyes and turned away. He could feel the latent power emanating from Gagura's demonic form. Though not enlarged, it surpassed level, with combat prowess at least equivalent to a level life form. And its instantaneous explosive power was even greater. In contrast, his own evolutionary path remained exceedingly lengthy. The effects of the Tree of Life fruit and seeds on him would undoubtedly be less potent. He was acutely aware of his limited genetic potential. Even with the evolutionary power of the Tree of Life seeds, they could only aid him in minor ways. Hey, Gagura, oblivious to Natsuki's departure, fixed his gaze firmly upon the towering giant tree, inquiring of the captain of Queen Amaterasu's royal guard beside him. The Tree of Life is the treasure of this planet, is it not? The captain of the royal guard nodded in agreement, his gaze also fixed upon the giant tree. It serves as the planet's core and the spiritual pillar for its people. Yet to me, that tree is a demon, Gagura spat with hatred. The crisis facing your planet is all connected to that tree. It is the root of all calamity. Is that not so? What do you intend to do? Without that tree, the war would cease, and there would be no more sacrifices. I have come to end this war. Stop. HM? In a distant valley, Natsuki was absorbing the fruit of the Tree of Life when he looked up to see the colossal tree being felled by a tremendous blade of light. The crown trunk of the Tree of Life, poised to crash down upon the city, was suddenly shattered by a burst of light, vanishing entirely from this planet along with its roots. It is over, or rather, the matters concerning the Ganon planet have reached a temporary conclusion. The Tree of Life will be reborn on Earth, where seeds exist, and the war will shift to Earth in this universe. Earth, you say? A glimmer of longing flickered in Natsuki's eyes. In truth, he wished to see Earth, recalling that Gaia and Aguru would also appear then. Regrettably, he currently lacks the strength to journey alone to Earth. Should he attempt time travel again, it is unlikely that he would return to the original timeline. The necessary items have all been acquired, yet the seed of the Tree of Life requires time to activate. It is best to proceed to the future. Opportunities will inevitably arise. Although his lifespan is limited, He still has nearly 180 years remaining, and with the aid of time travel, he can extend his existence significantly. Natsuki gathered his thoughts and cast a tranquil gaze towards the distant Ultraman orb, who had just concluded his battle. In the vicinity of the battlefield, the Ultraman warriors had reverted to their original forms and congregated together, with Gagula and Red Kai becoming the center of attention. Is that your sense of justice? The human forms of Gusei Musashi and Dinah's human form, Shin Asuka, approached Gagula. Having power does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly. Wait a moment, Gagula said, forced to smile stiffly under the scrutinizing glances of the others. Are you all regarding me as an enemy? I have once reached the pinnacle of warriors and could have become a warrior of light. This is not the way of the warriors of light, Gagula, Asuka reproached. You must be aware of that yourself, right? But I saved this planet. Gagula, feeling a pang of sorrow amid the disdainful gazes of the Ultraman warriors, gestured towards the Garen soldiers encircling him. I saved this planet. I saved all of you. You see, the war is over. Where are you going, Gagula? Red Kai anxiously grasped Gagula, who was preparing to depart. I will not assist you any longer, Kai. Gagula coldly broke free from Red Kai's grasp and transformed into his demon form, soaring into the sky. Natsuki stood atop the mountain, gazing at the immense crater left by the vanishing tree of life, his eyes sweeping over the dismal post-war scene. He sighed softly as he approached Gagula, who had escaped the encirclement and was engulfed in despair after parting from Red Kai. Gagula. Ah, Natsuki? Gagula turned in surprise and, upon recognizing Natsuki's figure, his voice trembled. Is it really you, Natsuki? Natsuki nodded gently. It has been many years, Gagula. In just one time travel, both Kai and Gagula had matured and developed impressive skills. Gagula's combat abilities had even surpassed his own. The snake heart sword technique in Gagula's hands could effortlessly dispatch small Balazub, a truly astonishing feat. It seemed that Gagula had undergone unimaginable rigorous training over the years. Have I truly erred, Natsuki? Gagula finally could no longer suppress his emotions as he had in front of Red Kai. His voice quivered, and he struggled with gritted teeth. You were merely too hasty. Natsuki replied, shaking his head. Do not concern yourself with others' opinions. The manner of your fighting is inconsequential. What matters is your original intention. Besides, the Tree of Life has not truly been destroyed. What? Let us go to Earth. It won't be long before the Tree of Life should revive. And the battlefield will shift there, Natsuki advised. Earth? Kagura's face contorted. His eyes widened as he knelt upon the ground, uncontrollably striking the stones with a fierce blow. How infuriating. Does felling it not resolve the issue? What purpose does my action serve? There are other Ultra Warriors on Earth, and Natsuki, filled with trepidation, placed a reassuring hand on Kagura's shoulder. If one's strength proves insufficient, then let us unite the powers of all. Surely a solution will emerge. If you aspire to be a warrior of light, you must, at the very least, believe in yourself. Kagura possessed great strength, yet his mindset remained immature. These matters could only be resolved by Kagura himself. Brother Aki Kagura suddenly lifted his gaze towards Natsuki, as memories from years past flooded his heart. It was reminiscent of that time when Natsuki had mysteriously vanished, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Are you leaving again? Where exactly are you going? Kagura exclaimed urgently. Perhaps it is the culmination of evolution, Natsuki replied, waving his hand dismissively, his eyes contemplatively fixed upon the cosmic expanse. There is something you may not yet know. I indeed ascended to the pinnacle of warriors in the past, yet I acquired no power whatsoever. With a flash of light, Kagura found that Natsuki's figure had vanished before him. Farewell, Natsuki murmured softly through the fissures of time. Their next encounter would likely be a millennium hence. From what he understood, both Kaido and Kagura would wander the cosmos for 1,000 years. It would not be until a millennium later that Kaido would arrive on Earth to confront the demon beast and officially adopt the name Kaido, entering the storyline of Orb. Before that moment arrives, he must strive to become stronger. Even if he cannot attain the 6th-tier human form, he cannot afford to fall too far behind. By now, he had become quite familiar with the usage of the divine light mirror, harnessing strength from the past, while seeking opportunities in the future. Thus, even if his lifespan were to be a mere 100 years, and even starting anew in this new era, he still held hope of surpassing others in this evolutionary contest. Let us venture to the galaxy. Natsuki gathered his thoughts, fully immersing himself in the radiance of the divine light mirror. Chapter 13. Galaxy in the temporal realm of Earth. Within the town of Falling Stars, there exists a legendary mysterious artifact of the two realms of light, the Dark Spark and the Galaxy Spark. The former has the power to halt the time of living beings, transforming them into spark dolls, while its counterpart, the Galaxy Spark, is regarded as the hope to break the dark curse. In a distant past, the universe erupted into a cataclysmic war, during which both Ultramen and monsters were transformed into puppets by the Dark Spark. The Galaxy Ultraman then engaged in a fierce battle against the wielder of the Dark Spark, Lucille, resulting in mutual devastation. Subsequently, Lucille's soul resided within the Dark Spark, awaiting resurrection, while the galaxy itself became a spark doll concealed within the Galaxy Spark. Revered as a sacred relic of the Galaxy Shrine, safeguarded by a family through generations. This family is none other than that of the protagonist, Hikaru, from Galaxy. The story begins with a meteorite crashing and incinerating the Galaxy Shrine. Following this event, dark sparks manifest on Earth, and the protagonist, Hikaru Natsuki, who was meant to travel to London, senses the call of the galaxy, prompting his return to his hometown, where he is destined to become the chosen one. Caution! In the town park, a young boy chasing a soccer ball stumbles at the roadside, just as a motorcycle approaches, causing bystanders to scream. A gentle hand pulls the boy away just in time. "Are you all right?" Natsuki asks, bending down to retrieve the soccer ball. "Well," the boy, realizing what transpired, bursts into tears, only breaking free from Natsuki's grasp to run to his parents upon their arrival. Unaware of the situation, the parents assume their child has been bullied and glare angrily at Natsuki. Unfazed, Natsuki smiles and continues a stroll through the town. As for the Galaxy Ultraman, although it marks the dawn of a new generation of Ultramen, Natsuki initially struggled to accept its doll-like concept. The overwhelming toy-centric atmosphere and character design did not appeal to him, leading him to overlook it. It wasn't until later series like X Ultraman and Orb Ultraman emerged that he delved back into the fandom, subsequently gaining a deeper understanding of Galaxy. In terms of special effects, these new works have indeed made significant advancements compared to the past. As an ardent fan, Natsuki finds it hard to resist watching them. Setting aside the production team's compromises for toy marketing, the new generation of Ultraman exhibits distinctive qualities and numerous innovations that are quite refreshing. It is commendable that they can craft engaging narratives within the constraints of capital, even if they occasionally lean towards overly philosophical themes. Is this the beginning? The town is remarkably clean. Although it lacks the bustling glamour of Tokyo, it is not plagued by the frenetic chaos either. After conversing with the townsfolk, Natsuki stands on a grassy slope, gazing at a mountain on the outskirts of the town. Legend has it that this mountain was once the site of the Galaxy Shrine, which was destroyed by a meteorite just days ago. The shrine has since been temporarily relocated to a nearby elementary school. The dormant galaxy sparks are said to be housed within the shrine, which is precisely why Natsuki has come here. The power contained within these legendary artifacts may assist in his evolution. Upon locating the elementary school, Natsuki presses onward. He anticipates a prolonged stay in this place, and thus seeks a place to reside. He intends to find temporary lodging while simultaneously absorbing the essence of the Tree of Life seeds and gleaning insights into the legendary galaxy sparks. Fortunately, he had foreseen potential challenges with time travel and had purchased a significant amount of gold from Planet 50, allowing him to exchange it for yen, alleviating any immediate financial concerns. As for accommodation, he certainly cannot stay too close to the school. He recalls that the original plot of Galaxy unfolded in the vicinity of the school in the nearby mountains, and he wishes to avoid being trampled by any lurking monsters during his rest. As night fell, Natsuki spent 20,000 yen to secure a cozy inn, conveniently situated in a tranquil area, neither too far nor too close to the elementary school, an ideal location for him. With a convenience store and restaurant on the ground floor, he had no need to cook for himself. Perfect. In the bedroom, Natsuki loosened his collar, the divine light mirror on his chest still emanating a faint glow. He could distinctly feel the seed of the Tree of Life awakening his genetic potential. It should be soon. He wondered what abilities might awaken within him. Initially, he held little hope, but he was taken aback by the reaction of the divine light mirror to the seed. It seemed to be treated as some sort of material, with the seed being drawn into the mirror. However, after excess energy was eliminated, a force affecting his genes was directly transmitted throughout his body by the mirror, far superior to merely consuming the seed. After all, he was still fundamentally human, and absorbing too much energy could be detrimental to his health. After dressing again, Natsuki gazed out at the moon obscured by dark clouds. The time was ripe. He planned to visit the Galaxy Shrine that night. Otherwise, once the protagonist's hall returned, studying the Galaxy Spark would become considerably more challenging. Without further ado, Natsuki stealthily infiltrated the Starfall Elementary School under the cover of night. The playground and classrooms were desolate, with weeds sprouting in several areas. This school was on the brink of demolition. Presumably, the students had all migrated to the city. He made his way to the music classroom, recalling fondly the days when he had a 5-tier enhancement. If only he had the ability to teleport, how convenient that would be. For now, he could only strive to avoid waking the elderly priest residing there. Creak. Natsuki cautiously pushed the door to the music classroom ajar. Upon confirming the absence of anyone inside, he felt a wave of relief and entered. Why did it feel like he was stealing? The music classroom had been transformed to resemble the main hall of a shrine. Adorned with fruits within a wooden fence, and at its center stood a shrine, its two small doors tied with silk threads, bearing the mark of Galaxy Ultraman above. The Galaxy spark was indeed within the shrine. He sensed something extraordinary about it. This must be one of the easiest legendary artifacts to acquire, but alas, it was claimed. The slumbering Galaxy was undoubtedly beginning to awaken. All he could do was conduct a brief examination. Huh? As he tugged at the silk thread to open the shrine. Natsuki was taken aback. Aside from the short sword-shaped Galaxy spark, there was an unexpected Tyro doll that left him astonished. Alive? He recalled that only Tyro retained self-awareness after transforming into a spark doll. But why encounter it at such a moment? A companion? Who could it be? Suddenly, an aged voice echoed from outside, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. Natsuki, disregarding the equally startled Tyro doll, hurriedly opened the window and leaped from the fourth floor. He harbored no ill intent. Certainly, he could not resort to forceful actions once discovered. Xiaoshu descended gracefully to the ground, casting a resigned glance upwards before hastily departing. However, the elderly priest above appeared to be quite formidable. Despite his seemingly unguarded demeanor, his reactions were remarkably swift. It seemed that he would have to seek another opportunity later. The old priest approached the window, observing the silhouette of Xiaoshu retreating, and then quickly turned his gaze towards the intact Galaxy Holy Sword within the shrine. Immediately after Xiaoshu's escape, the Taro puppet also hurriedly utilized teleportation. Yet it still captured the old priest's attention. Who could this person be? The old priest murmured to himself, pondering how one could effortlessly leap from the fourth floor. Surely they could not be human. Chapter 14. A new instance. Once again, dawn broke on a new day, and the tranquil atmosphere led Xiaoshu to nearly believe he was dreaming. It was only upon hearing the greetings exchanged among the townsfolk outside that he realized he had arrived in Starfall Town within the galaxy. For the time being, this quaint town appeared free of any imminent threats. However, it was only a matter of days before the protagonist returned to the hall heralded the onset of nightmares. His stomach growled with hunger. Stretching lazily, Xiaoshu rose from his slumber, and after a brief wash-up, he made his way downstairs to procure breakfast. It seemed only one ramen shop had opened, but it was not yet officially operating. There were simply no breakfast establishments. Were the townspeople all enjoying breakfast at home? Xiaoshu patted his empty belly, preparing to retreat to his room for instant noodles, when the door of the neighboring Sherdong household suddenly swung open, and a girl hesitantly scrutinized him. "Who are you?" she inquired. "I am the new neighbor who moved in yesterday, Gao Shuling," Xiaoshu replied coolly. Adhering to local customs in Japan, he opted to use a Japanese pseudonym from his time in the Relic Star to avoid drawing attention. Naturally, he had no intention of socializing in the vicinity. He would leave soon enough, rendering unnecessary any additional engagements. Gurgle. Just as he spoke, Xiaoshu's stomach let out an audible rumble, plunging the air into silence. The girl, amused by his aloof demeanor, remarked, "I am Sherdong Miling, the daughter of the pastry shop in front. Would you care to sample some of the pastries I just made?" She lifted the pastry box in her hand. "Consider it a welcoming gift. Is that appropriate?" Xiaoshu stared intently at the pastry box, feeling that he should be the one making a visit. "It's no trouble at all. I was hoping to find someone to taste them," the girl replied with a bright smile. "These are all my creations for an upcoming competition." "Sample?" Xiaoshu's fingers momentarily stiffened. "Yes, could you please let me know how they taste afterwards?" the girl asked with clear, bright eyes. Of course. Upon returning to his room, Xiaoshu gazed at the pastries before him, uncertain whether to indulge. He had vowed to minimize interactions with others, yet here he was, accepting a gift. Nevertheless, the pastries appeared quite appealing. Sherdong Miling seemed to be the childhood friend of the protagonist, Li Guang, and the heroine of this world. Her skills were likely commendable. The flavor was acceptable, albeit a tad too sweet. Summertree swiftly finished all the pastries, which, despite their excessive sweetness, were just right for his empty stomach. For a cosmic wanderer, such a delicacy was indeed a rarity. Suddenly, a burst of radiance emanated from the divine light mirror affixed to his chest, instantly capturing Summertree's attention. Setting aside the pastry box, he pressed the mirror to assess his physical condition. The absorption of the Tree of Life Seed's power had stalled at the final stage, seemingly requiring a slight catalyst. Yet, the mirror's ability to rewind time had fully cooled down. He could now unlock a new instance. The last time was with Zayas. He wondered what awaited him this time. Without further hesitation, Summertree confirmed the time rewind, and in an instant, a beam of light enveloped him, vanishing from the room. Outside, Sherdong Miling rang the doorbell, asking if she could have the pastry box back. "Oh, not home." After pressing the bell twice with no response, Sherdong Miling turned away, bewildered. Strange, she had just seen him enter the Leo time space. Summertree gazed at the South City Sports Club before him. A surge of complex emotions welled up within him. This time, it was the world of Leo. Having stood outside for a while, Summertree inadvertently stepped inside the hall, where he observed numerous children engaged in lively training. This was where the Leo people worked and resided. A middle-aged coach, resembling Guishirtu with a comical appearance, noticed Summertree and approached him, introducing himself as the club president, Dora Masashi. Oh, Summertree regained his focus. Is Mr. Feng here? You're looking for Fengkuan? The coach replied joyfully. He is now a team member and only returns during breaks. A team? Indeed. It's rare for our club to have a team member. The children have intensified their efforts, striving to emulate Fengkuan. Haha. The coach chuckled heartily, entirely oblivious to the peculiar look in Summertree's eyes. How navi. He recalled that in this world, team members often met grim fates, with entire squads being annihilated. Are you a friend of Fengji? A curious girl with twin ponytails asked. Looking up at him. No. Summertree crouched down and smiled, but I have some matters to discuss with him. But you look like Fengji. How could that be? Summertree ruffled the girl's hair. Captain, a monster has appeared. Simultaneously, the Team S space base received alarming reports of an unusual surge in Tokyo's water levels. By the time they comprehended the situation, the coastal areas had already been ravaged by colossal waves. Controlled by the magma aliens, two twin monsters emerged onto the mainland, wreaking havoc amidst the relentless tsunami. From above, the vicinity near Tokyo Bay had transformed into a vast ocean, where towering skyscrapers could not withstand the apocalyptic waves. Tokyo was on the brink of submersion. An elongated, piercing alarm echoed across the skies of Tokyo. What is happening? In a state of urgency, De rushed to the entrance of the club, and upon witnessing the external chaos, his eyes widened in alarm. No, this is terrible. A tsunami and monsters have arrived. Quickly. Everyone, seek refuge. Children, follow me. The mention of monsters startled Natsuki, who had just arrived outside the club, again confronting the terrifying forces of nature and the beasts. How could such calamity strike so soon after arriving? Towering waves, dozens of meters high, relentlessly consumed the city, skyscrapers crumbled, and streets collapsed. At this moment, the seawater morphed into a ravenous demon, amidst which two colossal creatures roared and wreaked havoc. Human efforts were utterly futile against such overwhelming forces. Observing the distant crowd struggling for survival against the monstrous waves, Natsuki felt his breath quicken, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He was transported back to the day he traversed into this world. Repressed memories surged forth. Some were swept away by the torrents with anguished cries. Others buried beneath the rubble of collapsed earth, while some were trampled in the chaos of the streets. The catastrophe was rife with tsunamis, earthquakes, typhoons, volcanic eruptions, and the architects of all calamities, colossal monsters that existed solely in the realm of imagination. Humanity appeared so fragile before these natural disasters, helplessly watching as their homeland succumbed to the flood. Ultimately, even the earth itself. Hey, we must move, De urged, leading the children and club staff to safety. Only to find Natsuki seemingly paralyzed by fear, standing motionless at the roadside. The mist-laden winds approached the club, and the murky waves shattered the windows of a nearby department store, showering the crowd with debris, including fish that struck Natsuki's feet. With no time for hesitation, De seized Natsuki, pulling him to join the fleeing throng. Don't be foolish. If we all escape to the mountains, we will be safe. Natsuki was swept away by the crowd, compelled to distance himself from the flood and the monstrous beings. However, as he glanced back, he saw a massive red figure confronting the two beasts. Ryo. On a desolate hillside not far from the club, the humanoid form of Shibu, Chiharu, struggled to ascend. Leaning on his staff while gazing at the ravaged Tokyo, his steps unsteady. He had lost the ability to transform and fight. The current Ryo was no match for the twin monsters, not to mention the lurking magma aliens in the shadows. If this continued, Tokyo, and indeed all of Japan, would be submerged. Chapter 15. Ryo's battle. The ruins ravaged by the surging sea became a battlefield for a colossal life form, the sound of crashing waves resounding like thunder. As Ryo engaged in combat with the twin monsters, Natsuki narrowly evaded a collapsing building, peering through the flames at Ryo battling in the water. Under the assault of the two monsters, Ryo was already flashing red, the fight teetering on the brink of defeat. If this persisted, no one would be able to thwart the monsters. The tide of battle must be turned. Natsuki halted, sidestepping the crowd, and hurled his monster capsule forcefully toward the battlefield. Makuras. Oddly enough, where's that guy? As Masashi Okamura sprinted, he failed to spot Natsuki, a fleeting moment of regret flickering in his eyes. So young. And yet the other party had come seeking Feng-jun. How should he convey this to Feng-jun? Lost in thought, his peripheral vision caught sight of two colossal creatures wreaking havoc in the floodwaters, and suddenly his eyes widened in shock. A new monster materialized on the battlefield. its lantern-like eyes wide and its sausage-like mouth agape, leveraging brute strength to shield Leo from the monstrous assault. What was that? Zhu Xingtuan stepped forward in astonishment. Mikura's. How could this be? Mikura's was supposed to be receiving treatment back in the Land of Light, one of his capsule monsters. Zhu Xingtuan gazed curiously at the crowd seeking refuge before the flood. It seemed the monster capsule had originated from that direction. Had others come from the Land of Light? Yet, there was no reason for such haste. Well done, Mikura's. Natsuki had previously utilized a monster capsule in the Zaya's world. But Mikura's was no match for the Shadow Ultraman, being captured shortly after its appearance. This time, however, it became apparent that Mikura's possessed combat prowess. Although it still could not best the twin monsters, it alleviated some of Leo's burden. The challenge posed by the twin monsters lay in their coordination, particularly with a combination attack that left Leo at a loss. With Mikura's joining the fray, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Yet, the crisis had not abated. Leo's red light still blared, and his active time was dwindling, with a magma alien lurking in the shadows. Only by vanquishing one monster could they hope for victory. Was Seven still inactive? If only Seven could utilize his Ultraman psychic powers. Xiaoxiang. A familiar cry from the other side caught Natsuki's attention. The children from the South City Club were still following the crowd to safety, but a young girl with twin ponytails had stumbled and lagged behind. Though a female teacher from the club quickly scooped her up, a car, swept up by the towering waves, was hurtling toward them. Danger! Natsuki's gaze sharpened. The world around him seemed to freeze in time, the falling car, the floodwaters, the monstrous chaos, the panicked crowd, all suspended in a single moment. The teacher held the little girl close, her eyes squeezed shut in fear, unwilling to witness the approaching vehicle. From a distance, Masashi Okamura, witnessing this scene, extended his hand in alarm, seemingly wanting to run back, yet despair filled his eyes. The shadow of the car had completely engulfed the teacher and the girl. Natsuki struggled to turn his head away, veins bulging in his neck, trembling hands pausing momentarily before suddenly embracing himself. With a flash, the divine light mirror materialized on his chest, its radiance swirling as it expanded to its normal size within Natsuki's hands. Zaya's. Clang. In an instant, the flood consumed the street where Natsuki stood, and the next moment, a blinding light erupted from the depths of the ocean. The silver-red form of Zaya's surging forth from the alternate dimension. Scary. Baizi. In a fleeting moment of brilliance. Desiyuan gazed in horror as the female teacher and Xiaoxiang were struck by a vehicle, and in his frantic approach, he found no trace of them. Where are they? Baizi. Xiaoxiang. Desiyuan's voice trembled as he surveyed the chaotic ruins surrounding him, rendered helpless. President. Another male teacher rushed back. His voice choked with emotion. What happened? Where are Baizi and Xiaoxiang? With a thunderous crash, Zaya's massive form collapsed to the ground. Extending his hands to present the lifeless bodies of the teacher and the little girl before Desiyuan, before turning to face the transformed battlefield. The once serene Tokyo Bay had morphed into a tumultuous arena, now invaded by the descending magma aliens. Leo found himself at a disadvantage once again. And Mikura's was in a precarious position as well. Ultraman. Desiyuan and the others gazed up in astonishment. The new Ultraman warrior, Xiatsu, assumed a battle stance, yet refrained from recklessly entering the fray. From observing Mikura's struggle, it was evident that he was no match for the twin monsters, despite Leo's current plight in battle. It stemmed from the overwhelming strength of the adversaries and his own lack of combat experience. As the Prince of Planet 77, Leo was, after all, a trained Ultraman. Proficient in the cosmic martial arts, with a solid foundation, it was no wonder that within the original narrative, he could master various techniques and turn the tide against monsters after a brief training session with the Star Warriors. In contrast, his sole advantage lay in his light-based techniques. Even when enhanced by the relics of Star 5, he relied on his light to vanquish monsters. Among all Ultramen, those capable of defeating monsters with their bare hands, without depending on light, are exceedingly rare, and Leo is one of them. Observing Leo engaged in battle, Xiatsu, not waiting for the magma aliens to approach him, swiftly gathered energy with his arms crossed. Since hand-to-hand combat was not an option, he resolved to leverage his strengths. Seizing an opportunity to ambush one of the twin monsters, Xiatsu swiftly crossed his arms and aimed at the creature's neck, unleashing a dazzling and powerful ray. Spashura Ray. The twin monster, caught off guard, was struck by Xiatsu's light technique, and after a brief moment of paralysis, its entire head erupted violently. Boom, boom. The battlefield fell into a sudden silence, encompassing both the combatants, Leo and the magma aliens, and the fleeing humans in the outskirts. The sea breeze swept through, and as Xiatsu released his hands, Zaya's form momentarily seemed to embody the very center of the world. Another Ultraman appeared. A burst of yellow smoke erupted, startling the magma aliens. who disregarded the remaining twin monster in their haste to vanish, abandoning Leo. Beep. The red lights of Leo flashed urgently. But he was too weak to pursue the magma aliens. As he regained his composure, he curiously gazed at the unfamiliar giant before him. Zyatsa met Leo's gaze and nodded gently, retracting the capsule monster Makuras before leaping into the air, soaring into the sky. Indeed, the celestial being, leaning upon a cane, ascended the mountain peak, gazing upward as the colossal figure soared overhead. Do other extraterrestrial beings akin to Yuan exist on this planet? Yet, what is the significance of the Makuras in his possession? The Tokyo Bay, now a desolate ruin post-war, seems permeated with the echoes of lamentation. Natsuki navigated through the puddles, surrounded by the debris of shattered edifices. The streets were littered with discarded personal belongings, akin to refuse. A gust of cold wind swept by, prompting Natsuki to stoop and retrieve a filthy teddy bear from the muddy water. One could only ponder the fate of the toy's owner in the wake of such calamity. The disaster was merciless, and even more harrowing was the realization that it had merely begun. Observing the returning throng of evacuees, Natsuki placed the teddy bear atop an overturned car and pressed onward. These individuals remained blissfully unaware of the dreadful events yet to unfold, still rejoicing over the emergence of the new Ultraman. However, despite his current ability to transform into a giant, his powers were exceedingly limited. Not only was his combat prowess lacking, but he was also left with merely 3 transformations, until he discovered the precise method to absorb the special light particles. Each transformation and subsequent battle diminished his hope, even threatening his very life. Had the situation not been exceptional, he would not have transformed to assist Leo. He was merely human, not the cosmic hero these people envisioned. Daddy, where are you? A weeping little boy stood helplessly amidst the ruins, soon uncovering a lifeless body beneath a nearby concrete slab. Daddy, Natsuki silently observed as rescue personnel approached to take away the despondent, wailing child. As a group passed by, he could not help but crouch down. Do not fear, he said, wiping the boy's tears away under the astonished gaze of the rescue team. Regardless of the anguish, the living must persist, enduring with strength. Live well for your father. After watching the rescue team disappear from view, Natsuki turned to leave. His homeland, his planet, and the beloved individuals in his life had all been reduced to nothingness in that explosion. He alone remained as the sole human survivor, now within the Ultraverse. Who, then, would wipe away his tears? Chapter 16. The Umeda family. The Tokyo Youth Entertainment Center, home to the Jonin Sports Club, lay in a somewhat secluded area, untouched by the tsunami wrought by the monsters. The club's members had returned once the waters receded. Standing outside the club, Natsuki once again heard the lively shouts of children. Ah, is that you, Natsuki? Exclaimed the astonished Masashi Omura upon seeing him. You're still alive. I thought what? Natsuki inquired with confusion. Oh, it's nothing, Omura chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Didn't you say you were looking for Fukakuin? Just as he returned, I will take you to find him. Thank you for your assistance. Under the curious gaze of the children, Natsuki followed Omura across the spacious activity room. There, he spotted the lively girl with twin ponytails, accompanied by a sweet smiling female teacher. It was only when the teacher glanced over that Natsuki averted his gaze. Yamaguchi Ayako, the protagonist of this world, tragically met her demise alongside the ponytailed girl during an assault by the disc creatures. Even Leo was unable to protect the one he cherished dearly. Inside the entertainment center, Haugen, having just completed a warm-up training session, was wiping the sweat from his brow when he suddenly heard someone was looking for him, which struck him as odd. Typically, only Captain Kobayashi would seek him out. However, if the captain had something to say, he would come directly, without needing Omura to relay the message. Upon seeing Natsuki, Haugen was taken aback, a flicker of light igniting in his eyes. He did not appear to be an alien, yet he was unlike any ordinary earthling. He resembled an evolved human. Are you also an Ultraman? Haugen asked, excitement bubbling forth. The existence of a native Ultraman on Earth would surely delight the captain. Natsuki had anticipated the need for an explanation, but was surprised that Haugen discerned his identity so swiftly. Is this the supernatural ability of a human form? I was the giant you encountered earlier, but I am not an Ultraman, Natsuki clarified, shaking his head. Huh? Haugen nearly faltered in understanding. Is there a difference? Well, as long as it is what it is. His gratitude was radiant as he leaned forward, sincerely expressing, thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, the situation would have been dire. I am truly grateful. Although the magma aliens had escaped, the 2 twin monsters had left behind their corpses. Not only had he saved Earth, but he had also avenged part of his home planet, 77. Such gratitude was hardly excessive. It was nothing. I initially had no intention of transforming, Natsuki remarked, surveying the cramped confines of Haugen's room, contemplating his accommodation dilemma. He had nothing here. And his visit to Haugen was not solely to explore methods of acquiring dimensional power, but also to seek a place to stay. Due to his previous world, Zayas, he had assumed he had crossed over by possession, leaving him with little money in his pockets. Furthermore, his identity complications rendered finding lodging quite troublesome. However, given the current circumstances, it was evident that Haugen was in a precarious position himself. Could you assist me in finding a place to stay? Natsuki hesitantly inquired. I currently have nowhere to go. Eh? Haugen's smile faltered as he sheepishly scratched his head. Well, I can only stay here temporarily. Borrowing a place, then? In the afternoon, a middle-aged man, who had come to pick up his son, Yumida Michi and Yumida Kaori, cheerfully suggested, since you're a friend of the team member. How about staying at my house? There's an empty room available. That would be a bother, Natsuki replied helplessly. Omura lived alone, with no place to cook. Though he could stay at the teacher Ayako's house with Haugen, it felt rather inappropriate. The remaining male teacher, Takashi Nomura, mentioned that his home situation was rather inconvenient. After inquiring around, he found himself with nowhere to go. That's wonderful, exclaimed Xiaoxiang. Now, Brother Ling can help us with our homework. Suddenly, Natsuki pondered a change of heart. In truth, staying at the female teacher's residence with Feng Yuan would not be so bad. He could also seek instruction in karate. As a time traveler who could depart at any moment, he wished to maintain minimal ties with those around him. After all, he was not devoid of emotions. Each farewell was particularly painful for him. Only by persistently moving forward, refraining from lingering, and focusing solely on his own path could he ease the burden. Feng Jun, Natsuki inquired. May I learn karate from you? Of course, Feng Yuan replied readily. Xiaodong is also studying it, so you can join him. This way, you won't need Mr. Yumida to pick you up and drop you off every day. Natsuki sighed inwardly. Yumida Kaori was the 6-year-old girl with twin ponytails he had rescued. She was an adorable little girl who could play guitar and sing. Yumida Xiaodong, her 10-year-old brother, was determined and quite cheerful. In the original story, Xiaodong witnessed their father being cleaved in two by extraterrestrials, and later, his younger sister Kaori perished alongside Yamaguchi Ayako during an attack by a disc-shaped creature. It was indeed a tragic tale. Given this, Natsuki had initially resolved not to form a close bond with the two children. He could not remain there indefinitely to protect this family, nor did he possess the capacity to do so. Naturally, he could not agree to tutor the Yumida family either. Ultimately, Natsuki settled into a small bedroom adorned with a poster of Zhu Beiji, just spacious enough for himself. Brother Ling, exclaimed the gap-toothed Kaori, as she placed a vase filled with flowers by the window, her face alight with joy. I picked some flowers for you. Please don't always wear such a cold expression. When have I ever worn a cold expression? Natsuki was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps it was due to time travel that he had grown increasingly indifferent to human relationships, yet he maintained a certain warmth towards children. Did this child sense the emotional distance in his heart? You've always been like that, unlike Brother Feng, who was more jovial. Kaori made a funny face and darted outside. Natsuki shook his head and quietly gazed at the small mirror on the table. Brother Ling. Xiaodong suddenly rushed in with his homework notebook. There's a problem I can't solve. Could you please help me? Meeting the eager gaze of the young boy, Natsuki contemplated declining, but found himself unable to refuse. Let me take a look. After all, residing in someone else's home made it difficult to turn down such a request. Just this once, he thought. Having spent considerable time in the Ultraman universe, coupled with his foundational knowledge, his grasp of Japanese was adequate, and tackling elementary school problems posed no significant challenge. Is your father usually the one who helps you with your homework? Natsuki casually inquired. Father is too busy, Xiaotong explained. My sister Xiaoxiang and I have always sought help from Brother Feng. Not just us, everyone in the club turns to Brother Feng. Xiaoshu raised his head. Is Feng Yuan an alien? How long has he lived on Earth? After helping Xiaotong with his homework, it was already late. Xiaoshu stretched and said, I'll take a break now. We can discuss things tomorrow. All right. Xiaotong contentedly closed the door as he left. By the way, Brother Ling, we have to wake up early tomorrow. There's a karate class on the weekend. As Xiaoshu listened to the footsteps fade away, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and got up to lock the door behind him, glancing at the vase illuminated by the moonlight outside the window. He lay back down on the bed. The spiritual mirror on his chest still emitted a faint warmth. The transformation from earlier in the day was insufficient to catalyze his evolution. He hadn't awakened any new talents. But it seemed that the genetic bottleneck had begun to loosen. The final evolutionary opportunity of the Tree of Life seed was indeed related to combat. Speaking of which, Gagula's evolution required not only intense emotional stimulation, but also the necessity of battle. Xiaoshu rested his head on his hands, his thoughts drifting back to Planet Ganon. He thought of Gagula and Honkai. Bonds are both a burden and a source of strength. However, the power gained through reliance on bonds, whether light or dark, carries significant weaknesses without the foundation of personal cultivation. Even the formidable power of the Bond of Light, Noah, is no exception. In this idealistic Ultraman universe, while the power of bonds is undeniably strong, ultimately, they all lead to the same conclusion. One's own mental strength can also be fostered independently. As long as he perseveres in his evolution, he will forge his own path, even without relying on bonds. A path of martial evolution that belongs to him. He firmly believes in this. Chapter 17. Perilous combat battle the next day at the South City Sports Club. Due to his poor karate fundamentals, Xia Shu trained alone with Feng Yuan until evening, while Xiao Tong and Xiao Xiang waited nearby, suppressing their laughter. Feng Yuan admonished them, saying, Gao Shu has simply never been exposed to this before, so no laughing. If you laugh, he won't be able to concentrate. I'm sorry. All right, Gao Shu. Relax a bit. Let us try again. In the spacious dojo, Feng Yuan patiently guided Xia Shu again and again, showing no signs of impatience. The energy must originate from the ground. Your stance is good with your feet apart, just like that. Push off the ground, twist your waist, and side kick. Next is the front kick. Keep your legs straight, toes up, and don't exert force with your heel. Your legs should extend forward as if scooping water. I can't feel the power, again. Your leg strength is substantial. To enhance your combat ability in a short time, you must master your kicks. Feng Yuan continued to emphasize. Bang. Huh. Xia Shu kicked towards Feng Yuan, his legs cutting through the air with a whoosh. With continuous kicks, even with his extraordinary stamina, he was soon drenched in sweat and began to breathe heavily. His leg strength should stem from an extraordinary leap. Indeed, it is the most formidable aspect of his being. Yet each time he launched a kick, it was effortlessly intercepted by Feng Yuan. Reflecting on how Leo was repeatedly vanquished by monsters, only to achieve hard-won victories through intense trainings, a glimmer of determination flickered within Natsuki. Evolution, of course, holds significance, but one must not overlook the importance of combat prowess. In the days to come, he would face an increasing number of battles. Not every encounter could be resolved through mere cunning as in the previous instances. As for the Ruined Star, it primarily relied on a 5-tier enhancement in light, while in the Zaya world, it was entirely dependent on light techniques to outmaneuver the Shadow Giant. Let us call it a day. Feng Yuan suddenly interjected. It is getting quite late. Natsuki snapped back to reality, realizing that the outside had already plunged into darkness. I apologize for making you wait, he said. Zero brother. Xiao Xiang tugged at Natsuki's sleeve. Let's hurry back. We are all hungry. All right. Natsuki nodded and turned to Feng Yuan and the others. We shall take our leave for now. See you tomorrow. After departing from the club, Natsuki accompanied the Yamada siblings home, the heat of his body dissipating considerably in the cool breeze. He had been rather hasty. Enhancing combat abilities was not an overnight endeavor. However, after these past 2 days, he began to suspect that perhaps he needed to confront the final enemy of the Leo world to acquire the special light particles. If that were indeed the case, not to mention whether his remaining 3 transformation opportunities would last until then, could he even triumph over the ultimate adversary? In the original narrative, Leo had been severely beaten. Natsuki frowned deeply. Meow. A chilling and sorrowful cat's cry echoed through the night, startling Natsuki before it abruptly ceased. Xiaoxiang huddled closer to Natsuki. Zero brother, I'm scared. It's all right, Natsuki reassured, halting his steps and tensing his body as he gazed ahead. The road was deserted, and although there were streetlights, their illumination was insufficient. The direction from which the cat's cry emanated was shrouded in darkness. He recalled the Yamada family's ordeal, which had occurred during a night when they were ambushed by the Zulu aliens. The Zulu aliens, also known as bizarre extraterrestrials, excelled in dual-stage double attacks with the blades of their arms, appearing and disappearing at will, particularly indulging in slaughter under the cover of darkness, relishing the thrill of cleaving humans in two, then framing Leo for the deeds. To encounter them now was truly unfortunate. Hey, where are you from? A drunken man stumbled past the intersection, noticing Natsuki and the others, and he stopped with a grin. Be careful. Natsuki suddenly heard the rush of wind and caught a glimpse of a shadow leaping in the air. Whoosh! The shadow darted by, and in an instant, half of the drunken man's body was propelled into the air amidst Xiaoxiang's terrified scream, blood splattering everywhere, his eyes wide open as he fell before Natsuki. Simultaneously, the shadow revealed its form, its arm blades glinting with a faint, chilling light. Natsuki shielded Shoko behind him. Glancing at the dismembered body of the drunken man and the nearby streetlight that had been severed in the chaos, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. The astonishing speed and leaping ability, coupled with the terrifying slicing power of the dual blades, compelled him to shout, "Return to the club." As the Zulu creature leapt towards them, Natsuki forcefully pushed the Yamada siblings aside. Startled, he watched as the Zulu's blades cleaved through a nearby car. In a moment of urgency, Natsuki narrowly leaped onto the roof of a side building, the brilliance of the divine light mirror illuminating his chest. For him, the Leo world was the most suitable realm for enhancing combat prowess, yet simultaneously the least appropriate for his existence. If this continued, he would meet the same fate as the drunken man. Without waiting for the Zulu to strike again, Natsuki embraced the moment, his form magnifying with the divine light mirror, swiftly merging into a beam of light. Zayas. As the intense radiance surged forth, Natsuki aimed to punch the descending Zulu, but the creature nimbly evaded, then transformed into a monstrous figure, its dual-bladed arms now resembling those of a ferocious beast. Roar. The creature's reaction was swift. Natsuki's peripheral vision caught sight of the Yumita siblings fleeing towards the club. Shifting his stance, he prepared to confront the dual-bladed monstrosity. Now that it had grown in size, he no longer feared being sliced in half by a single blow. As long as he could stall until Leo arrived, they could together vanquish this foe. With a resounding crash, a building in their path was effortlessly cleaved apart by the Zulu's swift strike, the cut precise and smooth. It was terrifying. Natsuki instinctively took 2 steps back, uncertain of the consequences should Zayas be struck. He dared not underestimate the rapidly advancing Zulu. Monstrous creature. Meanwhile, at the club, H-Jin received the urgent team notification and dashed outside, witnessing Natsuki confronting the Zulu alone. H-Jin, SH2, fighting back tears, choked up as he brought his sister before H-Jin, exclaiming, "Zero is dead. That monster killed him." What? H-Jin, in disarray, glanced at the anguished siblings before turning his gaze towards the battlefield where the giant loomed. That giant, known as Zayas in Takaki's words, must indeed be Takaki himself. I understand, Takaki will be fine. H-Jin hurriedly entrusted the Yumita siblings to the club president, Mura, for protection. After leaving the club, he prepared to transform and lend support. He could see that Natsuki was in dire straits. That level of combat skill was beyond even his capabilities. This is not good. H-Jin's expression shifted suddenly. Whoosh. In the nighttime battlefield, the Zulu, having just cleaved a building, suddenly leapt with agility, displaying a fighting style unlike that of a typical monster, and in mid-air, kicked Natsuki away. By the time Natsuki regained his footing, the blade's light was already upon him. 2 strikes. Xiaoshu blocked a flash of blade, yet could not protect the other side. His body was swiftly sliced by a sharp arm blade, a searing pain nearly rendering him unconscious. This cutting force, while insufficient to cleave Zayas in 2, was more than enough to inflict grievous injury. The red alarm blared urgently. With great difficulty, Xiaoshu retreated to the riverbank, only to again be met with a flash of steel, his body collapsing into the river as the agonizing pain in his chest overwhelmed him. How could this happen? Submerged in the water, as his consciousness began to blur, he faintly heard a desperate shout, Leo's grand crimson form blocking Zolok's path. Zayas, Dad, where are you? In a world of desolation, shrouded in dust and swirling ashes, Xiaoshu traversed the ruins, gazing into the distance at the colossal beast amidst the mountains. In the final moment of his journey, he beheld the bright line of Earth's explosion from the cosmos. Xiaoshu, Dad. In the galaxy's timeline, Xiaoshu abruptly awoke, drenched in sweat, sitting up from the ground. Attempting to rise, his foot slipped, causing him to fall back down. The excruciating pain pierced through him, distorting his features, tearing open his jacket. He discovered 2 horrific wounds on his chest, his shirt soaked in crimson. This was no dream. He had nearly been killed in Leo's timeline. Gasping, Xiaoshu surveyed his familiar surroundings, quickly realizing he had returned to the galaxy. The shimmering light of the divine mirror flickered at his chest, a gentle warmth integrating into his wounds, the pain gradually subsiding and the terrifying injuries beginning to heal. At the very least, they were no longer life-threatening. Exhaling deeply, Xiaoshu reclined once more. It seemed the divine mirror had temporarily brought him back to save him. Each time he activated the time reversal, he realized he could continue to travel back and forth, rather than disconnecting entirely upon his return. This meant he still had a chance. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and he faintly heard Sherdong Myling conversing with the landlord. Yes, it had been several days since he had last seen her after entering the apartment. Ugh. Xiaoshu stifled the pain, struggling to rise. When he reached the door, he cracked it open slightly, maintaining a stern demeanor as he inquired, "What is it?" Sherdong Myling was startled, putting down her phone. "What happened? You look unwell." "I accidentally got a bit hurt," Xiaoshu replied, intending to close the door to send her away. However, he paused and asked, "Do you have any bandages or antiseptic?" The divine mirror lacked healing capabilities. It merely enhanced his body's self-healing abilities. It would be best to tend to the wounds. Sherdong Myling hesitated, perplexed. "Are you really okay? You haven't been cooped up in here for days, have you? Please, could you help me get some?" "Thank you," Xiaoshu interrupted. "I can pay you." "Oh, no need for money. We're neighbors," Sherdong Myling replied, bemused, as she returned to her home to fetch the supplies. Chapter 18. Rapid movement. The recovery time from his injuries was far swifter than Natsuki had anticipated. After procuring bandages and medication from Iridori Mirin, only a few days had passed before the wound on his chest had completely healed, leaving no trace of a scar. It dawned upon him that he was undergoing a transformation into the extraordinary. He could now engage in some restorative training. Natsuki recalled his battle against Zuluk in the Rhea world. Given his current condition, it would be a formidable challenge to vanquish the monsters of that realm. Relying solely on light techniques to resolve conflicts was not a viable strategy. Hence, there was no need to rush. He would remain in the galaxy's temporal space for a while longer to train, at least until he could develop his leg strength. With this thought in mind, Natsuki ventured outside for the first time in several days. He remembered there was a karate dojo on the town's commercial street where he could solidify his foundational skills. Just then, Iridori Mirin emerged from next door, her surprise evident upon seeing him. "Are you feeling better already?" she exclaimed. This peculiar neighbor had spent an extended period locked away in his home, and the last time she checked, he had inexplicably sustained injuries, using up an entire roll of bandages. "I'm heading to the commercial street," Natsuki replied with a gentle nod. "What about you?" "I'm off to Keisei Elementary. During summer vacation, I serve as a Miko at the shrine." Iridori Mirin seemed to perceive something remarkable in this exchange. A miracle. The strange neighbor had actually initiated a conversation with her. The Galaxy Shrine, is it? Natsuki thought of the old priest he had encountered last time. He had failed to acquire the Galaxy Spark due to an encounter with the Taro doll and had subsequently traveled to the Rhea temporal space. From the recent commotion emanating from the back mountains, it appeared that the Galaxy Spark had already been utilized by Light in the hall. Perhaps he would have another opportunity to explore that later. As he approached the commercial street, Natsuki could hear the melodies wafting through the air, transforming the once tranquil town into a vibrant symphony. The song you are currently listening to is the immensely popular Summer Breeze, Autumn Wind. Among the youth, the announcement echoed. "Is this a joke?" Natsuki muttered, somewhat overwhelmed. Even if the tune is delightful, it hardly warrants incessant repetition. He preferred a serene environment. Yet it seemed impossible to escape the music's grasp. Upon reaching the dojo, the cacophony of the commercial street diminished significantly, replaced by the lively shouts of training students. Inside, he immediately spotted a group of children clad in white gi diligently practicing. "Learning karate?" The head instructor, taken aback by Natsuki's presence, inquired. "We typically only accept children, and the instruction we provide is quite fundamental." "I wish to learn the basics," Natsuki implored. "Please teach me how to train my kicks." The various kicking techniques in karate demanded considerable flexibility, with some requiring the ability to elevate one's leg to strike an opponent's head. Clearly, he was not yet capable of such feats. All of this necessitates fundamental training. The dojo master gazed at the thick stack of yen that Xiaoshu had placed before him, his expression revealing a mix of concern and acceptance. "Let us first assess your abilities," he said. "We shall begin with a simple side kick. If you prove suitable, I may consider taking you on as my disciple." At the karate dojo, a group of children gathered around, their eyes gleaming with curiosity as they watched Xiaoshu seemingly prepare to spar with the master. "I heard he is going to learn karate with us. Is that big brother ready?" The master, with an air of authority, surveyed the onlookers before addressing Xiaoshu. "Come at me with all your strength. All out." "Understood." Xiaoshu, having completed his warm-up, hesitated momentarily, realizing the gravity of the situation and adopting a serious demeanor. After spending a day under Feng Yuan's tutelage in the Leo world, he grasped the essential techniques. The key was to perform them effectively, just as he had done before Feng Yuan. With a sudden surge of determination, Xiaoshu advanced, his body twisting as he unleashed a powerful side kick that struck the master with alarming force. The master, sensing the impending danger too late, was sent sprawling through the air like a marionette with severed strings, crashing painfully outside the ring amidst an eerie silence. "What?" Xiaoshu's leg froze midair. "What is happening?" "Master, he is unconscious. Call for an ambulance." The other instructors within the dojo glared at Xiaoshu, their eyes filled with fury. "Hey, are you trying to kill him? You said you just started learning karate." Xiaoshu silently withdrew his leg, enduring the barrage of accusations without defending himself. In truth, he had only practiced kicking for a single day. He had simply forgotten that the master was not akin to Feng Yuan and had not anticipated the immense power behind his strike. "Wait, my speed seems to have increased." Xiaoshu examined the information from his divine light mirror anew. Race, human life level, cosmic being, lifespan, 200 years, Earth Standard Time, rank, level 2, evolution initiation. Exceptional adaptability to various planetary environments, superior vitality, enhanced jumping ability, high-speed movement evolution material, unknown giant from ruined star. Zai's Ultraman permissions, time-space traversal. After recovering from his injuries, he had inexplicably gained a new talent, high-speed movement. It seemed that even at level 2, this ability was attainable. Was it due to the seed of the Tree of Life? Xiaoshu pondered, realization dawning upon him. High-speed movement evidently also involved enhancements to his legs. Augmenting both strength and velocity, it was no wonder his kick had been so powerful. But now, what to do? Watching the master being carried away. Xiaoshu ruefully scratched his head. After leaving the commercial street, he found himself unwittingly at the edge of Jiaoxing Primary School. He had intended to undergo systematic training in combat, but had not anticipated nearly incapacitating the master. Clearly, he could no longer remain at the dojo. It seemed he would have to embark on special training on his own. Xiaoshu reflected deeply, recalling that he was quite familiar with Zulu's second-tier attack, having even experienced it firsthand. He recalled that in the original play, Seven had mentioned that mastering the 3-stage attack would suffice to contend with Zulu. The crux of the 3-stage attack lay in the kicking motion. The dilemma now was that he could not even execute a 2-stage attack without blocking Zulu's dual blade strikes. He would have no opportunity to utilize his kicks. Alternatively, could he perhaps enhance his kicking speed to strike Zulu first? As he pondered these thoughts, a figure of a crimson-eyed alien flickered around Natsuki, swiftly materializing before him. Ah, a bewildered human. The Balkine chuckled ominously, drawing closer with a replica of the dark spark pulsating in a bizarre dance. Allow me to exploit your shadowy psyche. Come now, defeat Ultraman Jinga. A crimson light enveloped the space around Natsuki, a peculiar force shrouding him. Dark power? Natsuki held little regard for such forces, observing the Bakian's performance with indifference. Once the space returned to normalcy, a similar dark spark replica and a dynadol materialized in Natsuki's hand. He realized that this Balkine was merely a puppet of the dark spark, dispatched by the entity known as Lysiel, tasked with manipulating humans. It seemed he had become one of the targeted individuals. Natsuki gazed in silence as the Balkine vanished. Did he appear to be someone easily swayed? Shaking his head, Natsuki scrutinized the translucent, deep purple short sword and the dynadol in his grasp, although he had failed to acquire the Jinga spark. Examining the dark spark seemed equally intriguing. The ability to halt the time of living beings and the manifestation of spark dolls possessed qualities that piqued his interest even more than the Jinga spark. Alas, the item before him was merely a dark virtual spark, resembling the dark spark in form but limited in function to manifesting spark dolls. A mere tool derived from the division of the dark spark. Through this replica, he could faintly sense an exceedingly malevolent and powerful life force. The true bearer of the dark spark, Lysiel, stood in stark opposition to Jinga. Suddenly, Natsuki felt a jolt, his gaze fixated on the elementary school building. He sensed that the essence of the dark spark seemed to reside within the school. Could it possibly be that old priest? No, despite his limited understanding of the plot. He was certain that the old priest had no connection to Lysiel. It must be someone else. A boy, seemingly of high school age and resembling Iridori Mirai, passed by and cast a curious glance at Natsuki, instantly captivated by the dark virtual spark in his hand. So, you are the one orchestrating everything. The selected one, Hikaru, exclaimed in anger. Who are you? Natsuki, upon seeing the boy, had a vague inkling of his identity. Hikaru, the chosen one, served as the human vessel for Ultraman Jinga in this realm. To refer to him merely as a vessel seemed inadequate. He was more accurately described as an envoy, capable of engaging in superfusion battles with Ultraman Jinga through the Jinga spark. Who do you think I am? Li Tangguang questioned, his voice laced with hostility. You should be the one to explain. What is your true intention behind manipulating people's hearts? The man seemed to have misunderstood. Xiaoshu shook his head, preparing to leave. Do not mistake me for an enemy. What? Hey, don't go. Li Tangguang chased after him for a few steps, but soon lost sight of Xiaoshu. Damn it. Chapter 19, Telepathy Drink. In the lush forests of Jiangxing Mountain, after swiftly evading Li Tangguang, Xiaoshu selected a secluded spot to commence his leg training against the trees. Achieving greater speed was essential. Only then could he break through myriad techniques and significantly enhance his combat prowess in a short time. In the realm of Leo, physical techniques were paramount. Once he fortified this weakness, combined with his formidable light skills, defeating the final adversary would not be an insurmountable task. Xiaoshu clenched his fists and resumed his kicking drills. The opportunity to revisit the Leo world was indeed rare. Not only could he seek counsel from Leo, but he might also learn a few moves from Sai. Such an experience during this new era was nothing short of extraordinary. Even if he ultimately failed to acquire the special light particles, he would emerge from the Leo world as a martial arts expert. In this new generation, he borrowed strength from his predecessors, while he himself returned to the past to seek wisdom, relying on training to elevate his own capabilities. Ultimately, the long path of evolution must be traversed through one's own efforts. At Jiangxing Primary School, Li Tangguang entered the classroom, his brow furrowed with concern. Just as Sherdong Miling, dressed in a Miko outfit, happened to be present. "What's wrong, Xiaoguang?" she inquired. "I encountered a suspicious individual at the school gate." Li Tangguang sighed, and it seems connected to the puppet master. He vanished in the blink of an eye. "Could you be mistaken?" Sherdong Miling asked, puzzled. "Nothing unusual has occurred today, has it?" "I am uncertain. He was holding a dark spark," Li Tangguang lamented. "If only Taro were here. Where has that guy gone? It's been a week already. I'm quite worried." "Indeed, I hope nothing has happened." Sherdong Miling was aware of the situation concerning Li Tangguang and Taro, and her concern mirrored his. "By the way, was the suspicious person from town?" "Probably not," Li Tangguang replied, his expression cold. "It just feels off." "A cold expression?" Sherdong Miling thought of her eccentric neighbor immediately. "Surely not. He was said to be heading to the commercial street. Why would he come to Jiangxing Primary School?" "What is happening today?" Li Tangguang gazed out the window. "The commercial street has been playing music all day. It seems to be a trending song. Honestly, is it necessary to repeat it so often? What is that car doing?" Sherdong Miling followed his gaze, noticing a vehicle entering the campus. "Oh, it seems to have come from Tokyo to shoot a photo session," Li Tangguang explained. "A photo session? The principal mentioned that. Should we go take a look?" In the forest behind the mountain, a tree, roughly the width of a bowl, was abruptly severed by Xia Shu's kick, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The full force of his strength had been unleashed. Satisfied, Xia Shu surveyed the results of his efforts. His progress since arriving in the Leo realm was indeed remarkable. "Hey, you there!" A patrolling officer called out loudly while cycling through the woods. "What are you doing? It's prohibited to cut down trees here." By the time the officer parked his bicycle and dashed into the thicket, Xia Shu had vanished, leaving only a scene of disarray behind. There were no signs of axes or tools. The trunks appeared to have been forcibly broken. What is going on? Is someone insane? Coming here to kick trees? When did they become so fragile? After hastily leaving the forest, Xia Shu sought a restaurant to dine in beneath the apartment building in the small town. He hadn't anticipated the presence of police patrolling the mountain. It was outrageous that tree cutting was forbidden. Now, he found himself devoid of a place to practice. Should he enter the Leo realm prematurely? He felt unprepared. According to the information from the Divine Light Mirror, should he re-enter the Leo realm, he would not be long separated from the time of his departure, which meant he might encounter Zuluk again. At this moment, he was still no match for Zuluk. Let us wait a couple more days, he decided. Time was still relatively abundant. The effects of the seed of the tree of life were becoming increasingly evident, and he was on the cusp of breaking through his bottleneck. He could not afford to rush. As night fell, the town descended into silence, though there was an unsettling sense that something was brewing in the darkness. Lying in bed, Xia Shu turned over and suddenly opened his eyes. Gazing at the purple short sword at his bedside, which pulsated with a dark aura, Lujia air had begun to stir once more, perhaps sensing his inactivity. It had chosen to manipulate others instead. Xia Shu picked up the purple short sword along with the nearby Diga figurine, attempting to hold them against his chest to assess the situation. The Divine Light Mirror emitted a faint glow, indicating some level of response, albeit weak. It was unclear which of the Divine Light Mirror and the Dark Spark was the superior artifact, but he felt shielded from the influence of dark power, partly due to the presence of the Divine Light Mirror. What would occur if he utilized the short sword and the Diga figurine for dark materialization? Would it transform into Dark Diga? Shaking his head, Xia Shu decided against it for now. In times of emergency, it might be worth a try, but at present, it was better to refrain. He needed power, certainly, but not power that was uncontrollable or incomprehensible. Such forces would hold no significance for his evolution. Xia Shu lifted his head, sensing something unusual. It seemed that Sherdong Miling had not returned home this evening. Was there something happening at the elementary school? As the night passed, he found himself once more outside the elementary school, discovering that Sherdong Miling had not returned because she was at school taking campus photographs. In the distance, one could see Sherdong Miling clad in a kimono, serving as a model beside the playground. The light of the auditorium encountered yesterday was also present. It seems he was overthinking things. Next, he resolved to seek a new training location in the mountains behind, as it was improbable that there would be someone patrolling the area every day. Furthermore, his previous choice had been too close to the roadside. With such an expansive Jiangxing mountain, there were bound to be places that were not easily discernible. Today, he would attempt to break through his limitations and subsequently venture into the realm of Leo once more. What a useless fellow. The bulky alien suddenly appeared before Natsuki. Screaming in frustration, "Why haven't you made a move yet? It's been a whole day. Get lost." Natsuki had already gained confidence in the power of his kicks, yet he had not engaged in formal combat. This fellow appeared at the right moment. After all, he was merely a pawn of Lugia, so eliminating him would pose no issue. With a sudden burst of energy, Natsuki pivoted and delivered a powerful side kick before the bulky alien could react. The force of the strike sent the bulky alien flying, crashing heavily into a large tree, its form dissipating upon impact. Has he vanished? Has he fled? Natsuki rushed forward, scanning the area but finding no trace of the bulky. His strength was sufficient, yet it seemed somewhat inadequate against extraterrestrial beings. Moreover, in battle, one only had a single opportunity, as any attack would inevitably provoke caution. Thus, he needed to enhance his training. Deep within Jiangxing Mountain, undisturbed, Natsuki's kicking speed increased dramatically. He was not overly ambitious, for now, mastering this one side kick would suffice. He planned to use it as his ultimate move in combat, with the rest to be learned gradually in the future. With a resounding crash, the thickest tree around erupted, and a radiant light from his chest, the divine mirror, began to shimmer magnificently. What was happening? Natsuki paused, puzzled, as he gazed at the divine mirror, suddenly sensing his consciousness expanding outward. In a brief moment, he became aware of the situation at Jiangxing Primary School. At that moment, one of Sherdong Miling's female classmates had been corrupted by dark forces, transforming into a creature known as Lagong, a monstrous underwater ape, seemingly disrupting Sherdong Miling's photo shoot, and was now battling Ultraman Galaxy. What was going on? Natsuki rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Despite the forest obstructing his view, he could see the situation at Jiangxing Primary School clearly, even catching sight of Sherdong Miling in the broadcasting room of the teaching building. Telepathic connection? Natsuki checked the information once more. Race, humanity life level, cosmic beings, lifespan, 200 years, Earth Standard Time, rank, 3rd tier, the beginning of evolution, exceptional adaptability to the various planetary environments of cosmic life, extraordinary vitality, superior jumping ability, high-speed movement, telepathy, evolution material, unknown giants of ruinous star, Zaya's Ultraman authority, time-space traversal indeed, having reached the 3rd tier. If the 2nd tier signifies physical enhancement, the 3rd tier marks the inception of various superpowers. At this juncture, he can truly be considered a genuine being of this world. Furthermore, not only has he acquired superhuman abilities, but he also senses an enhancement in his physical constitution, as his previously fatigued body now feels remarkably light due to rigorous training. The power of the seed of the Tree of Life has finally been fully activated. Chapter 20. The battle with Leo in time-space at the rear mountain of Xiangxing Elementary School. Nearly at the same moment that Natsuki was examining his evolution information, Lagan was successfully persuaded by the galaxy, and upon detaching from materialization, a sphere of light descended to the ground, accompanied by the restored high school girl. However, just as the galaxy was preparing to depart, an unexpected attack struck from behind. A colossal robot descended from the sky, launching a frenzied assault on the galaxy. Boom. A robot, gasped Hall of Light in astonishment. Steel number 9, a killing machine birthed from Bitstar, a member of the Ultimate Zero security team, appeared in its red-eyed state, a manifestation of the spark doll materialized by dark sparks. Bang, bang, bang. The galaxy was engulfed in a series of explosive blasts, leaving no opportunity for retaliation, and the girl below was also caught in the tumult of battle. Chikusa, Shidamirin, emerging from the school, exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing the girl caught in the explosion. As she rushed to rescue her, she suddenly saw a figure flash past, swiftly embracing Chikusa and evacuating the battlefield. That person. Boom. The galaxy's timer flickered as its massive form descended almost simultaneously, shaking the ground violently, while being bombarded once more by the Steel Killer's ray cannons. The entire rear mountain battlefield was utterly ravaged, its visage unrecognizable. Natsuki gently set the girl down at the edge of the school playground and looked up at the severely injured galaxy, accompanied by the urgent flashing of red lights. The galaxy had no time to counterattack before detaching from materialization. However, the Steel Killer also ceased its assault, soaring into the cosmos. At present, the galaxy had yet to revive. Hall of Light was merely harnessing the galaxy's power for combat, unable to fully materialize it, with an operational time limited to merely 3 minutes. Nevertheless, it was indeed formidable. Whether it was the Steel Killer or the galaxy transformed through Hall of Light, both surpassed Zaya's in terms of sheer strength. This was not related to combat skills, but rather a clear dominance in power. His most potent light technique appeared somewhat lackluster compared to the new generation. No wonder Zai had nearly been forgotten. With a solemn expression, Natsuki departed from the school. He still has a long journey ahead, a necessary challenge in his evolution towards becoming light. There is no need for despondency. Starting from scratch may lack the convenience of ready-made power, yet how many can truly attain such power? Not everyone is destined to be chosen. He became acutely aware of this when the Ring of Light denied him at the pinnacle of the 050 warriors. Moreover, being a chosen one is not his aspiration. He does not merely wish to wield power, he yearns to embody it. Of course, he also scorns the idea of submitting to darkness. For even if one were to derive strength from it, it would be nothing more than an ephemeral illusion, subject to manipulation at any moment. More alarmingly, many who plunge into darkness in the Ultraverse become peculiar, akin to a cadre of troubled youth, extreme and mentally immature, with most meeting unfortunate fates. The thought alone is intolerable to him. Only through his own painstaking evolution can he become a true powerhouse. It is nearly time to venture into the Leo dimension. Natsuki murmured. Having reached the 3rd tier and undergone targeted training over the past few days, he no longer fears facing Zuluk again. Only by entering the Leo world can he further hone his strength. Just then, Ishido Mirin rushed back to the playground, panting, but arrived too late to see anything but Natsuki's fleeting figure vanish. The playground was left with only the unconscious classmate, Kuno Chikusa. I was so close. Ishido Mirin fumed, stamping her foot, her expression uncertain as she gazed in the direction Natsuki had departed. That silhouette seemed reminiscent of the strange neighbor. Yet, the speed displayed moments ago was extraordinary, almost beyond human capability. Could it be that what Little Light said earlier was true? The strange neighbor may be odd, but surely not malevolent. Ishido Mirin resolved to investigate further after returning home. In the Leo dimension, following Natsuki, Leo, who had rushed to assist, similarly fell victim to Zuluk. The club members searched throughout the night, finally discovering the unconscious Feng Yuan by the seaside. Hurry, is the hot sugar water ready? Here it comes. The hot water bottle is ready too. Hang in there, Fengkuan. Inside the club, President Omura and others summoned a doctor who bandaged Feng Yuan's wounds, then sought ways to warm him, who had suffered greatly from the cold. Despite Feng Yuan's robust constitution, having soaked in the frigid sea for an entire night while sustaining serious injuries, he now bore pale lips and trembled uncontrollably. I couldn't find Brother Zero. Sho sobbed as she entered, her face streaked with tears. Damn it. Takaki must also be in the sea. Feng Yuan managed to sit up with effort, asserting. He is definitely still alive. Brother Feng, you mustn't get up yet, Fengkuan. Baiko and the others exclaimed in alarm. No, we must hurry to rescue him. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and threw off the blanket covering him. His body can gradually recover, but he can no longer find the source of Zai, as Ultraman Takagi Zero's words. Zhu Xingtuan appeared at the door, leaning on a cane, and shouted to stop Feng Yuan. I have already dispatched someone to search. You have a more pressing task at hand. Captain, Feng Yuan clenched his fists in anguish. If only he had gone to provide support a moment earlier. Follow me. Zhu Xingtuan, with a serious expression, led Feng Yuan away from the club. Captain. Feng Yuan hesitated, looking at the limping Zhu Xingtuan ahead. Now is not the time for regrets, Zhu Xingtuan said solemnly. The Zuluk aliens will return soon, Yuan. If you wish to avoid shedding tears once more, dedicate yourself to training diligently, and next time, you shall defeat that foe. Beep. The communicator in Zhu Xingtuan's hand suddenly lit up. Captain, the liaison reported extraterrestrial monsters have appeared in the Tokyo area. I'm on my way. Zhu Xingtuan replied, turning to remind Feng Yuan that creature employs a 2-part attack. 1 part can be countered with 1 part, but to break the 2-part attack, 3 parts are needed. Simply evading will not suffice. Therefore, you must launch a more vigorous counterattack based on the 2-part assault. Avoidance is not an option. 3 parts? Feng Yuan recalled his battle with Zuluk. Indeed, a defensive stance would lead to an increasingly passive situation, ultimately failing to defend completely. Precisely. When the monster strikes with both hands, you must defend with both hands, and rely on your feet for the remaining blow. This is how you seize the initiative. After explaining, Zhu Xingtuan added sternly, Listen, Yuan. Regardless of what occurs next, do not entertain unnecessary thoughts. You must master the 3-part attack before transforming to battle. If another Ultraman were present, he would not be so eager for Feng Yuan's special training. Even if the monster's 2-part attack is formidable, it cannot simultaneously confront both Leo and Zayas. However, Zhu Xingtuan felt the weight of his burden. Until Feng Yuan masters the 3-part attack, he must lead the team to thwart the monster. Even if it means facing total annihilation again, he must buy time for Feng Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. In the Tokyo area, the team's aircraft circled around Zuluk, continuously launching attacks while providing cover for the evacuating ground civilians, but the effect was minimal. Merely delaying the monster's ongoing destruction, Zhu Xingtuan rushed to the scene in a ground vehicle, witnessing the danger faced by the pilots of the fighter jets, and quickly opened fire to assist them. Though the damage was slight, it successfully drew Zuluk's attention. Come on, Zhu Xingtuan shouted. Roar. Zuluk disregarded the bothersome aircraft, wielding his twin blades and fixating entirely on Zhu Xingtuan. Clearly, he recognized Zhu Xingtuan as 7. After Zuluk had successively defeated Zayas and Liu, it was Zhu Xingtuan who had repelled him with telekinesis. He was also the one who stopped him from committing murder in his extraterrestrial form during the night. Hatred had long reached its zenith, and seizing the opportunity, he raised his arm blade to thrust at the staggering Zurixing. Captain! A radiant flash erupted from the rift in time and space, as a colossal figure burst forth from the luminous passageway. Oh no! With a resounding crash. Just as the arm blade was about to descend upon him, Zurixing managed to roll and rise, only to be astonished by the sight of Zuluk being sent flying by the crimson figure. Zayasi. Zurixing gazed at the giant's brilliant red head, his expression shifting in surprise. Was that the Ultraman from before still alive? Chapter 21. Counterattack. The fierce wind swept across the battlefield, stirring up a cloud of dust among the ruins, where a child's ball tumbled through the debris, bearing witness to the desolation of this forsaken land. Suddenly, a massive foot, along with rubble and the ball, came crashing down, obliterating a nearby building. Facing off were the dual-blade beast Zuluk and the seemingly aggressive red giant, Zayasi Ultraman. Zuluk swung his arm blades to cleave through the obstructive structure, casting a puzzled glance at the returning Natsuki. The sudden kick he had received moments ago had inflicted intense pain, and for some reason, the unfamiliar Ultraman before him appeared significantly stronger. Natsuki extended his arms, adopting a battle stance akin to Zuluk's, though his weight shifted slightly lower. While he still could not execute three-part attacks, he could defend with his arms and reserve his legs for offense. To leverage his strengths, that was the essence of combat. Drawing closer, Natsuki focused intently. He was mere inches away from unleashing a kick, seeking to seize the initiative before Zuluk could react. A peculiar silence enveloped the battlefield. But just as Natsuki prepared to advance, Zuluk finally cast aside his doubts and leapt towards him with a kick. Not again! Natsuki recognized the familiar maneuver. Aware that the adversary likely had follow-up attacks in store, he swiftly lowered his stance and crossed his arms for defense. With a crackling sound, a surge of power emanated from the ground, coursing through his hips and waist. Now, as the beast descended from its leap, Natsuki pivoted sharply, twisting his waist to deliver a powerful upward kick, his leg whipping through the air like a striking whip against the creature's body. The sweeping kick met the flying kick. The culmination of rigorous training finally bore fruit as speed and strength converged, sending Zuluk howling as he was propelled away. The already ravaged ruins were further crushed under the impact. Yet, the battle was far from over. Zuluk, nursing his pain, merely flipped over and sprang back to his feet, wielding his dual blades once more to launch a two-pronged assault against Natsuki. Watch out! Natsuki grit his teeth, enduring the pain as he deflected Zuluk's arm blades with his own arms, preparing to kick off the ground once more. The clash intensified. After delivering a series of powerful blows to Zuluk's abdomen, Xiaoshu once again spun his body, executing a sweeping kick. 3 consecutive attacks. The members of the star group on the ground gasped in astonishment. Zayas had remarkably managed to display the effects of 3 successive strikes. Just as he had explained to Feng Yuan, discarding any unnecessary movements and channeling all his attacks through his legs, aside from using his hands for defense. It was a relentless sequence of kicks. Kick, 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 bang. This time, Xiaoshu did not afford Zuluk any opportunity. He unleashed the full potential of his reinforced sidekick. With an explosive force, Zuluk's arms, still wielding the blades, were severed, and he was sent hurtling towards the bay, where he was deftly caught by Liu, who had transformed and flown in. Liu. Xiaoshu halted in his tracks. Whoosh. Liu performed a mid-air somersault before hurling the 2 blades back like throwing knives, effortlessly severing Zuluk's head, leaving only his heavy body to collapse among the ruins. It was as if Zuluk had met the fate he once imposed upon humanity, reaping what he had sown. It is over. The fierce wind swept away the scent of blood as Xiaoshu lowered his arms, which were poised to unleash a beam of light, and his gaze flickered towards Liu, their eyes locking in a moment of connection. Liu's sudden appearance surprised him, yet he could not miss the unmasked joy in Liu's eyes, as if he were relieved that Xiaoshu was still alive. Could it be that he thought Zuluk had killed him earlier? A smile crept across Xiaoshu's heart as he stepped forward and raised his right hand, meeting Liu's outstretched hand with a firm grip. The new generation Liu was a stern elder, yet in that moment, he resembled a carefree young boy. It was the season of cherry blossoms, and after the battle, Xiaoshu gathered with Feng Yuan and Captain Zhu Xing along a tree-lined path. This was Xiaoshu's first encounter with the Savan beings of this world, though he felt an inexplicable familiarity. Just as he had anticipated, Zhu Xing and Captain Samavan from Zaya's world were indeed the same person, albeit in different timelines. I have only one transformation opportunity left, Xiaoshu pondered, deciding to explain to Zhu Xing that he would be focusing on slow, steady training from now on. And might not be of much help. Just one? Zhu Xing found it unsurprising. He himself had lost his transformation ability due to frequent battles and injuries to his legs. Understanding that Xiaoshu was in a similar predicament. Yet, the initial excitement in him began to wane. With only one transformation left, it would need to be saved for the most critical moment. Just call me Gao Shu, Xiaoshu nodded. It was only now, in the presence of Savan, that he felt the name Zero was somewhat inappropriate. After all, the son of Savan, Zero, also bore the name Zero. Gao Shu, invited by Zhu Xing Tuan, said, I'm afraid I cannot join the team. I apologize. Xiaoshu interrupted, shaking his head. This may not sound good, but I don't believe my joining would make much difference. Moreover, I intend to stay at the club to learn karate. For him, this place was merely a passage through time, and this earth was not his homeland. Although he might assist when possible, he never contemplated sacrificing himself for its protection. Had he not witnessed Zhu Xing Tuan in peril, he might not have transformed to confront Ziluk. Learning karate, Zhu Xing Tuan looked quizzically at Feng Yuan. Upon receiving a confirming glance from Feng Yuan, his confusion deepened. Gao Shu doesn't possess much combat skill, Feng Yuan explained. So he is currently learning fighting techniques from me. Oh? Zhu Xing Tuan observed Xiaoshu with renewed interest, reflecting on Xiaoshu's battle with Zoluk. It was evident that his fighting style was rather rudimentary, not due to a lack of techniques, but rather a singular reliance on kicking. However, considering Xiaoshu had just begun his training, his performance was already quite remarkable. Do you aspire to enhance your combat skills? Zhu Xing Tuan inquired with a smile. If you master fighting, you could handle certain extraterrestrial beings even without transformation, Xiaoshu confessed, adding, I wish to become a skilled fighter like that. Then you must dedicate yourself to your training, Zhu Xing Tuan remarked, patting Xiaoshu on the shoulder with a knowing look. When you feel ready, come seek me out. Xiaoshu gazed in bewilderment as Zhu Xing Tuan, leaning on his cane, departed. He turned to Feng Yuan and asked, what does he mean? Is he suggesting I join the team later? That's unlikely, Feng Yuan reflected, watching Zhu Xing Tuan's retreating figure with admiration. The captain is indeed a true master of combat. Once you have grasped the fundamentals, you can consult him for guidance. What is with that look of admiration? Xiaoshu shot a glance at Feng Yuan. It seemed that due to his presence, Feng Yuan had yet to experience the harshness of reality. Originally, the Yumida family should have been subjected to rigorous training under Zhu Xing Tuan's guidance. When Xiaoshu returned with the Yumida siblings, Mr. Yumida, who had left work early, was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing Xiaoshu, Mr. Yumida exclaimed, Are you getting accustomed to the club? I heard from Xiaotong that you were starting from scratch with karate. Quite smoothly, Xiaoshu replied with a smile, though a sense of melancholy lingered within him. He had shielded this family from calamity. Mr. Yumida had survived an encounter that could have ended fatally at the hands of Zoluk. Otherwise, the situation would have been dire. I heard all about last night from Xiaotong and the others. Mr. Yumida expressed gratefully. Thanks to you, Gao Shu, they were unharmed. Brother Zero, you nearly gave us a fright. Xiaotong exclaimed, still shaken. I thought that guy had killed you. I apologize for worrying you, Xiaoshu replied with a gentle smile, averting his gaze from the warm reunion of the Yumida family. Just as he was preparing to head to his room, Mr. Yumida caught his arm. Let us dine together. Takashi, Mr. Yumida called out. I have prepared a lavish banquet to celebrate the victory of Leo and Zea's Ultraman. Natsuki turned back in surprise. Another giant named Zeus? How peculiar that an ordinary person would know this. Indeed, Mr. Yumida chuckled. It was published in the newspapers, attributed to information provided by the team members. Natsuki instinctively thought of the beaming H-Jin. Is Leo truly that Leo? Chapter 22, Martial Arts Training. After finishing dinner, Natsuki returned to his room alone. The first battle after evolving to the third stage left him with numerous reflections. Compared to the foundational second stage, the third stage felt like a qualitative leap. Particularly after developing his combat abilities, which surprisingly brought him close to the initial fifth stage enhancement. He finally considered himself a competent giant warrior, no longer relying solely on light techniques or resorting to ambushes to secure victories. Regrettably, he was left with only one transformation, which he could not utilize unless absolutely necessary. Natsuki pondered, feeling a headache coming on. He had initially considered using the Dark Virtual Spark and the Dynadol as a contingency, but it turned out they were not feasible to bring along. Henceforth, he had to concentrate on his training, regardless of whether he could acquire special light particles. He needed to solidify his combat foundation swiftly and seek out the Zuberstar for specialized training, as it was a rare opportunity to encounter two martial arts masters simultaneously. Zero brother. Xiaotong knocked on the door from outside. When Natsuki opened it, she entered eagerly, holding her homework notebook. May I come in? Encountering another difficult problem? Natsuki stepped aside, naturally taking the exercise book to review it, only to realize that Xiao Tong had already entered the room. Why has our relationship suddenly become so amicable? Natsuki felt a pang of distress. While it was true that he had saved the Yumita family, he still wished to avoid forming deep emotional ties with them. If his bond with Leo and Seven could be considered a connection, then with these ordinary people, it merely felt like a burden. A burdensome connection that evidently obstructed his path of evolution. For a time traveler like him, connections held little significance, let alone burdens that would only hinder his progress. Zero, brother? Xiao called out, puzzled. I'll take a look first. Natsuki sighed inwardly and continued to examine the exercises. All right, the last time. By the way, Zero, brother. Xiao suddenly remembered, in a couple of days, the club members are heading to the scenic area of Lake Smo, but Dad is busy. Would you like to join us? I think I'll pass. Natsuki focused on solving the problems. You two can go with H-Jin and teacher Momoko. But enough. Focus on your homework. Oh, Xiao closed her mouth in disappointment. After defeating Zolok, Natsuki's life in Leo's timeline began to feel monotonous, as he spent nearly the entire day immersed in the karate dojo. Apart from the Yumita siblings, there was little interaction with others, occasionally participating in events. He merely observed the club instructor engaging the children in play. During this time, a fearsome creature with horns resembling those of a longhorn beetle emerged. Its elongated horns sharp as blades, capable of flying out like a boomerang to strike. Ultimately, it was vanquished by Leo, who caught its lethal attack with his bare hands. A month passed, and Leo's realm remained surprisingly tranquil. Despite occasional dangers, the sports center proved relatively safe. The karate dojo buzzed with energy as Natsuki executed a series of dynamic kicks, exhibiting strength that belied his mere month of training. Yet, he soon halted, sensing that further practice yielded diminishing returns. It was as if he had encountered a plateau. His kicking prowess remained stagnant, unable to ascend to new heights. Had he reached his limit? Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, Natsuki approached the dojo's large windows, gazing outside. Behind the sports center lay a grassy expanse the size of a football field, where individuals were currently engaged in karate training. Karate, as its name suggests, is a martial art that hones the body into a weapon, employing the power of punches and kicks to overcome adversaries through various techniques. Due to the unique environment of Leo's world, karate had gained considerable popularity, influencing many combat disciplines. Even the members of the patrol team were mostly proficient in karate. And since Feng Yuan joined, some patrol members occasionally trained at the sports center. Natsuki had even sparred with a few of them. At present, his kicking skills were nearly on par with Feng Yuan's, and he had made significant progress in other combat techniques such as punching and grappling. However, that was the extent of his achievements. Being stronger than the patrol members held little value, as they struggled against even extraterrestrial foes. Matching Feng Yuan's kicking prowess offered little advantage, as Feng Yuan himself faced considerable challenges in battles against aliens. Should he seek Zhu Xingtuan? Suddenly, the sound of a cane striking the ground echoed from outside the dojo as Zhu Xingtuan, limping, appeared at the entrance. The captain? Natsuki was startled, vivid memories of various life and death trials flashing through his mind. Here he was, facing a plateau. Zhu Xingtuan seemed to immediately discern Natsuki's state, nodding as he spoke. Continuing to train in this manner will yield no results. Why not explore other dojos? Numerous new styles have emerged in recent years that could enhance your practical combat abilities. Natsuki, who had mentally prepared himself for grueling training, was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, unlike Leo, who bore the weight of their shared hopes, he was not bound to stay in Tokyo and had ample time for training. Moreover, he was neither a member of the team nor beholden to Zhu Xingtuan, who was merely offering guidance as a senior to a junior. Rest assured, Brother Zero, it won't be long before I return. You two must not forget to diligently complete your studies. At the entrance of the sports center, Natsuki took his leave, carrying a small amount of luggage, departing under the reluctant gaze of the Yumita siblings. Though he possessed formidable combat experience as the team captain, it was evident that Zhuang Zhu could not always serve as his sparring partner. Furthermore, his leg was not in a convenient condition. At present, he could only heed Zhuang Zhu's advice and explore the realm of Leo, enhancing his combat prowess through practical encounters with other fighters. Unlike Honkai, who could afford to spend millennia honing his skills, or many earthly beings who inherited their abilities from Ultraman, Natsuki was unable to directly acquire combat techniques from his own genes. Each transformation bestowed upon him only a beam of lethal energy, rendering his combat entirely reliant on his own efforts. Thus, he must seize this opportunity to elevate himself through extensive practical experiences and integrate the combat techniques of this world into his own foundation. On this day, after visiting various dojos in Tokyo, Natsuki prepared to journey to Kansai but paused as he passed through Saitama Prefecture. at a location bordering Nagano Prefecture and the Yamanashi Line. Nestled within the Chichibu Mountains lay Mount Kokoro. After meeting a karate master in Saitama, he had fortuitously learned of this mountain. He recalled that atop Mount Kokoro stood a temple named Hakuyuan, where a master named Jukin had taught Feng Yuan the second-degree flying kick. It was through this training that Leo's flying kick had ultimately taken shape, becoming a signature move in Leo's martial arts repertoire. Indeed, I too can attempt to create my own flying kick technique, Natsuki thought, his eyes ablaze with enthusiasm, just as he was about to venture into the mountains. A signal emanated from the divine light mirror resting against his chest, its brilliance subtly manifesting. Alas, his time in this realm had reached a temporary limit. Continuing further could adversely affect his body. He would have to wait for another opportunity to return. Natsuki cast a regretful glance towards the deep mountains. Fortunately, during the duration of the instant's opening, the Leo dimension would remain accessible to him, allowing for a future visit. Chapter 23, The Dark Barrier Galactic Dimension. Natsuki was enveloped in a radiant light, returning to his apartment once more, having spent over a month in the Leo world. It seemed that a considerable amount of time had also elapsed here. The greenery on his balcony had withered and yellowed due to lack of water. However, Natsuki could not concern himself with such matters now. All he yearned for was a restful slumber. A profound weariness washed over him. His body felt achingly weak, as if he had been completely drained. Neither the Zai's world nor his initial visit to the Leo realm had lasted as long as this month, so the sensations had not been as pronounced. But now, he finally comprehended the implications of the feedback from the divine light mirror. Not only was the cooldown time for opening new instances related to his physical condition, but the duration of his stay was also determined by his constitution. I fear that if time drags on any longer, he may succumb to unconsciousness due to the exhaustion of both his physical and mental faculties, ultimately being forcibly retrieved by the divine light mirror. I am so weary, I shall think no more and rest for now. Xiaoshu's eyelids grew heavy, and he collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to slumber. He remained in this deep sleep until the following day. The morning sun cast a gentle light upon Xiaoshu's face, a slight itch prompting him to scratch. A new day had dawned. Yawning, Xiaoshu rose from his bed, groggily making his way to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. Afterward, he rummaged through his pantry and found a can to satisfy his breakfast needs. Oddly enough, at this hour, it should have been the moment when Shidmiling typically departed. Xiaoshu glanced at the clock, instinctively sensing the happenings outside. It appeared something was amiss at the elementary school. It had vanished along with Falling Star Mountain, leaving the area eerily empty. A crowd of townsfolk had gathered outside, creating a lively atmosphere reminiscent of a market. What was happening? Xiaoshu set down the unfinished can, took the dark virtual spark and the Digadol from his bedside, and swiftly left his apartment. Outside Falling Star Elementary, the entire area seemed to be enveloped in a barrier, preventing those inside from exiting and those outside from entering. How could the school have suddenly disappeared? Someone asked anxiously. I don't know. It was there just yesterday morning. I saw someone enter, but they haven't come out since. Are there still people inside? Yes, the little persimmon patrolman was just about to head to Falling Star Mountain when the school vanished along with it. Little persimmon? Surely he doesn't intend to capture that tree-kicking maniac again? The townsfolk's expressions varied. That sort of individual is certainly not human. Perhaps it is related to the current situation here. Xiaoshu listened to the discussions among the townspeople, frowning as he circled the elementary school, extending his hand to probe the barrier, distinctly feeling the force of the protective shield. The warp temporal barrier isolated the school along with Falling Star Mountain from the outside world. How could one gain entry? Suddenly, the divine light mirror erupted with brilliance, causing Xiaoshu to stagger, and in the next instant, he found himself directly within the barrier. Xiaoshu surveyed his surroundings. It was indeed the vanished elementary school, showing little change since his last visit. Did the barrier hold no power over him? On the school rooftop, a bespectacled young office worker clutched a galaxy spark, nervously surveying his surroundings. Upon spotting a Nako alien brandishing a pink feather fan across from him, he felt no fear. Instead, he rushed towards it in desperation. You've done well, effeminate Nako alien greeted, successfully sneaking it out. I have kept my promise. The office worker handed over the galaxy spark, urging, now, release me from this place. You first. Zzz. The Nako alien eagerly reached for the galaxy spark, but it met an intense electric shock as if touching a heated iron, causing it to be flung away at the slightest contact. Oh dear. What on earth is happening? The Nako aliens gazed at the shimmering galactic sparks on the ground, their hearts racing with anticipation. Why can't I touch this? They exclaimed. Hey, office workers, regardless of the situation, let me out. What are you doing? They shouted in frustration. Foolish humans, the Nako alien scoffed, transform into a monster for me. I had no intention of letting you go from the very beginning. With a resounding crash on the school playground, Natsuki was about to enter the teaching building to assess the situation when he suddenly sensed a surge of energy emanating from the rooftop. Looking up, he witnessed a young office worker being manipulated by dark sparks, transforming into a silver-gray beast, which landed near the school with a powerful tremor. The shape-shifting monster Zaragas, a formidable foe first introduced in Ultraman, was enveloped in a thick, tough shell and possessed several forms, having once given the original Ultraman considerable trouble. It seemed that such formidable creatures were commonplace in this area, although it was formed from an ordinary person. The added power of the dark sparks made it appear quite formidable. Natsuki momentarily hesitated, directing his gaze toward the nacre alien fanning itself on the rooftop. Shiko. A startled Melanishidu and her companions hurried down the stairs, and upon seeing the light in the auditorium, they anxiously inquired, "What happened?" "The galactic sparks have been stolen," Shiko replied, observing the monster drawing closer to the teaching building, equally alarmed. "We must lure the creature to the back mountain. We can't let it wreak havoc here." On the rooftop, Natsuki stood silently facing the nacre alien, the coveted galactic sparks lying on the ground between them. Having spent an extended period in the Leo world, he noticed that the bulky aliens had been replaced by a rather effeminate nacre alien, indicating that something had transpired in the interim. "Hey," the nacre alien chastised. "You serve the master as well, don't you? Why have you remained inactive?" "When did I ever claim to serve anyone?" Natsuki retorted, casting a glance at the nacre alien before boldly stepping forward to retrieve the galactic sparks. At last, he had secured them. "Is this truly the legendary item?" "Ah, why can you touch it?" The nacre alien shrieked, losing its composure. "Hurry and give it to me. Hand it over." Suddenly, Natsuki looked up sharply as a flash of light erupted from the nacre alien's fingers, prompting him to swiftly dodge to the side. In the next instant, a crimson explosion erupted at the spot where he had just stood. Natsuki's pupils dilated. An extraterrestrial with supernatural abilities? Before the nacre alien could launch another attack, Natsuki flickered into motion, darting to the side and delivering a powerful kick before the nacre could turn around. With a thud, the nacre alien, as delicate as its appearance suggested, crumbled under the explosive force of Natsuki's strike, vanishing without a sound, leaving only a delicate fan behind. Once again, it had fled. Natsuki gazed at the lightly falling fan, recalling the previous encounter with the bulky alien, which had also disappeared without a trace after a single kick. Upon his return from the realm of Leo, he found his strength renewed, yet he was unable to vanquish the creature known as Nacre. Summertree glanced at the monster drawn towards the radiant light of the auditorium, then shifted his gaze to the short sword resembling a galaxy spark in his hand. Suddenly, the core of the sword blazed with brilliance, illuminating its entirety, and in that fleeting moment, he caught sight of Mirai Sudo, who was praying at the galaxy shrine. The consciousness of Ultraman Galaxy had indeed awakened, and through the radiant glow, he had entrusted a doppelganger to Mirai Sudo. Regrettably, she remained indifferent towards him. Unlike her reaction to Nacre, she neither repelled him nor engaged in any form of communication, perceiving him merely as a stranger. Approaching the edge of the rooftop, Summertree observed Hikaru Rado being pursued by the monster. The Chosen One was indeed present. Rado's companions hurriedly ascended the rooftop, one of them aiming a steel No. 9 control gun at Summertree. Chikusa Kuno, a girl he had previously rescued, nervously brandished a broom as her weapon. Quickly, return the galaxy spark to Hikaru. Originally, he had no intention of retaining it. With a smile, Summertree tossed the galaxy spark to the group before turning and leaping from the school building. Swiftly disappearing from the scene, he had already found his own evolutionary path. Holding the galaxy spark was merely an endeavor to study the legendary artifact. Now, he felt that the divine mirror was no less significant than these legendary items. What an odd fellow, he mused, as the group, bewildered yet focused, accepted the galaxy spark and hurried away to deliver it to Hikaru. Chapter 24, Dark Dynaboom. In the woods behind the school, Ultraman Galaxy crashed heavily among the trees, the red light on his chest flashing urgently. After receiving the galaxy spark from his companions, Hikaru Rado swiftly transformed and defeated the monster Zaragas, but in the final moments, a new adversary emerged. This was an enemy he had never encountered before. He stared in disbelief at the figure before him. With red eyes and a black body, someone had manifested Dark Ultraman, capable of shifting seamlessly between the original and 7. Boom. Another collision ensued. The terrifying force was almost beyond Hikaru's capacity to withstand. He was repeatedly struck down and ultimately pinned to the ground by a powerful sweeping kick. Gasping for breath, Hikaru attempted to gather light energy, yet he was struck again. His face pressed against the earth, unable to rise. Oh no. Bang. 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 Dark 7 relentlessly trampled and attacked, the thunderous sounds echoing across the battlefield, conveying the horrifying intensity of the onslaught. 7. Summertree, braced against the force of the wind, appeared at the base of the battlefield. just in time to witness Galaxy being lifted by Dark 7, who unleashed a torrential barrage upon Galaxy's head. No matter how formidable a power may be, it is of no use if it cannot be unleashed. Although the Dark Ultraman initiated a surprise attack, seizing the moment after defeating Licht, it ultimately boils down to Licht's combat prowess being overwhelmed. This served as a poignant reminder, in this world, there are no absolute hierarchies. Mastering the art of combat allows the weak to triumph over the strong with relative ease. Even the mighty Galaxy Ultraman, perhaps an ultimate life form, could be reduced to such a state. Boom. On the battlefield, the nearly ethereal Galaxy was once again sent flying by Dark 7. Before he could regain his footing, the timer on his chest was struck directly by a blue energy beam, causing his colossal form to disintegrate, leaving only Licht, engulfed in galactic sparks, unconscious on the ground. Bang. Natsuki surveyed the battlefield, hesitating no longer. He retrieved the Diga figurine he always carried and attempted to pierce the dark virtual spark with it. The dark manifestation of Dark Diga enveloped Natsuki and the figurine in a swirl of red and black energy. Just as Dark 7 prepared to launch another attack, a massive shadowy figure emerged to intercept. With a crystalline crown, gray armor, and an evil form crackling with lightning, Dark 7 halted in its tracks. What? Another Dark Ultraman? At the Galaxy Shrine, the Taro figurine watched anxiously. Could this be Dark Diga? Natsuki glanced at the astonished Dark 7 and then scrutinized his own hands. Although it seemed peculiar, he realized he could indeed transform. Yet, could this object only allow him to become Dark Diga? Clenching his fists, he felt a surge of immense power within him. Just then, Dark 7, finally regaining its composure, launched an attack without distinguishing friend from foe. Natsuki swiftly dodged the black fist, then seized the opponent's arm with a vice-like grip. Through a mental link, he perceived a middle-aged man within Dark 7, his expression vacant, having evidently lost his true mind. Alas, while this power was formidable, it was not what he sought. After struggling futilely a few times, Dark 7, unable to break free, attempted to remove the icy axe from his head with his other hand. Suddenly, Natsuki released his grip. Stumbling, the man was struck with a sharp pain in his abdomen, his body uncontrollably propelled backward, as Natsuki executed a lightning-fast kick. The terrifying force contorted the face of the middle-aged man shrouded in darkness. How could this be so powerful? He gazed incredulously at Dark Diga. Wait. As Dark Diga prepared to strike again, the middle-aged man urgently called for a halt, proposing, "You too are a Dark Ultraman. Let us unite as Dark Sovereigns." What do you say? Unaware he was being manipulated, Natsuki gazed sympathetically at the man engulfed in shadows. The dark virtual spark merely magnified the inner darkness of the middle-aged man, creating an illusion that he was in control, while in reality, he had lost himself. Consider this. Upon witnessing Dark Diga cease its assault, the middle-aged man thought there was hope, his voice trembling with excitement, proclaiming that they both could become dominators. However, Summertree did not succumb to the man's base temptations. He halted his attack not out of persuasion, but due to the terrifying power within him that threatened to spiral out of control. It was a sensation unlike any he had experienced during his usual transformations, as if he were inherently a dark warrior. The energy of Dark Diga surged at a frenzied pace. It could not continue. With a muffled groan, Summertree felt the intensifying influence of dark energy within him and unhesitatingly charged forward. My apologies, 7. The training from the Leo world manifested entirely within Summertree, as the slender form of Dark Diga unleashed an extraordinary strength that even the middle-aged man, attempting to switch to Dark First Generation, could not withstand. Bang, bang, bang. Under Summertree's assault, Dark 7 and Dark First Generation were reduced to mere scraps in a tempest, utterly powerless to retaliate. The techniques capable of suppressing the galaxy's attacks proved ineffective against Summertree. Ultimately, he was just an ordinary middle-aged man, despite mastering the Ultraman combat style through dark materialization. His control paled in comparison to Summertree's. Moreover, the dark energy within Summertree was vastly superior. It is over. With a final strike, Summertree unleashed the Dark's Eye Paley AO beam, instantly reverting the middle-aged man to his original form amidst the astonished gazes of the students at Jiangxing Elementary. Bang, bang, bang. Following closely behind, Summertree swiftly exited the materialized state. He sensed that his transformation was inadvertently aiding Lucille. The stronger his materialization, the greater the dark energy Lucille absorbed. It seemed that not only he, but nearly everyone engaging in dark materialization was facilitating Lucille's revival. No wonder Lucille showed no concern for the lives of these pawns. Exhaling deeply, Summertree knelt, taking a moment to dispel the negative emotional turmoil brought on by the dark power, gradually regaining his composure. Humanity harbors both light and darkness, and he was no exception. It would be prudent to refrain from transformations involving dark virtual sparks in the future. Turning to glance at the other side, he observed his companions, including the determined Mei Ling, rescuing Hikari in the auditorium before sheathing the Diga figurine and departing the battlefield. How vexing. Why must he aid the school? Given his current strength, it was challenging to confront Dark Luciel, and forcing his involvement would yield little benefit. Once matters here concluded, perhaps it would be wise to seek refuge elsewhere, for in this manner, he could not adequately recuperate. In the teaching building of Jiangxing Elementary, the unconscious Hikari was being carried to the infirmary for treatment. Fortunately, no harm befell the body, the old priest observed, merely a depletion of energy and stamina, leading to a profound slumber. Yet, what could have transpired? Several high school companions remained vigil by the side of Hikari, perplexed by the enigmatic Dark Tiga, who had evidently safeguarded him. Was that Dark Ultraman also a manifestation of someone? Why would he assist us? A wave of anxiety enveloped the group. During the recent battle, Dark Tiga exhibited an overwhelming ferocity, one that instilled dread. Perhaps, Melon Shida mused, recalling the figure of Natsuki, could it be that they are not allies? It is possible that Dark Tiga is a benevolent entity. However, the ability to materialize in darkness implies some form of control, questioned a boy named Kenta. By now, the group had gained a fundamental understanding of dark manifestation, with several having experienced the grip of darkness themselves. Perhaps there was internal strife, pondered a boy from the Itadani temple, wielding a Steel 9 control gun. Human nature varies. It is not impossible to retain one's essence even after succumbing to darkness. Did I not also resist the temptations of desire? Could it be that this individual shares similarities with Itadani? Yet, he remains an adversary. It is likely he will soon confront us. A sense of oppression lingered among the group, for regardless of consciousness, those tainted by darkness share a common trait. They commit malevolent acts. Ah, I just remembered, Kina suddenly exclaimed. Could the Dark Tiga who manifested be the same individual who stole the galactic spark? Huh? Melon Shida was taken aback. That person? The one we found on the rooftop. He is an exceedingly strange fellow, Kina insisted. It must be him. Could it be a misunderstanding? Melon bit her lip. Did he truly pilfer the galactic spark? She increasingly felt that her friends were referring to Natsuki. She had intended to verify this last time, but that peculiar neighbor had vanished without a trace, rather elusive indeed. Chapter 25, The Dominator in Another Universe, on the Ruined Star. Although Natsuki had leaped through time twice since the age of 50, spanning potentially hundreds or thousands of years, this mysterious planet had only just witnessed the passage of a year. The island ruins, since Natsuki's departure, had been entirely sealed off by the federal government. On this day, expert in ancient texts, Sakura Mahara and quantum physics prodigy, Takayama, were conducting research on the relic stone tablets when, suddenly, the surrounding carvings radiated with beams of light once more. It was reminiscent of the moment Natsuki opened the spatial portal. However, before the group could revel in joy, the light quickly receded, vanishing without a trace. The only change was the emergence of a new ancient script upon the stone wall. Disheartened, Takayama remarked, Sister, could it be that only Zero can unlock the portal? That seems to be the case, Mahara sighed gently. Perhaps only after successful research in the realm of light quantum will we have a glimmer of hope to unravel this enigma. In a moment of daze, a faint, compassionate female voice echoed near Mi Yuan Ying's ear. The legendary giant could either be a deity of light or a deity of darkness. Who? Mi Yuan Ying abruptly turned around, yet the voice vanished, leaving no trace. The ruins grew increasingly enigmatic. In the galaxy of time and space, Xiaoshu unexpectedly visited the galaxy shrine within the elementary school. Before him sat the smiling old priest, alongside Taro, whom he had encountered at the altar that day. The atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. Please, have some tea, the old priest invited, gracefully pouring tea for Xiaoshu and Taro. A glimmer flashed in Taro's eyes as he noticed the hidden mark on the old priest's hand, reminiscent of the light in the hall. What manner of person are you? Bearer of the Chosen One's emblem? Taro inquired. Do not be alarmed, Mr. Taro, the old priest replied calmly, sipping his tea as his gaze shifted to Xiaoshu. This must be the dark Digo we spoke of earlier. It is not impossible to break free from the control of darkness if one's will is sufficiently strong. The old priest mused. However, I have never encountered someone who wields dark power yet remains unscathed by its influence. Xiaoshu's gaze drifted to the delicacies on the table, and he swallowed hard. Perhaps it is because I seek pure strength rather than light or darkness. How unfortunate. He had originally come to the shrine seeking offerings to quell his hunger, yet found himself in this situation instead. Pure strength? The old priest appeared taken aback. Indeed. Xiaoshu nodded. I believe that for humanity, light and darkness are not so distinctly divided. Pure strength might not yield immediate formidable enhancements, but ultimately, they should converge on the same path. He believed that the adult world was not merely black and white, and that the essence of the Ultraman realm mirrored this complexity. Even within an idealistic worldview, one need not rely solely on light or darkness for augmentation. The strength of one's own will is equally a form of mental power. The old priest, upon hearing this, subtly shook his head. If possible, I would prefer that you refrain from manifesting darkness. Doing so would merely hasten the revival of the Dark Sovereign. I never intended to rely on this power, Xiaoshu replied, sensing the old priest's skepticism but choosing not to argue further. Seizing the opportunity while the old priest raised his cup, he discreetly popped a piece of pastry into his mouth. Upon leaving the music room adjacent to the Galaxy Shrine, Xiaoshu still felt hunger gnawing at him. The offerings from the shrine were no longer an option, so he resolved to explore the culinary classroom for something to eat. However, as he passed the principal's office, his steps involuntarily faltered. A familiar aura lingered. He finally discerned the whereabouts of Lu Gai, excluding the group from the hall light and the old priest. The only presence remaining was the principal, who seemed to remain at the school for reasons unknown. The dark energy he sensed emanated from within the principal's office. In the chaotic office, newspapers and magazines were strewn about haphazardly, with numerous articles deliberately cut out to correspond with photographs in an alumni directory. Within a more concealed area, shrouded in black fabric, an assortment of monstrous figurines was displayed. It was evident that Lucille had possessed the principal. As Natsuki furrowed his brow, passing by the principal's office, he halted before the cooking classroom. He did not wish to involve himself, yet he could not simply turn a blind eye. At the very least, he ought to inform someone. Natsuki closed his eyes, preparing to utilize telepathy, but hesitated for a moment, suddenly turning to gaze down the dimly lit corridor. At the end of the hallway, a shadow materialized unexpectedly. Under Natsuki's watchful eyes, the bespectacled Principal Shirai walked out from around the corner, holding dark sparks in his hand. His entire arm transformed into a monstrous appendage. The once amiable image of the female teacher now appeared eerily sinister. Lucille. Natsuki's eyelids twitched. To encounter him in such circumstances was astonishing. I am Lucille, the Dark One. A flash of red glimmered in Principal Shirai's eyes as the dark sparks erupted into a swirling crimson-black glow, sending a potent wave of darkness racing down the corridor. Just as Natsuki prepared to evade at high speed, he found himself enveloped. The power to halt the lifeform's time? Was this the dark sparks? Natsuki's forehead throbbed with veins as he fought against the invading darkness, yet he could barely hold on. Under the radiant flow of the divine light mirror, his time remained unaffected, but his body could not withstand the tumultuous energy. Even with a third-tier physique, he was still merely a life form. If this continued, he would perish. With a grunt, Natsuki pressed the divine light mirror, vanishing in a flash of brilliance. Truly formidable, he could not provoke such power. He fled. Taro, the Taro figurine, still sipping tea at the shrine, suddenly received Natsuki's telepathic message. The Dark Master, Lucille, has possessed the principal. Taro, who are you? The Taro figurine exclaimed in surprise. The voice unclear for some unknown reason, rendering the source untraceable. What is it, Mr. Taro? The old priest inquired, puzzled. It seemed as though someone was speaking to me. Taro, bewildered, continued to sense, yet a formidable force seemed to isolate the school from him. What on earth was happening? Bang! Outside the cooking classroom, where Natsuki had vanished, only a Diga figurine remained. The possessed Principal Shirai approached expressionlessly, picked up the figurine, and jabbed it with dark sparks. Dark manifestation, dark Diga. With a resounding thud echoing from the school's rear mountain, Principal Shirai's body trembled and then returned to normal. The corridor was devoid of the monstrous arm, and the dark sparks had vanished, leaving only a bewildered Principal Shirai gazing around in confusion. In this tale of Leo's realm, Natsuki emerged amidst a radiant glow in the depths of Chichibu City. His body had yet to fully recuperate. It was still a touch premature for him to traverse into the Leo world. Nevertheless, utilizing it as a temporary refuge from attacks posed no significant issue. One might even regard it as an unconventional method of self-preservation. The sole drawback was that upon returning, he would find himself in the same place as when he departed. He decided to postpone his return for the time being, especially since he had already informed Taro of his whereabouts. Comfortably settling into a position to rest, Natsuki cast a glance at the divine mirror, which still shimmered with a subtle luminescence. His suspicions were confirmed. The divine mirror was indeed of a higher caliber than the dark spark, perhaps even surpassing it. The power to halt time had no effect on him. Had he been in his transformed state, escape would have been unnecessary. The thought of wielding the dark spark crossed his mind, tempting yet swiftly dismissed as he shook his head vigorously. The dark spark had become one with Lucille. Possessing it would be futile and could potentially have adverse effects on him. Relying solely on his own cultivated strength was the most dependable path. Admittedly, he remained quite weak at present, yet with perseverance, he believed he could one day ascend to the pinnacle of the Ultra-Universe. At the very least, unlike ordinary individuals, he possessed the opportunity for evolution. With a resolute clang, after regaining his composure, Natsuki sensed the time was right and once again employed the divine mirror. Departing from the Leo world, it appeared that the Diga puppet had been reclaimed by Lucille. He hoped for no unforeseen complications. Should it be materialized into a dark Diga, he would likely bear an unwarranted burden, although he was indifferent to others' opinions of him. He certainly did not wish to be misunderstood by the likes of the Hall of Light. Chapter 26, Galaxy and Future in the Galaxy's Dimension. Upon materializing, Natsuki found himself amidst the ruins of the collapsed Ryusei Elementary School. The educational building lay in utter disarray, reduced to rubble, with dust swirling about. A large drum from the Galaxy Shrine lay shattered at his feet. Beyond the rear mountain, the towering figure of Dark Lucille loomed ominously, wielding a dark red trident, while opposite him stood Galaxy Ultraman, brandishing a luminous blue and white trident, both radiating an equally formidable presence. This was the weapon form of the Dark Spark and the Galaxy Spark. What was happening? It should not have been long since he departed. Natsuki stood momentarily bewildered, nearly failing to comprehend the situation. He hurriedly turned to exit the rubble, surveying his surroundings. The barrier enveloping the school had vanished, and all those who had surrounded it now lay scattered across the playground, including the old priest and the group led by Mariah Shido. His mental communication with Taro had inadvertently precipitated the outbreak of battle. Yet, it appeared that the situation was remarkably favorable, as everyone remained in a state of lucidity. There exists a peculiar force that binds these individuals to the Galactic Ultraman, an exceptionally potent connection. Is it the light of hope, or perhaps the power of bonds? Natsuki's expression bore disbelief. With a resounding crash, the Galactic and Lucille clashed with their tridents, erupting in a brilliant explosion of light, prompting Natsuki to shield his eyes. When he dared to look again, he beheld the two figures transformed into beams of light, entwined as they surged away from Earth. The shockwave shattered the clouds, creating an expansive void. Such terrifying levels of energy. Natsuki gazed at the residual spatial fluctuations in the sky, realizing the audacity of his involvement. The performance of the two galactics was on an entirely different plane than his own. He had nearly been misled by the earlier subpar display of the light of the hall. Was this the ultimate level of power, or something even greater? Natsuki pondered, uncertain. The divine light mirror had catalogued the levels of life, yet the specific classifications were mere conjectures based on his understanding. Now transformed, he was not even a level warrior. And the capabilities of the Galactic and Lucille undoubtedly surpassed his comprehension. Furthermore, in the original narrative, the power of Galactic was portrayed ambiguously against the light of the hall, complicating his judgment. Even Lucille's rank was not readily apparent. It was said that Lucille's prototype was the ultimate Dark Lucifer from the abandoned project of Nexus. Natsuki murmured, gazing upward. At that moment, the Galactic and Lucille were engaged in a decisive battle on the moon, their energies palpable even from such a distance. Various beam techniques, as if casually wielded, resembled those of any Ultraman's ultimate moves, with their lethal skill beams proliferating endlessly. Although the sounds of battle were inaudible, the intensity of the conflict was vividly discernible through the brilliance of the light. With a resounding blast, a colossal beam erupted on the lunar surface, and the dark presence finally faded from Natsuki's perception as Lucille, alongside the dark sparks, was obliterated, leaving Galactic as the ultimate victor. Natsuki managed a wry smile, uncertain whether to feel joy. It was undoubtedly a good thing that the deranged Lucille had been defeated. Yet, having witnessed the formidable strength of Galactic, his spirits were far from buoyant. This time, he profoundly sensed the terror of both light and darkness. The enhancement of power was no trivial matter. Could he truly transcend? On the school playground, the old priest and Principal Shirai, along with their companions, gazed at the myriad points of light rising from the ruins. These were the monsters and Ultramen, originally transformed into spark puppets, who with Lucille's defeat at the hands of Galactic, were finally liberated from their curse, destined to return to their respective universes. Had they truly won? Principal Shirai questioned with uncertainty. It must be a victory, the old priest affirmed, observing the star-like spark puppets. The curse had been lifted. On Mount Jiangxing, the towering Galaxia bids farewell to the gathering of individuals, having fully awakened in the final battle, where he triumphed over his long-standing rival through a harmonious fusion with Hall of Light. However, as the dust settles, Galaxia is destined to depart from Earth. Xiao Guang, I must return to the cosmos. We shall meet again once you have fulfilled your dreams. Galaxia gazes down at Hall of Light and his companions, nodding slightly. The future is malleable. It can improve or deteriorate, and the architects of these outcomes are none other than yourselves. Farewell. Natsuki stands concealed behind a thicket, watching as Galaxia ascends alongside the Spark Dolls, leaving Earth behind. Perhaps it is mere illusion, but it seems Galaxia cast a final glance in his direction. It is said that Galaxia hails from a future of Ultraman warriors. Could he also be aware of Natsuki's fate? Will he emerge victorious, or will he, like so many others, be lost in the inexorable flow of time? Natsuki's gaze drifts towards his companion, Ishido Mirin, before he gathers his thoughts and turns to depart the mountainside. It is time for him to continue his training. In truth, the crisis in this world is far from over, for Rigi Air has not perished completely. In 2 years, it appears that extraterrestrial beings will seek to gather fragments from the moon to resurrect Rigi Air. There are also vague memories of subterranean dwellers and higher dimensional energies making their appearance, possibly presenting him with an opportunity for evolution. The 2 years will afford him the chance to train in the realm of Reo, ensuring he possesses the capability to intervene, unlike this time, where the final battlefield lay on the moon, and he had no opportunity to seize the moment. With a whoosh, Taro follows closely behind Galaxia, transforming into a beam of light on his return to the Land of Light, catching a final glimpse of Natsuki's silhouette. It's him. Taro recognizes Natsuki immediately. Could he be the one who conveyed the message to me? Who? Hall of Light inquires, puzzled. In truth, someone reached out to me through telepathy, Taro replies solemnly. But it seems that the individual fell victim to Rigi Air's attack. Their fate remains unknown to me. Even you, Taro, could not sense it? My perception was obscured at that moment. Taro ultimately withdraws his gaze from Natsuki and bids farewell to Hall of Light and the others. It is my time to depart. I am grateful for our encounter. Farewell. Goodbye. Taro, Hall of Light, and his companions clasp hands, watching Taro and countless spark dolls return to the cosmos, feeling a blend of melancholy and hope for the future. By the way, the barrier has been lifted. How about we all go out for a feast? Suggested Watarai Kenta. That would be too extravagant. Let us dine at Mirin's family's restaurant instead. What harm is there in indulging a little today? Hall of Light inquires. Oh, that sounds fine. Mirin responds absent-mindedly, glancing towards the direction Taro had focused on earlier, only to see his silhouette vanish from her view. It was that peculiar neighbor's apartment. After a brief tidying up, Xiaoshu contacted the landlord to prepare for his departure. In truth, there was little to organize. He possessed scant luggage, merely a few sets of clothing and some gold. Most of his cash had already been forfeited to the last dojo, and it seemed that his funds were rather inadequate. The gold was not as enduring as he had anticipated. Mr. Gao Shu, Shido Miling appeared at the door, holding a box of pastries. Are you moving away? Yes. Xiaoshu replied, momentarily taken aback. I enjoy exploring, so I do not linger in one place for too long. Shido Miling expressed her surprise. Mr. Gao Shu is an adventurer? Quite close, Xiaoshu did not deny. He was more of a wanderer, a traveler through time. Yet, to label himself an adventurer was not entirely inaccurate. Isn't that akin to Xiaoguang's dream? Shido Miling exclaimed softly. Li Tangguang? Yes. Xiaoguang's aspiration is to become an adventurer, and it seems he is set to embark soon, she said with longing. Everyone is preparing to pursue their dreams. Jian Chao wishes to become an idol, and Jian Tai aspires to be a photographer. What about you? Xiaoshu smiled and inquired. I wish to become a dessert master. Shido Miling lifted the box of pastries, smiling. If you don't mind, you can have some for the journey. Are they sweets? Xiaoshu's eyes brightened. The last dessert was quite delightful. That last one was TA dessert, Shido Miling said, slightly embarrassed. Chapter 27, Shizuka Hill. A month later. In Shizuka City, Xiaoshu paused atop a hill at the city's edge, burdened with his luggage. He had finally found the location. This was the region where the Earth's energy was highly concentrated, the primary setting for the future narrative of Galaxy. He decided to settle here for the time being. This world's Earth was remarkably unique, harboring a life crystal known as the Victory Crystal beneath its surface, which held an immense amount of energy. In ancient times, it had even sparked wars. The narrative of Galaxy revolved around the Victory Crystal. Xiaoshu's objective was the core of the Victory Crystal, referred to as Earth Life. His temporal leaps were motivated by the search for opportunity. Though the Divine Light Mirror still held many mysteries, he had gradually gleaned some information. For instance, absorbing special light particles within the remnants of an ancient civilization was a rather fortuitous occurrence. The essence of these light particles might be the power of space-time dimensions, rather than merely the energy of the ruins. This realization dawned upon him only after traversing the Zaya's world. The method of acquiring special light particles was undoubtedly connected to that space-time Ultraman, which is why he sought out Feng Yuan in the Leo world. However, the outcome was clear. It was not as straightforward as he had envisioned. At the very least, the likelihood of his gaining any substantial results in the Leo space-time had diminished significantly. Now, in the Galaxy space-time, he was eager to discover whether the core of the Victory Crystal, this advanced energy, would bear any relation to the special light particles. The Ultraverse is fraught with peril, and he cannot solely rely on his limited transformation abilities. In a dilapidated 3-story building within a residential area, Natsuki follows a 30-something office worker, already beginning to bald. I live here. My previous roommate just moved out. Would you be able to take his room? The office worker produced a key and unlocked the door, stating, the rent is 15,000 yen a month, but we can settle for 10,000 yen. I apologize, Mr. Yoshida, Natsuki interjected. But I prefer solitude and hadn't considered sharing a space. Eh? The office worker was taken aback. Aren't you the one who found the paperwork cumbersome? You can move in right away. While that may be true, Natsuki thought. I'm hardly home during the day. I won't disturb you. Why not take a look inside? Fine, Natsuki replied, feeling exasperated. He hadn't anticipated the rental process in Shizuku Hill would be so troublesome, especially given his ambiguous identity. If he wished to avoid staying in a small inn, he might have no choice but to share accommodations with this seemingly ineffectual office worker. Wait for me a moment. As Natsuki stepped inside to inspect the room, the office worker timidly answered a phone call, bowing and apologizing repeatedly. I'm truly sorry, it won't happen again. I'll be there immediately. I'm infuriated. It's entirely his fault. Why must I bear the blame? Natsuki turned around just in time to see the office worker. Visibly frustrated, stowing away his phone, his desire to vent evident. Well then, sharing with someone like this shouldn't pose much of a problem, Natsuki mused. A 30-something with little to show for his life and such apparent weakness must be under considerable stress, leaving him unlikely to pry into Natsuki's affairs. I'll take the place, Natsuki declared, but let it be known, I would prefer not to be disturbed. The office worker, startled and still wishing to complain, quickly forced a smile. Rest assured, I'm quite quiet. Is there any room to negotiate on the rent? Natsuki pressed. Oh. Well, the office worker's face contorted with discomfort. It's already quite low. I'm jesting, Natsuki chuckled. Let us settle on 10,000 yen. He had briefly surveyed the rental situation and found it generally satisfactory. The bedroom might not be particularly spacious, but he wasn't planning to reside there permanently. Most of his time would likely be spent in the Leo world. For him, this place would merely serve as a resting station. Oh, by the way. The office worker brightened. There's a noodle shop at the intersection. You should try it sometime. The flavors are absolutely exquisite. Perhaps another time. Soon, Natsuki officially moved in, purchasing a blanket and some toiletries from the landlady. As for the noodle shop mentioned by the office worker, he had little time to consider it. This past month had been a whirlwind of activity. After much effort, he had finally located this city based on energy intensity and had scarcely rested. Now, he simply longed for a good night's sleep. Yawning, Natsuki hastily consumed a bowl of instant noodles before preparing to shower. After a well-deserved rest, it was nearly time to continue the journey to the Leo world. A considerable amount of time had already been squandered. The following day, Natsuki had the rare opportunity to awaken naturally. The adjacent room belonging to Yoshida was silent. He must have already left for work. In the corridor, a few women appeared to be engaged in lively conversation, while the sounds of children playing echoed faintly from downstairs. The atmosphere was serene for now. But once the plot of Galaxy commenced, this city would descend into peril. Natsuki exhaled softly, and after completing his morning rituals, he felt invigorated and ready. Ensuring that he could remain in the Leo world for a sufficient duration, it was time to resume his training. With a whoosh, Natsuki found himself once again in the realm of Leo, still amidst the Chichibu Mountains, mere days having elapsed. The passage of time differed between the two realms, a phenomenon he had encountered before. Perhaps there were discrepancies when traversing between the two timelines, or perhaps the flow of time itself was inherently distinct. Regardless, the time allotted to him was likely not as extensive as 2 years. He decided to seek out that master craftsman. Natsuki quickened his pace and soon spotted a wooden signpost indicating the path to Ixen Mountain. Not far off, there was a village where a young man on a motorcycle zoomed past, stirring up clouds of dust. He realized he ought to acquire a motorcycle himself. The mountain roads were too lengthy to traverse solely on foot. With this thought in mind, Natsuki resolved to find someone in the village to guide him into the mountains. You're looking for Master Jiken at Bayun Temple? The young motorcyclist remarked, slightly bewildered. But there is nothing entertaining here. Tourists rarely come. I am not a tourist, Natsuki replied, gazing towards the mountains. I merely seek to engage in training. Training? What is there to train for in the mountains? The young man appeared puzzled by Natsuki's intentions, but ultimately led him to the location. From here, it's a direct path to Bayun Temple. Do you see the smoke? That should be Master Jiken cooking. Thank you. Natsuki had already caught sight of several temple structures nestled among the peach trees atop the mountain, exuding an air of tranquility and elegance. Regardless of whether the master would be willing to instruct him, residing here for training seemed quite appealing. He hoped the accommodation fees would not be exorbitant. As he approached the intersection near Bayun Temple, A young man clad in a white martial arts uniform obstructed Natsuki's path. His expression was cold and unyielding, suggesting he was not to be trifled with. "Who are you?" Natsuki inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. He did not recall any disciples of the master craftsman, and this individual, dressed in a karate gi, did not appear to belong to the temple. "Are you Takagi-Rei?" A glint of intrigue flickered in the young man's eyes as he sneered. "I've heard you were coming to Bayun Temple. I've been waiting for several days." "An extraterrestrial?" Natsuki's expression turned grave as he hurriedly retrieved the communication device given to him by the star team before his departure. The individual before him appeared to be no older than 20, yet emanated an aura of ferocity, an unmistakable sense of danger, especially the glimmering light in the eyes. Evidently not of this earth. The detection function on the communicator responded, but why had it chosen him? Aside from the initial encounters, he had not transformed in this world for a considerable time. To think that someone would come here specifically to watch over him. "Who exactly are you?" Xiaoshu asked, frowning as he pressed the communicator. "My objective is you and Leo." The nameless youth seemed unfazed by Xiaoshu's actions. His breath fierce as he clenched his fists at his waist, adopting a challenging stance. "Come on, Zayas. Let me witness your strength." Chapter 28, Storm Fist Technique. Monster Boy Swish. The peach blossoms in the deep mountains were in full bloom, with the Bayun Temple partially hidden among the peach groves, and smoke rising gently from the hillside behind, resembling a paradise. However, Xiaoshu lacked the energy to appreciate this tranquil beauty. The pressure from the youth far surpassed that of the masters in the dojo, and merely standing in position left him feeling unable to strike. Xiaoshu tentatively attempted a few kicks, all of which the youth effortlessly dodged, nearly leaving him vulnerable to a powerful punch. The opponent's movements appeared ordinary, yet they were remarkably precise and powerful, the sounds of wind in the air unmistakably indicating the terrifying force behind each blow. This was true lethal martial arts. A master of boxing. Xiaoshu's body tensed as he retreated a few steps to maintain distance. The youth continued to employ his boxing techniques, but his footing was solid, each step firmly anchored to the ground, indicating that his leg techniques should not be underestimated. Where had this extraterrestrial come from? The youth seemed to have discerned Xiaoshu's capabilities, a playful smile gracing his lips as he suddenly launched an attack. A fierce wind howled, and his iron fist grazed Xiaoshu's body, forcefully shattering a nearby peach tree. Bang! Before the peach tree could fall, the youth's relentless punches followed like a torrential downpour. Moving at high speed, Xiaoshu's eyes narrowed as he rolled on the ground to evade the assault, swiftly repositioning himself behind the youth. There was only one opportunity. Seizing the moment the youth turned, Xiaoshu's foot struck with tremendous force. However, the youth abruptly leapt into the air, flipping and landing atop a peach tree, then bouncing back and forth above Xiaoshu's head. This guy possesses remarkable jumping ability. Xiaoshu was not surprised. Rather, he found the situation increasingly challenging. The youth's physique was on par with his own, and his combat skills far surpassed Xiaoshu's, akin to Feng Yuan. What was even more daunting was that every attack from the youth was lethal, delivered with utter ferocity. He had to land a kick, even if it was just a single blow to turn the tide. He could not withstand the youth's heavy punches, nor could the youth necessarily endure his kicks. Here it comes. Xiaoshu fixed his gaze on the youth soaring towards him with a flying kick, sidestepping while gathering strength in his legs. Once again. Despite channeling his power into a heavy kick, he struck nothing but air. The youth seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of energy, leaping and bounding with an unyielding vigor. More agile than a monkey, with a swift flurry, after executing several lateral jumps, he finally seized the opportunity to land behind Xiaoshu. As Xiaoshu turned to counterattack, the youth's arms clamped around Xiaoshu's like iron bands, his eyes blazing with a feral intensity. What? Alarm bells rang in Xiaoshu's mind. He attempted to wrench his arms free, but finding himself unable to escape, he prepared to retaliate with a kick. However, the proximity rendered him incapable of executing the move, and the youth effortlessly raised his leg to push him aside. What was happening? Confused, Xiaoshu glanced at the grim-faced youth. As the youth emitted a monstrous growl, a shadow reminiscent of a scorpion's tail suddenly arched menacingly from behind him. The scorpion beast Antares. In an instant, Xiaoshu realized the peril he faced. As the scorpion's tail lunged towards his head, he hurriedly summoned the energy of the divine light mirror, transforming into a sphere of light and vanishing. Bang! The ground erupted with a thunderous blast, the peach tree obliterated. Yet, there was no trace of Xiaoshu left behind. The young man, bewildered, scanned his surroundings, his anger erupting in a roar as he smashed another peach tree. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, he turned away, his expression darkened. In the galactic continuum, Xiaoshu appeared in his bedroom, drenched in sweat. The frequent traversing of time and space placed a tremendous burden on his body. Yet the consequences of failing to return were unthinkable. The scorpion beast Antares. The image of the nameless youth was indelibly etched in his mind. This creature from the Leo world possessed the ability to mimic others. In the original narrative, it had even ventured into the club dojo, defeating all the instructors before challenging Feng Yuan, matching him in skill. Moreover, this being was not merely a formidable karate master in its human form. It could also wield the powers of a monster. The shadow he had just witnessed was none other than the scorpion's tail, which had nearly delivered a fatal blow to Leo. This was troublesome. Xiaxu rubbed his temples, pondering whether the creature's early emergence was somehow linked to him. Once he regained his composure, Xiaxu exited his room to wash his face. It was already evening in this realm. From the neighboring room, he could hear the frustrated yet helpless complaints of a working-class individual, while downstairs, a group of elderly women gathered to chat, exchanging trivial gossip. After indulging in a bit of gossip, they began to vent their grievances, complaining incessantly. A congregation of elderly women was nothing short of a calamity. Xiaxu found himself disinterested in their mundane affairs, yet their voices echoed incessantly, as if they were resounding in his ears. Oddly enough, it did not seem that they were speaking too loudly. Rather, his hearing had become heightened. Xiaxu paused, wiping the droplets from his face as he checked the information on the divine light mirror. Race, human life level, cosmic being, lifespan, 200 years, Earth Standard Time, rank, 3rd rank, evolutionary genesis, exceptional adaptability to various planetary environments of cosmic life, extraordinary vitality, superior leaping ability, acute hearing, swift movement, telepathy, evolutionary material, unknown giants of ruined star. Xi ASU Ultraman authority, time-space traversal. The enhancement of acute hearing appears to be a delayed reaction following the ascension to the 3rd rank. It has only manifested now, which is rather tardy. Moreover, it seems to bear little significance for him, as the cacophony of sounds is quite bothersome. Pausing for a moment, Natsuki endeavored to gain control over his auditory perception. He could not endure the incessant chatter of the elderly women, as it tarnished the serene image of femininity he held in his heart. With his immersion, the auditory chaos intensified, although the voices of the elderly women had ceased. An unending stream of noise surged forth, threatening to overwhelm his mind. The sounds of automobiles, flowing water, the flutter of insect wings, and even the footsteps of ants all clamored in unison. Fortunately, after a brief interval, the sounds began to organize themselves once more. In contrast to telepathy, acute hearing is a faculty that emerges at the 2nd rank, and once adapted, it becomes relatively manageable. Natsuki attempted to exert control over his hearing. First, he discerned the sounds of bathing from the apartment complex, followed by the peculiar cries and breaths of women. Mr. Takagi? Is everything all right? Yoshida, a working-class individual, happened to emerge from the restroom and found Natsuki leaning over the sink. He perceived this new roommate as somewhat enigmatic and a tad intimidating, prompting him to question whether inviting Natsuki to stay was indeed the right choice. Yet, the financial burden of living alone was considerable. The apartment may be dilapidated, but the monthly rent still amounted to 30,000 yen. I'm fine, Natsuki replied, snapping back to reality, disregarding Yoshida's concerns as he turned back to his bedroom. Acute hearing seemed somewhat superfluous. At least this ability could not rival the prowess of the monster boy Antares. Reliance on combat skills remained paramount. With a decisive action, Natsuki locked the door and summoned the divine light mirror once more. Antares' combat abilities were undeniably formidable, even possessing lethal techniques that surpassed human capabilities. Yet weaknesses were not absent. The scorpion tail was the crucial point for defeating Antares. He recalled how Feng Yuan had utilized training to execute an inverted kick, striking the scorpion tail while Antares unleashed his ultimate technique, thereby seizing the opportunity to vanquish his adversary. Chapter 29, Ultimate Technique Leo Timespace, My Heart Mountain. Upon Natsuki's return, the monster boy had vanished, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation in the peach orchard. A white-haired elder lamented, pounding his chest in anguish, my peach trees. How could they have come to this? An elderly man adorned with a gray hat, a string of prayer beads draped across his chest, and clad in a traditional warrior's garment, bore a load of firewood on his back while a gourd of wine hung from his waist. Upon surveying the surroundings, he found himself alone with Xiaxu. Are you Master Shurguan? Xiaxu inquired, stepping forward. The old man gestured toward the peach tree, asking, Did you cultivate these? Not I. Xiaxu hastily shook his head. Why would I antagonize a tree for no reason? Then what is your purpose? The old man retorted, his expression darkening. I wish to stay here for a few days, Xiaxu replied, refraining from disclosing his true intentions, sensing that even if he did, the master would likely refuse. Nevertheless, he considered this minor detail inconsequential, for he understood that following the master on the mountain trails constituted a form of training. In the original narrative, Feng Yuan had acquired the 2nd-tier kick in precisely this manner. After paying a modest sum for his stay, Xiaxu successfully lodged at Bayan Monastery. embarking on a daily regimen of mountain living under the tutelage of Shurguan, thereby enhancing his agility and strength. While it was challenging to make significant strides in his fist techniques in such a short time, leg techniques presented a different opportunity. He could potentially vanquish the monster boy through skilled kicking. Whether employing the second-tier kick or an inverted kick, both demanded a synergy of body and leg strength. And with diligent practice, success was attainable. The next encounter would not leave him vulnerable to the monster boy's lethal techniques. He might even counterattack during the execution of those very moves. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, the Zhu Xing group had already become aware of the monster boy's existence. Yet they had not caught sight of him. It appeared he had not yet journeyed to Tokyo in search of Feng Yuan. Could he still be here? Xiaoshu pondered uncertainly. Given the devastation wrought upon the peach grove, it was clear that the adversary would not simply relent. However, the timing of his next appearance remained a mystery. Days later, Xiaoshu stood barefoot at the edge of a waterfall, gazing contemplatively at the sheer cliff that obstructed his path. Following Shurguan on the mountain trails, he had witnessed the master effortlessly leap from the rocky ledges to the opposite bank of the river. Yet, each time he attempted to replicate this feat, he found himself tumbling into the water. With his leaping ability, he could undoubtedly reach the other side, but Shurguan's method hinged on the second-tier kick, requiring a deeper level of physical exertion. Any excess or deficiency in force rendered his attempts ineffectual, making it evident that Shurguan was indirectly guiding him. Mere strength was insufficient. He needed to learn how to harness that power, and the foundation of this mastery lay in control. Skilled practitioners often exhibited profound control over their strength, seamlessly adapting it to their needs. Xiaoshu leaped once more, pressing his feet against the rock face, striving to control his force for a second ascent. Yet, he was still a moment too slow, and with a splash, he plunged into the water. You were too fixated on controlling your body. Shurguan suddenly appeared on the opposite side of the gorge, stroking his beard as he regarded Xiaoshu. You should be more natural, trust your instincts. Huh? Xiaoshu rose from the water, wiping the droplets from his face as he scanned the shore, but found no sign of Shurguan. Was it merely an illusion? However, it is indeed quite insightful. The more one contemplates the method, the more elusive it becomes. Overthinking often leads to paralysis. And perhaps entrusting the body entirely to instinct may also be a solution. As he traversed the mountainous terrain alongside Shurguan, his foundational skills in footwork and balance had long been established, rendering the coordination of his legs during the practice of the two-stage kick effortless. Whoosh! Upon returning to the riverbank, Natsuki continued to leap and experiment. This time, he cast aside concerns about exerting force or the possibility of falling, focusing solely on utilizing the rock face as a launching pad to cross the river. Splash! Another sound of water splashing, yet this time, Natsuki successfully executed the movement, albeit not landing on the opposite bank. Triumph! A smile graced Natsuki's face. Though he had succeeded only once, he had wholly absorbed the technique of exertion. Once the fundamentals were mastered, all that remained was relentless practice. Once more, Natsuki propelled himself through the water to the shore, steadying himself as he leapt onto the rock face, ensuring he did not slide down before leaping again, flipping midair and landing securely on the opposite bank. With ease, the bottleneck in his kicking technique that had hindered him for so long was finally poised for a breakthrough. Henceforth, various kicking styles would be laid bare before him. After familiarizing himself a few times, he began to practice the inverted kick. There was little to articulate. Proficiency was all that mattered. He must accurately execute the inverted kick to shatter the scorpion tail of the beastly youth while his arms were bound. Crack! On the back mountain of Bayun Temple, wisps of smoke rose gently, interspersed with the sound of wood being chopped. Natsuki bound his hands with a stick, observing the descending logs, and executed a swift inverted kick akin to a leaping carp. Crack! Another log split in two, which was collected by Master Shurguan and tossed into the back fire pit. This was not for cooking, but rather to transform raw wood into charcoal. Splendid, splendid! Master Shurguan exclaimed. This has been immensely helpful, making things much more convenient. Natsuki ceased his practice, landing with gravity and casting a serious gaze toward the Bayun Temple ahead. He sensed the presence of the beastly youth. Master Shurguan. I shall meet someone. I will return shortly. Before Bayun Temple, the beastly youth maintained the same attire as last time, silent. With a slight smirk and a hint of mockery on his face, Natsuki approached the beastly youth step by step, assuming a combat stance just as before. Though the once beautiful peach trees had vanished, leaving the surroundings considerably dimmer. Whoosh! The youth's smile faded, replaced by a fierce blaze of anger in his eyes. Clenching his iron fist, he roared and charged at Natsuki. His moves were even more ferocious and ruthless than before. Startled, Natsuki sidestepped to evade the iron fist, parrying the youth's subsequent hand strike, tentatively executing a kick from his position. The principle of the long and short boards applies in many contexts, yet not necessarily in combat. Lacking martial arts would merely diminish his attack versatility, rendering combination techniques unfeasible. However, once his kicking strength reached a certain threshold, these concerns became irrelevant. Bang! With a powerful kick, Natsuki grazed the boy's cheek, compelling him to retreat instinctively. His strategy of focusing on leg strikes to leverage his strengths finally bore fruit. Even the monstrous youth's expression shifted, losing the initial air of ease. In comparison to boxing, the range of a kick is undoubtedly broader and more perilous. As the boy grew increasingly anxious, having narrowly avoided several of Natsuki's kicks, he ultimately lost his patience, roaring as he began to leap repeatedly in midair. It was as if history was repeating itself. Seizing the moment, the boy leaped behind Natsuki, locking his arms with a fierce glint in his eyes, while a glowing dark shadow sprang forth from his tail. Death! Here it comes! Natsuki's gaze sharpened. This time, he was unprepared to evade. With a firm stomp on the ground, he leveraged the boy's arms, leaning back to execute an inverted kick, his feet striking the boy's scorpion tail with lightning speed. Boom! The shadow erupted violently, and the boy, howling in pain, released Natsuki, fleeing without a backward glance amidst a cloud of crimson smoke. What on earth was that? Natsuki stepped back, avoiding the red mist, and the boy's silhouette vanished in an instant, leaving only a chaotic scene behind. These creatures can indeed escape. It is exceedingly difficult to vanquish them relying solely on human capabilities. Yet, it is for the best, if they were to transform into monstrous forms here. It would be far more challenging to handle. What was that sound? Tenjin approached, his brow furrowed in confusion upon seeing Natsuki. Did you win? It doesn't seem all that difficult. Natsuki nodded as he bid farewell. I intend to continue my training in Kansai. Thank you for your support these past few days. Chapter 30. Fulfillment of training. A month later, in Kansai, Osaka. Within a karate dojo, a group of members stood with crossed arms, glaring furiously at the challenger in the center. Huff! Natsuki, with a black cloth covering his eyes, moved his feet in a crisscross manner, constantly shifting his attacking postures while attuning his ears to the sounds around him, his palms facing outward, tracing paths through the air. Two skilled karate practitioners were encircling him. Yet they seemed hesitant, unwilling to advance recklessly. Though his eyes were covered, Natsuki appeared to possess a third eye, no matter how they moved. His palms remained in sync with them. This was the dark combat technique, a second phase of training he had devised for himself. By integrating mental resonance and heightened auditory perception into his fighting style, he aimed to further enhance his combat prowess. In the months since departing from my hard-ass mountain, he had temporarily set aside leg techniques to concentrate solely on honing his fist techniques, and by this day, he had made considerable progress, barely achieving a fusion of punches and kicks. Now, he sought to achieve unity of body and mind. Bring forth a few more. Natsuki called out to the edge of the arena. Two opponents were insufficient to provide him with any pressure or effective training. Damn it. 3 more individuals stepped forward from the dojo. Who exactly are you? A mere nameless individual. Xiaoshu refrained from mentioning the name of the Southern City Sports Club. On one hand, President Datsuin forbade the members from engaging in contest with other schools. On the other hand, he wished to avoid provoking trouble from practitioners of other styles. He did not come to challenge the dojo, but rather to engage in combat for the sake of training, yet these individuals remained incredulous, assuming his intentions were solely for fame. As the number of challengers swelled to 5, several skilled karate practitioners found their courage and simultaneously launched an assault on Xiaoshu. In the midst of a shadowy realm, Xiaoshu deftly evaded their strikes. Although visibility was lacking, the trajectories of their attacks were vividly etched in his mind, and gradually, their forms became clearer. With a sharp intake of breath, Xiaoshu boldly approached his assailants, his palms slicing through the chaotic onslaught with precision and speed, swiftly incapacitating one of them with a decisive blow. Seizing the opportunity, another attempted a sneak attack, only to be effortlessly deflected by Xiaoshu, who countered with a powerful punch to the abdomen, sending the assailant flying. Naturally, he restrained his strength, targeting non-vital areas to avoid inflicting severe harm. In a short span, Xiaoshu dispatched his adversaries with ease, each strike resembling the effortless chopping of vegetables. Even as more challengers entered the fray, their presence had no impact on his dominance. The martial technique he had learned from the monstrous youth in Terry's was indeed formidable, granting him a significant advantage. Stop. Cease. The dojo members, rising from the ground, retreated in fear from Xiaoshu, their eyes wide with terror. We concede. You're too powerful. You're simply inhuman. With a sigh, Xiaoshu unclenched his fists, standing tall and bowing in acknowledgement. At this point, his training could be deemed a resounding success. Human martial artists had become incapable of posing a threat to him, and further training would yield diminishing returns. Removing the blindfold, he collected his belongings amidst the fearful gazes of the onlookers, shaking his head in resignation before departing the dojo. Beep. The communicator in his bag suddenly chimed. 0. The voice of Zhu Xingtuan inquired, how did the training go? Xia Shu felt a twinge of discomfort at being addressed as 0, as it phonetically resembled Sero in Japanese. Yet, there was no recourse. Zhu Xingtuan preferred to call those close to him by their names, having always referred to Feng Yuan simply as Yuan. Next time, he vowed to adopt a different name. Even a change from Takagi 0 to Takagi Mio would suffice, despite it being the name of an actress. It went very smoothly. I'm preparing to return to Tokyo, Xia Shu thought to himself, responding aloud, is something amiss, Captain? Indeed, Zhu Xingtuan replied solemnly. The monster Antares has appeared in Tokyo, and I would like you to return at once. Surprised that the monstrous youth would venture to Tokyo, Xia Shu nodded. I will return immediately. Oh. Bang. 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 Tokyo, the dojo of the Southern Sports Club. All the members and coaches were sent flying, tumbling to the ground, with even the head coach easily knocked down by the young monster. After a month of recuperation, Antares had grown even more formidable. Ready to first defeat Leo before dealing with Natsuki. The dojo was merely a prelude. Bang. Antares struck the head coach once more in the abdomen, discarding the incapacitated coach as though he were refuse, a smirk gracing his lips as he contemptuously surveyed those around him. All were utterly powerless, infuriated. The members could no longer endure Antares' gaze and armed themselves with wooden clubs, preparing to retaliate, only to be halted by the arrival of Shahashin. Stand down, he exclaimed. A loss is a loss. What are you trying to achieve? The young man remained indifferent to the impending assault, but a glimmer of recognition flickered in his eyes upon seeing Shahashin. The limping Ultraman was equally unthreatening. Ignoring the crowd, the youth strode directly out of the dojo. Brushing past Shahashin, furrowing his brow, Shahashin surveyed the members, either unconscious or injured, a sense of urgency swelling within him. Just yesterday, the young man, in his monstrous form, had nearly claimed Leo's life. Everyone, please head to the hospital, Shahashin instructed the members. I will explain everything to Mr. Omura. Understood. The members, holding each other up in respect for Shahashin, departed the dojo. Captain, Natsuki returned from outside to find the injured members and coaches, asking in confusion, what happened? Takakuni-kun. One member gritted his teeth. Someone just came to challenge us, and that guy was too strong. He is hardly human. Not human. Natsuki instinctively glanced at Shahashin, who slightly nodded. Is this Antares seeking revenge against me, or is his target Leo? Shahashin pondered aloud after the members and he exited. He likely aims to strike before Leo can decipher his ultimate technique. Where's Haugen? Takakuni inquired. He sustained an injury from the monster and is still at the hospital. Shahashin clarified before continuing, Antares can attack with a venomous tail in addition to his pincers and feet. Having defeated him before, do you possess any strategies? Strategies? Natsuki recalled his previous battle with Antares. The monster's ultimate technique was quite manageable, even pivotal in defeating him. Yet if Antares anticipated his return, he would surely guard against Leo employing the same tactic. That fellow must be concerned about Leo joining the fray, hence his intent to eliminate Leo first. I will train Haugen, Natsuki declared, but for now, we must keep my return a secret from Antares. Chapter 31, Recuperation. The Dojo of the Sports Club. Upon returning from the hospital, Haugen gazed in astonishment at Natsuki. Merely a little over a month apart, Natsuki's strength had undergone a dramatic transformation, exuding an aura of danger. Upon reflection, it is indeed astonishing that within a mere 3 months of training, Natsuki is now prepared for specialized instruction. Gazing at the restrained Feng Yuan, he remarked. The method to conquer Antares is quite simple. While he executes his ultimate technique, one must perform an inverted kick to sever his scorpion tail. Give it a try. Very well. Feng Yuan responded earnestly, showing no signs of complacency due to Natsuki's status. For him, executing an inverted kick was not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lay in devising a strategy to utilize this move against Antares. Takagi, Feng Yuan inquired. I was told by the captain that you have been training in Kansai during this period. Natsuki nodded. Indeed. I spent several days at my heart mountain before journeying to Osaka, and before I realized it, a month had slipped by. Over a month. His body had approached its limits, and it was only due to a call from the Zhaoxing team that he hastily returned to Tokyo, intending to rest in the galactic timespace after Reo defeats Antares. Bang. For the next half-day, the dojo resonated with the sounds of kicks and strikes. To ensure everything proceeded without incident, Natsuki even mimicked Antares, closely restraining Feng Yuan, while directing the Zhaoxing team to launch strikes at Feng Yuan's head. The special training came to a close only when the monster reappeared. Leaning on his cane, Zhaoxing accompanied Feng Yuan to confront the monster. Just before departing, he paused and turned to Natsuki, saying, 0, consider it once more. Joining the patrol team is also a form of training. Captain, Natsuki called out to Zhaoxing. I may need to be away for a few days. Please keep an eye on the Umeda household for me. Understood, Jiaxing nodded. Thank you. Stepping outside. Natsuki gazed toward the monster being assailed by the team's aircraft. Jiaxing still believed him to be a native Ultraman of Earth. Yet, he had never considered himself a hero. He could not, and would not fight for this planet with the same fervor as Ryo. His diligent training was solely for his own sake, to grow stronger for himself, and to battle for his own reasons. Natsuki opened his palm to observe the Myclos monster capsule resting within. Will Seven join the team? He would not transform recklessly to fight. Yet he could rely on his current martial prowess to contend with extraterrestrial beings. Joining the patrol team was indeed an option worth contemplating. He assumed Jiaxing would not compel him to pilot a fighter jet. Natsuki carefully secured the monster capsule and silently observed as Ryo dealt with Antares. Before vanishing from the dojo amidst the radiance of the divine light mirror, everything could be addressed upon his next return. In the galactic time-space, Natsuki found himself once more in his bedroom. As before, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him after prolonged absence. However, he gradually acclimatized to this sensation. Traversing time and space was, in itself, a formidable challenge. To possess the ability to navigate through time and space as a life form was already a luxurious gift. And experiencing some side effects was only to be expected. Even in this new era, few possess the extraordinary ability to traverse back through time, even to parallel timelines. An endeavor that is nearly insurmountable. As I recall, only a singular golden giant has achieved such a feat. The galactic hero, rumored to be an Ultraman from the future, remains merely a legend. This delves into the profound depths of the multiverse's enigmatic powers. With a loud crash, after a night of slumber, Natsuki was roused the following day by the bustling sounds of his office-bound roommate, Yoshida. Over the course of more than a year in this timeline, Yoshida appeared to have aged a few years, his face etched with deeper lines of worry. His concerns were not solely related to work but were compounded by the peculiar absence of his eccentric roommate. With no sign of Natsuki for over a year and the reluctance to involve the authorities, Yoshida was left to ponder the bizarre situation. Were it not for the rent that had been prepaid for 2 years, he might have believed he was haunted. Was there still no sign of life today? After finishing his morning routine, Yoshida, while shaving, instinctively glanced toward Natsuki's room. As expected, it remained unchanged. Although he had been told not to disturb, after a year, surely it was permissible to check in? Admittedly, Natsuki was a layabout, yet even a layabout harbors curiosity. Continuing on this path would surely drive him to madness. Just a quick look, he reasoned with himself. The door could only be locked from the inside. If no one was present, he could unlock it. Approaching the door, he hesitated, contemplating retreat, but ultimately reached for the knob. After a year of waiting, he thought, it was time. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Natsuki peered through the crack, puzzled. Is there something you need? No, Yoshida stammered, retracting his hand and retreating in embarrassment. It was astonishing. There was indeed someone inside. He could hardly fathom that he had not seen Natsuki for an entire year. I'm going out to eat. Would you like to join me, Mr. Yoshida? Natsuki inquired. No, that's all right, Yoshida replied, burying his head in the sand. I'll eat by myself. Very well then. With minimal preparation, Natsuki readied himself to leave. There was nothing in the room to worry about. He doubted Yoshida would dare to pry. Soon, Natsuki arrived at the noodle shop Yoshida had mentioned, where a long queue snaked around the corner, clearly indicating its popularity. This was a beloved street-side establishment, and typically, such places boasted delectable flavors, eschewing the gimmicks of trendy marketing. Taking his place at the end of the line, Natsuki surveyed the scene ahead. A few elderly women were gathered, engaged in animated conversation, seemingly the same ones he had seen a year prior. Children, who often raced down the streets, dashed past him this time, accompanied by familiar voices of nearby residents. Among them was a rough-looking delinquent and a dedicated runner, still glistening with the sweat from her morning exercises. A year had elapsed, yet these individuals had not undergone significant changes, while Natsuki, who had lingered in the Leo timeline for merely a month, had transformed considerably. Once a mere novice with only potential, he has now transformed into a true master, successfully converting his formidable physique into combat prowess, ultimately becoming a third-tier human entity. However, the intricacies of time distortion have proven to be more convoluted than he had anticipated. Should he linger too long in the Leo dimension, it is conceivable that he might miss out on the unfolding saga of the galaxy. It appears he must strive to minimize his duration of stay in the future, for he cannot afford to overlook the opportunity to acquire the coveted crystal core of victory. On the television, a fleeting yet familiar figure caught his attention, startling Natsuki from his contemplations. It was Kuno Chika, who seemed to be a classmate of Ishid Mirai. Indeed, she had expressed her dream of becoming an idol, but had she truly achieved it in just over a year? He wondered if Ishid Mirai had also ascended to the status of a mentor. A nostalgic expression crossed Natsuki's face. Yet it quickly shifted to one of tension as he hastily finished his meal and exited the quaint eatery. Time travelers ought to eschew excessive sentimentality. The paramount concern is to advance towards the pinnacle of evolution. With a serious demeanor, Natsuki resolved to return to the Leo dimension after one more day of preparation. Sabin was correct. Joining the team was indeed a form of training. Regardless of his current strength among humans, his true adversaries lay among the extraterrestrials. Chapter 32. Joining the team in the Leo dimension, Natsuki did not linger for an extended period. Upon reappearing, he realized that only a short time had passed since Leo vanquished the beast Antares. The Earth Defense Force was still engaged in clearing the remnants of the battle, while the rescue teams had only just withdrawn. It must be said that the military might of this Earth was somewhat lacking. They could only rely on the team to confront monsters. The defense force appeared to have suffered significant losses previously, rendering them nearly impotent in Asia. Yumida residence. What? Zero NII is joining the ground patrol team? The young SHT's eyes widened in disbelief, as he had initially intended to seek Natsuki's help with his studies. Will you still come back afterward? I will continue to reside here, but I will only partake in urgent missions alongside my fellow team members, Natsuki clarified. That is wonderful, SHT exclaimed. If Zero NII becomes like H-Gen NII, then we will have no one to help us with our homework. Natsuki was left exasperated. It seemed he was merely a tool for academic assistance. By the way, why is there so much homework today? He inquired, flipping through the assignment book. Is there a lot? SHT scratched his head. It's just a little more than usual. Brother forgot to do his homework yesterday, his sister K-Ka chimed in, peering over to expose him. So today there's double the assignments. Little rascal, stop relying on others for help and make an effort yourself, Natsuki admonished. I want to do it again, SHT replied, his head drooping as he shot a glare at his sister, who was making faces behind him. If you continue to depend on others, your future may be quite bleak, Natsuki remarked helplessly, and you might end up as a useless uncle. He recalled his roommate from the galaxy, Yoshida, who was weak-willed and indecisive, only complaining privately all day long, likely a consequence of his childhood experiences. How could he possibly become a useless middle-aged man? Shatong protested, asserting his intention to join the team in the future. Natsuki was momentarily at a loss for words. To be frank, the team was hardly suited for ordinary individuals. The spirit of risking one's life to protect one's planet was undeniably admirable, yet what purpose did it serve? Even in death, one might not be remembered. Performing well did not guarantee gratitude, while failing would surely attract disdain. He had once witnessed a group blaming the team when a fighter jet crashed into their home, seemingly oblivious to the casualties among team members. Countless people took the team's battles for granted. The sole advantage of joining the team seemed to be a slightly higher compensation. I want to be like Brother Feng Yuan and Brother Ling, Xiaotong exclaimed with admiration. Keep it up, Natsuki replied, refraining from dampening Xiaotong's enthusiasm. Brother Ling. Xiaoxiang tugged at Natsuki's sleeve. Tomorrow is a day off. Let us go have ice cream together. Tomorrow? Natsuki had initially planned to continue training, but was suddenly tempted by the idea. Since arriving in the Ultraverse, he had yet to indulge in ice cream. Indeed, Mr. Yumida chimed in. I happen to be off work tomorrow. Let's all go out for the day and celebrate your joining the team. Natsuki silently chuckled to himself. What was there to celebrate? At this time of year, Japan was in summer, and the Yumida siblings donned light short-sleeved shirts and shorts, prompting Natsuki, who usually wore 2 sets of clothing, to change into summer attire as well. At the clothing store, due to the era's fashion, the summer styles were hardly avant-garde. Yet Natsuki found that they suited him quite well, evoking a touch of the Showa-era sun-kissed boy charm. Mr. Yumida initially intended to cover the expense of the clothes but was stopped by Natsuki. While he currently had no source of income, joining the team assuredly promised a salary far exceeding that of Mr. Yumida. Welcome. The group of 4 entered a dessert shop, each ordering a cup of ice cream. The crystalline glass cups paired with the vibrant hues of the ice cream exuded an air of sophistication. However, as Natsuki gazed at the ice cream before him, his expression became somewhat vacant. Particularly when he observed Mr. Yumida caring for his siblings, he felt as though he were transported back to the world he had traversed from. How long had it been? He had nearly forgotten the last time he accompanied his father to a dessert shop. With each temporal journey, the memories of the past seemed to fade, leaving only the haunting recollections of that final catastrophe, which replayed incessantly in his mind. Natsuki closed his eyes, his fingers clenching into a fist, so tightly that they turned pale. Brother Ling? Xiaoxiang inquired, puzzled. Why aren't you eating? The ice cream is melting. Oh. As Natsuki regained his senses, he scooped a mouthful of ice cream with a small spoon, allowing the sweetness to unfurl across his lips and taste buds. Beside him, Xiaotong was perusing the newspaper in the shop, which featured an article on Leo's victory over Antares through an inverted kick. Glancing at the accompanying photograph of Leo and Zayas, Xiaotong inquired, Brother Feng Yuan mentioned that Leo hails from the 77th star of Leo. What about the other Ultraman? Does he also originate from the cosmos? Mr. Yumida chuckled. As Ultramen are extraterrestrial beings, it stands to reason that they come from the universe. Has Zayas returned to the cosmos then? Xiaotong pondered aloud, noting that others seemed to be discussing why Zayas was not assisting Leo. Natsuki lifted his gaze and scanned the newspaper, replying nonchalantly, perhaps Zayas has his own reasons. Besides, why must humanity rely on Ultramen for protection? They are under no obligation to do so. Indeed, Mr. Yumida replied with a smile, Takashi-kun is truly destined to join the team. You've adapted to the role so swiftly. Just then, the communicator on Natsuki's wrist emitted a sudden beep. An alien of giant proportions has appeared in Tokyo District 201. All team members are to report to the scene immediately. Understood, replied Natsuki as he rose to his feet. He had not yet officially joined the team. Yet here he was receiving mission information, rather abrupt. However, if it was merely a case of a giant extraterrestrial, he felt compelled to participate. Is there a mission already? Mr. Yumida voiced his concern. You are not yet a member and lack equipment. Don't worry, Natsuki assured him. I'll go see the situation first. In the suburban riverside area of Tokyo, a group of team members intermittently fired their weapons, pursuing the extraterrestrial into the woods by the riverbank. Upon his arrival, Natsuki could faintly hear the eerie laughter reminiscent of the Ball and aliens. The team members had already surrounded the alien and begun combat, but the circumstances were far from hopeful. The extraterrestrial suddenly manifested several illusory doppelgangers, deftly shifting between them, causing the unprepared team members to tumble into the river one by one. This doppelganger alien, known as the Philippians, could create multiple illusory copies and launch attacks by merging with them, while the doppelgangers were mere phantoms. The Philip's shifting ability made them exceedingly challenging to counter. If one could not discern the true form, it became even more troublesome than facing an enemy with teleportation capabilities. Feng Yuan, present at the scene, found himself misled by a doppelganger, resulting in a failed kick that sent him plunging into the river. This is bad. With that, Natsuki leaped into the fray without hesitation, executing a powerful punch that precisely struck the true form of the Philippian, providing respite for the remaining team members. Zero, leaning on his cane, looked on in astonishment as Natsuki engaged in fierce combat with the extraterrestrial. Unlike Feng Yuan, Natsuki appeared capable of distinguishing between the true form and the illusions, remaining entirely unaffected by the phantasmagoria. In the midst of Zero's intense gaze, Natsuki unexpectedly closed his eyes and delivered another kick that sent the Philippian flying. Darkness technique. By closing his eyes, Natsuki was completely immune to the illusions, allowing him to strike the enemy with even greater precision. This is one of the recent achievements in his cultivation, a hallmark of physical prowess reaching its zenith. A harmonious union of body and mind. With a swift and fierce convergence of fists and feet, Natsuki denied Philip any chance to evade, advancing with resolute intent. His powerful hands exploding against the opponent's chest. Boom. Severely injured, Philip cast a glance at Natsuki, hesitating to linger any longer. He hastily retreated to another side and fled in panic after creating a clone. Is everyone all right? Natsuki, unable to pursue, hurriedly joined the Zushing team to rescue others. The few teammates who had been thrown into the river were mostly unharmed, yet one had struck his neck against a tree trunk, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and did not survive. One life sacrificed. Natsuki gazed solemnly at the lifeless comrade, gently touching the corpse's wide-open eyes. Zero. The Zushing team members bore heavy expressions upon witnessing the loss, yet this was not the time for sorrow. What transpired moments ago? Natsuki turned to face the Zushing team. That alien's clone was merely an illusion, thus, one could discern the true position by sound. I see. The Zushing team leader grasped Natsuki's arm tightly, his gaze filled with inquiry. Natsuki accepted the directive, stating, Zero, I have resolved to join the team. Albeit only for ground patrol. Natsuki nodded affirmatively. Excellent. A smile finally broke through the Zushing leader's serious demeanor, bringing a sense of relief to his heart. No matter how harsh reality may be, there remains a glimmer of hope. Once we defeat the Philip aliens, the Zushing leader clapped Natsuki on the shoulder. I shall personally train with you. Chapter 33, The Disk Creatures on a Dark Planet 10 million kilometers from Earth. There exists a peculiar species of monstrous beings known as the Disk Creatures, the ultimate invaders from the Leo dimension. They first appeared by annihilating a team and were the culprits behind the deaths of Yamamoto Ayako and Shoko, originally intended to be adversaries introduced later in the narrative. They have unexpectedly set their sights on Earth prematurely. Commander Blake, orchestrating the Disk Creatures, has secretly arrived. In Tokyo, an extraterrestrial clad in a black top hat, black suit, and black cloak appeared amidst the streets, holding a scepter adorned with a crystal ball, gazing upon reports of Leo's triumph over the monsters. Whoosh. A fierce wind swept through, and the alien vanished from the street, leaving behind only a chilling laugh. At the South City Sports Club, everyone was celebrating Natsuki's official induction into the team while rejoicing in Leo's latest victory over the monsters. Takagi and Feng Yuan beamed with bright smiles, exclaiming, "This time, we owe it all to your dark tactics. Otherwise, I would have been quite troubled." As he spoke, Feng Yuan bashfully scratched the back of his head. Despite being the mentor who introduced Natsuki to the team, he found himself at a loss regarding how to deal with this latest alien clone. The earlier encounter with Antares had also required his disciple's guidance. It was indeed rather awkward. "This is all I can do," Natsuki replied with a smile and a nod. Monsters can only be resolved by Leo. He realizes that he cannot avoid teaching Feng Yuan, especially given their relationship. Moreover, the methods to combat the monsters were originally employed in Leo. By the way, Natsuki looked around but could not find the figure of Zhu Xingtuan and suddenly inquired, "Where's the captain?" Feng Yuan was momentarily taken aback. "Huh? He was just here, in the outskirts by the river." Zhu Xingtuan returned to the woods where the team had pursued the alien doppelganger. Leaning on his cane as he approached the spot where a team member had sacrificed his life, silently, he placed a handful of orchids on the ground. Joining his hands in prayer, "We have lost another brave comrade," Zhu Xingtuan said to Natsuki, who had arrived behind him, with a sense of melancholy. "Perhaps your earlier concerns were justified. 0. Battles without sacrifice are hard to achieve. We simply are not strong enough yet." Natsuki's gaze fell upon the orchids. He could defeat the third-stage humanoid aliens, but he remained merely a life form. The so-called transformation was merely an ability conferred by the godlike mirror, allowing him to function for only 3 minutes at a time, and the uses were painfully limited. Not everything unfolds as ideally as one might hope. That is the reality. Zhu Xingtuan nodded, "And because of this, we must strive harder. Starting tomorrow, I will come to the club to find you." "Isn't the team busy?" Natsuki asked, puzzled. In his mind, the team captain should indeed have a lot on his plate. The team is usually on regular patrol, and there is still Yuan at the base. Zhu Xingtuan explained, "It's not an issue to carve out some time." At the Yamada residence, Natsuki lay on his bed with his head resting on his hands. Zhu Xingtuan must know that he joined the team for training. Since it was training, it was inevitable that he would leave once it concluded. And that day was not far off, likely just about a month away. Even if it were to take longer, the assistance he could provide was limited. He had no intention of utilizing his last transformation in the Leo world, as he saw no hope of acquiring special light particles at present. And he intended to save it for Galaxy, just in case. "I will assist as much as I can," he thought, recalling some key plot points. Natsuki's gaze landed on the vase by the window, and he sighed helplessly. He should have understood back when he faced the death of the old warrior in 50. Why? In the end, was he unable to break free from these ties? "Dad, let me be headstrong just this once," Natsuki murmured as he gazed at the starry sky. The next day, at the South City Sports Club, Natsuki donned a karate uniform and began training with Zhu Xingtuan. Despite Zhu Xingtuan's current mobility issues, Natsuki dared not underestimate him, for Zhu Xingtuan could effortlessly defeat Feng Yuan with just his cane while standing still. The cane in Zhu Xingtuan's hands moved with the precision of a skilled swordsman. Natsuki's eyes sparkled after just a short while. In terms of karate, aside from continuing to gain practical experience and honing his strength, he found himself unable to innovate. Each time, he could only watch as the enemy fled. However, the art of swordsmanship is distinct. With the appropriate weapon, one can indeed vanquish small monsters akin to what Gargura accomplished. The spin-off of Diga has also showcased instances where martial prowess led to the demise of lesser beasts. Such occurrences are not rare, as there are masters of swordplay throughout the cosmos who have triumphed over foes. Might this be an opportune moment to hone one's sword skills? As the saying goes, mastering one technique leads to the understanding of many. Thus, now is the perfect time for him to pursue swordsmanship. Beep. The sound of the communicator interrupted the practice session. "This is the team. Zashing team connected." "Captain, what is happening?" A cacophony of indistinct noise, screams, and shouts flooded through the line. "Help? What is going on?" Zashing and Natsuki exchanged anxious glances, pressing for a response. "Answer me." Bang. The communication was abruptly severed by a series of explosive sounds. Simultaneously, far in space, the Team S space station was completely engulfed by a magnificent disc-shaped creature. And the only message relayed back to the ground base was a video of a monster's tongue penetrating the station, accompanied by the desperate screams of the crew. The fighter jet also failed to escape in time. Aside from a handful of ordinary members patrolling the ground and Natsuki and Zashing from the South City Club, everyone was annihilated. The news of this catastrophic upheaval swept across the Earth in an instant, spreading panic. The destruction of the space station signified that Earth's defenses were utterly laid bare to the invaders. And the unknown monster responsible for this calamity was a source of profound dread. "Captain," Natsuki said, clutching a newspaper as he approached Zashing once more. Is there still no contact? At least Fonjun should have managed to escape, right? That guy. Zashing appeared aged by the moment. His fingers trembling as he held onto his Cebu glasses, his eyes reflecting deep-seated sorrow. Without Leo's protection, who else could they rely on? He could no longer transform. And Natsuki had but one chance to do so. What was once thought to be the dawn of hope had swiftly turned into a descent into hell. Zashing Captain. Takashi. Imura Masashi rushed in from outside, intending to inquire but was halted by Natsuki's dismissive shake of the head. Mr. Imura, Natsuki asked, what about the others? They should still be unaware. Umura sighed. Baizi took Xiao Tong and Xiao Shi to the mall. I will go find them. Umura hurriedly exited the club, leaving Natsuki alone with Zashing. No matter how long they waited, the communicator remained silent, and Natsuki's telepathic senses could not detect Leo's presence at all. Was Leo truly gone? The vibrant smile of Feng Yuan flashed before Natsuki's eyes. Zero, Zashing said, not wanting to reveal his vulnerability in front of others. Let me be alone for a while. I will go find Baizi and the others. Natsuki nodded. It is too perilous outside. In the corridor of the sports center, Natsuki left the training space for Zashing, following in pursuit of Umura Masashi. What is that? In the skies above Tokyo, a disc-shaped entity descended slowly, causing the onlookers below to pause in bewilderment. As the object approached, panic ensued, and people scattered in all directions. With a resounding crash, the ethereal beauty of the disc struck the ground, landing amidst a bustling commercial street, where a nearby building exploded violently. Sister, Xiaoxiang, I'm scared. Summer Tree abruptly halted, hearing the distant voices of Baizi and others. Closing her eyes, she sensed the chaos as countless individuals fled from the monstrous apparition, many tragically buried beneath the rubble. Baizi and the Yumida siblings appeared to be sheltering in an underground mall, narrowly escaping immediate death but becoming trapped as the ceiling crumbled around them. Brother. Xiaoxiang's voice grew clearer as the figure of Xiaotong flickered by in despair. Xiaoxiang, Xiaotong. Clang. A radiant beam coalesced in front of Summer Tree's chest. Transform. Chapter 34. The Solitary Warrior Run. The department store, caught off guard by the destruction of the space station and the abrupt arrival of the disk, had no forewarning or time to seek refuge. Both the department store and the underground mall suffered catastrophic damage. Boom, boom, boom. A throng of people surged from the underground passage amidst the explosions, yet many remained trapped in the collapsed depths. In the dimly lit underground mall, debris rained down, and the explosions continued unabated. Baizi and the others, witnessing the toy store reduced to ruins, could only huddle in terror against the wall. Above them, a water pipe ruptured violently, spraying water everywhere. Sister, Xiaoxiang, frightened, clung to Baizi. In the midst of the terrifying crisis of death, the world around them oddly fell into a surreal calm. On the other side, amidst the chaos of a craft store, dolls lay trapped beneath shattered debris. One smiling face gazing towards the Yumida siblings. You must study hard, or the teacher will scold you. A doll submerged in muddy water began to play music. A little girl's voice sweetly chiming. I'm a bit sleepy. Brother, could you sing me a lullaby? Hiki. Xiaoxiang, terrified, turned her head away and tightly shut her eyes. Just as the ceiling could no longer bear the weight, sending a cascade of debris crashing down towards them. Boom. Clang. A radiant orb penetrated the ground, spiriting Xiaoxiang and the others upward amidst the collapsing ruins. Amidst the chaos on the streets, Commander Blake in a black cloak walked against the tide, grasping a crystal ball, gazing toward the obliterated department store. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the depths, reflecting off the surrounding glass buildings, as the colossal red figure, Zayas, emerged, lifting several humans through the radiant glow, coalescing near the edifice. Zayas Ultraman. Commander Blake raised the crystal ball high. Hilbabur, Unit 2, Blake Dome. Machine Number 3, Black Absorber. Arise and vanquish Zayas. Boom. A crimson beam swept across the commercial district, shaking the ground once more from its brief calm. After the transformed Zayas, Nakaki escorted the siblings Baiko and Yumida away. He found himself encircled by three disc-shaped creatures. The ethereal, jellyfish-like Hilbabrum, a being capable of obliterating space stations, moved with such velocity that the team could not respond. The crab-like black dome emitted corrosive foam that could dissolve any object, complemented by its formidable pincers capable of severing anything. The octopus jellyfish hybrid absorber released flames, emitted destructive beams, and spewed toxic gas. Startled, Nakaki hurriedly braced himself, a flurry of information about the three disc-shaped beings flashing through his mind. The monsters that Leo had faced individually now threatened him simultaneously. A fierce wind swept across the battlefield, leaving only the towering figure of Zayas and the disc creatures at the heart of the city. Without Leo, without the team. He felt utterly alone, save for the sound of his own breath and the cries of fleeing civilians, as if he alone bore the burden of resisting calamity. In his titanic form, he could not escape like an ordinary person. Nakaki's breath quickened as he glanced at the panicking crowd on the ground, shifting directions to confront his adversaries. He had faced brutal assaults before, but never had the pressure felt so immense. The enemies, those bizarre disc creatures, offered him no respite. Swish! As he witnessed the crab-like disc unleashing its corrosive foam, Nakaki dared not linger in thought. He leapt into action, attempting to break free from the encirclement, only to find his legs ensnared by a long tongue. Crash! Zaya's massive form was yanked downward, crashing heavily into the rubble. Jiro Sitaro, leaning on his cane, hurried from the athletic center. Upon discerning Nakaki's predicament, his expression shifted drastically. Should even Zaya's fall, humanity would be doomed. Seeing Nakaki struggle against the relentless assault of the three monsters, with scarcely any opportunity to retaliate, Jiro hastily cast aside his cane, crossing his arms to unleash his ultra-telekinetic power. Sweat trickled from the corners of his eyes, even if it cost him his life. He would use his power to restrain the three monsters, buying Nakaki precious moments. 0. The call of 7 exploded in his ears. Nakaki, who had contemplated retreating from Leo's timeline, felt a sudden jolt. He glanced at Jiro, who was channeling his telekinetic energy, and hurriedly pressed against the crab-like disc's terrifying foam. Struggling, he clasped his arms together to gather energy. Fear. Die. Rays of energy rapidly coalesced, targeting the greatest threat. Hilbabram, who was the first to burst under the concentrated light. Bang, bang, bang. Although Jiro's telekinetic force could not be sustained for long, it granted Nakaki a vital moment to breathe. Finally, he found an opportunity to fight back, first dispatching the jellyfish disc that had hindered him, followed by slicing through the crab-like disc's pincers with his hands, glowing with a fierce red light. As 7 collapsed onto the ground, his complexion pale and his Ultraman powers waning, the crab disc Dom was swiftly dispatched by Natsuki's pincers. Before losing consciousness, Zero cast a grateful glance at the battlefield, entrusting the mission to his captain. The alarm on Natsuki's chest flashed red, urging him to eliminate the remaining octopus disc, only to be met with the emergence of 2 new disc figures entering the atmosphere. More. Black Karen. Diamonds. The presence of Commander Black surged into Natsuki's senses, prompting him to swiftly deal with Zayas. Black Karen, a turtle-like disc creature, unleashed explosive fiery rays as well as a formidable long tongue as its secret weapon. Diamonds. A starfish-shaped disc entity, could emit dissolving foam that instantaneously disintegrated both humans and structures, while also wielding numerous tentacles for combat. The data on these disc creatures was well within Natsuki's grasp from the monster encyclopedia, rendering them familiar in both strengths and weaknesses. Yet, with a gasp, Natsuki forcefully kicked the octopus disc away. With the red light flashing urgently, he unleashed the spatial ray once more, obliterating his third opponent. Even with 7's assistance, he felt the strain, hardly having time to contend with the corrosive liquid covering him. Beep. Energy was rapidly depleting. Natsuki looked skyward at the descending foes, evading the dissolving foam from Diamonds, while bracing himself against the fiery rays of Karen. He concentrated to gather the spatial ray, vanquishing the defensively weaker Diamonds. His only advantage lay in his knowledge of these disc creatures. With uncertainty about how many enemies remained, he could only seek the swiftest means to eliminate them. In one final transformation, before departing, he resolved to strike down as many as possible. Boom. Diamonds exploded above Tokyo, while the turtle-like disc landed successfully, ceasing its fiery barrage, only for its long tongue to strike heavily against Natsuki. Instantly, Zayas was slammed onto the dilapidated streets, his bright red side pressed against the ground, struggling to rise, yet seemingly devoid of strength. Zayas, following the retreat of the young boy, glanced back at the relentless onslaught of the monster's tongue, still yearning to fight. Chapter 35. United in purpose. Suddenly, the weather shifted dramatically. A torrential downpour enveloped Tokyo, washing away the corrosive foam from Zayas, yet failing to alter the battlefield's dire circumstances. Not only was Zayas unable to fend off the monster, but the red light also flickered incessantly. Enough, shouted the young boy, braving the deluge as he called out to the battlefield. This is enough. Zayas, you must flee. Crash. The turtle disc's tongue coiled around Zayas' neck, hoisting him high before slamming him down. Natsuki struggled to turn his head, and as he was lifted once more, he exerted all his strength to grasp the monster's tongue. The tortoise disc is among the most formidable of all disc creatures, yet many of its strengths are also its vulnerabilities. He vividly recalls that the weakness of the tortoise disc, Sharon, lies in its tongue. With a firm grip on the tongue, and while still suspended in midair, Natsuki channeled all his remaining strength into a decisive strike with his hand. Die. with a resounding crash as the elongated tongue severed. The tortoise monster collapsed like a firecracker ignited in a spectacular explosion of smoke and fire. Simultaneously, Natsuki withdrew from his transformation, becoming a luminous orb that descended into the puddles among the ruins. The rain continued to pour relentlessly, and as Natsuki lay in the water, he faintly discerned another disk creature materializing above him. The Dark Planet is a demon planet with its own consciousness, continuously drawing closer to Earth. If the Dark Planet is not dealt with, disk creatures will proliferate endlessly. What fate awaits this world? The divine mirror upon his chest still shimmered, seemingly awaiting his return to the galactic realm. Possessing the ability to traverse time and space, even the destruction of this planet would not affect him in the slightest. He should have departed by now. Yet, in a moment of disorientation, Natsuki heard the desperate cries of humanity echoing in his ears. He felt so powerless, so utterly weak. No matter how hard he exerted himself, nothing seemed to change. Evolution? Could humanity truly evolve into giants? The voice of the ruined star resonated. Obi time, 50, Natsuki declared. I will survive. I will persist endlessly. In Zaya's time, Samavan remarked, you are merely too hasty. Strength is never acquired in an instant. 50, Kai added. My father said that when you grow up, you must not cry. In Planet Ganner, Gagura asked, are you leaving again? Where do you intend to go? In Leo time. The star cluster stated, not everything will unfold as perfectly as we desire. This is reality, and it is precisely because of this that we must strive. Natsuki pushed himself up from the puddle, peering through the haze of debris towards the fish-shaped disk creature wreaking havoc on the other side. The brilliance of the divine mirror upon his chest intensified. Black Hangura, originally designated as the seventh disk dispatched by the Dark Planet, is characterized by its enormous maw capable of spewing forth powerful flames and sucking in humans with its voracious pull. Takagi. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Natsuki's heart. Takagi? Phonjun? Natsuki halted, turning to survey his surroundings. It was the voice of Phonyuan. Let us become one, Takagi. Phonyuan implored anxiously. I can still fight. Please join me in protecting this planet. Are you still alive? Natsuki sensed no trace of Phonyuan. I do not know. I can only perceive your presence, Phonyuan replied heavily. Only you can assist me now, Takagi. A dazzling lion's eye ring materialized before Natsuki, rapidly coalescing into form. Seizing the moment, Natsuki grasped the ring tightly, clenching his fist resolutely, vowing, this shall not happen again. Phonyuan's voice was laden with bitterness. Must I at least wait until I can return? The moment was upon him. Natsuki adorned his left ring finger with the eye of the lion. Despite the fatigue from a previous battle, a surge of vitality coursed through his being. With a resounding clang, the eye of the lion erupted in brilliance, and a crimson specter darted from the cosmic expanse, merging seamlessly with Natsuki amidst the ruins. At that moment on the battlefield of Tokyo, the Earth Defense Force was mobilizing its strength to mount an offensive against the disc-shaped creature, Hangura. However, the ground forces of tanks and the aerial squadrons of fighter jets were swiftly devoured by Hangura, resulting in a complete and utter rout. As the torrential rain ceased, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the towering red form of Leo emerging from the debris, followed by a powerful beam that struck Hangura, causing it to explode. Countless fragments of flesh rained down like a deluge. Boom. The Leo Ray, a lethal technique generated from psychic energy, bore a striking resemblance to the preparatory stance of the Azura Ray, with both hands extended outward. Yet, the culmination of the Leo Ray involved thrusting both hands forward in unison, unleashing a radiant beam from his fingertips. When fully charged, its intensity could reach extraordinary levels. Though Leo had not endured the same tribulations as in the original narrative, he had nonetheless ascended to a formidable level of power. Leo. The ground erupted with cheers of survival, as Natsuki's companions, along with the support of Omura Masashi, turned their gazes toward the battlefield. The majestic stature of an eagle, the wild aura of a lion king, and the robust, crimson form of a warrior. Though his appearance remained unchanged, it seemed as if Leo had been reborn. Confusion filled the eyes of the Genshin Corps. Is Gen still alive? Natsuki surveyed the ground, nodding slightly before turning to seek out Commander Black. To eradicate the crisis posed by the disc-shaped beings, it was imperative to destroy the Dark Planet and eliminate the one who continually summoned these creatures. Yet, Commander Black had indeed concealed himself. After a fruitless search, Natsuki cast a glance at the Dark Planet, which continued its relentless approach toward Earth. Crossing his arms, he lunged into the air, ultimately reverting to his original form near the athletic center. For the time being, he could not depart from this timeline. However, the unfolding events felt peculiar, almost chaotic compared to his recollections. He should have had no influence over the plot involving the disc-shaped beings. Was it possible that there were other time travelers besides himself? Natsuki furrowed his brow. Those capable of traversing the Ultraman universe were not entities he could contend with at present. 0. Jinshin Core, supported by a cane, hastily approached and, upon seeing Natsuki, inquired eagerly, "Where is Jin?" "He is alive," Natsuki replied, regaining his focus, "but the specifics of the situation elude me. It seems he is trapped somewhere." At that moment, Jinshin Core realized the gravity of the situation, casting a look of astonishment toward Natsuki. "It is I, Natsuki," who nodded in affirmation. "Under certain circumstances, I can now share a profound connection with Leo. After the battle, Leo's ring has vanished, yet I can still sense his presence. It appears that once we establish this bond, we can transform once more. I shall endeavor to find a way to rescue him," Natsuki promised with calm determination. Species, human life level. Cosmic being, lifespan, 200 years, Earth Standard Time. Rank, level 3, evolutionary dawn, exceptional adaptability to various extraterrestrial life planetary environments, extraordinary vitality, enhanced jumping ability. Superior hearing, acute vision, high-speed mobility, telepathy, immunity to negative states, evolutionary material, unknown giant from Ruins Planet. Zai's Ultraman Authority. Time-Space Traversal Chapter 36. After the war in a corner of Tokyo, Commander Black emerged amidst the howling cold wind, his crystal orb shimmering intermittently. The detestable Ultraman had inexplicably lost 5 discs in one fell swoop. Even the formidable Karen had succumbed to a critical strike. What on earth is happening? Commander Black exclaimed in frustration. How did they discover the weaknesses of our invasion machines? In the aftermath of the war, Tokyo embarked on a reconstruction effort, seemingly returning to a semblance of normalcy. However, this time, the Earth Defense Forces had suffered grievously. Not only had vital strongholds and space stations been obliterated, but the hard-won Earth Defense Army had once again endured a devastating blow. Natsuki observed the rescue teams tirelessly navigating through the ruins, acutely aware of the terrifying consequences of the obliteration of the defense units. Previously, when the teams were operational, monsters rarely manifested directly in bustling city centers, and most could be detected in advance, allowing ordinary citizens time to seek refuge. Now, that crucial line of defense lay in ruins. Although the Galactic Alliance had commenced the reorganization of ground bases, it would be a considerable while before combat readiness could be restored. "Hurry, move faster," Natsuki urged, following the blaring sirens of an ambulance to an emergency rescue point. Wounded individuals were continuously brought in, and the medical personnel were bustling about. While numerous citizens searched for their loved ones amidst the chaos, the air filled with cries of despair. At the entrance, a police officer spotted Natsuki in her uniform and hurriedly saluted. "What is the casualty status?" Natsuki inquired. "It is dire," the officer replied grimly, "and many remain trapped beneath the rubble." Natsuki's gaze swept across the bodies being carried away on stretchers, and she turned toward a wall beside the rescue tent, where a list of the deceased was inscribed in sorrowful detail. Many people crowded around to read the names. Some broke down in tears. Others hid their faces in the corners, and a group of children stood helplessly to the side, eventually led away by rescue personnel. "Daddy, Mommy, Sob, pull yourself together." Yako Yamamoto steadied an injured person as they were laid onto a stretcher, assisting the medical team with their bandaging efforts. "Yamamoto?" Natsuki exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the nurse amidst the chaos. "What brings you here?" "I happen to have some knowledge of nursing, so I came to volunteer," she explained. Bai Zi, upon seeing Xiaoshu, pursed his lips and inquired, "Is there any news about Feng Jun?" "Not yet," Xiaoshu consoled. "But I am certain that Feng Jun is still alive." That was all he could say. It was true that Feng Yuan was alive. Yet explaining this to Bai Zi proved to be quite challenging. As night fell, Xiaoshu returned to the Umatada residence, sensing that the Umatada siblings were in a deep slumber before he retreated to his own room. Plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. He had unexpectedly exhausted his last transformation opportunity. Although he could merge with Leo in a unified transformation, it inadvertently confined him to this world. Until Leo recovered, escape was not an option. The Victory Crystal core within the galaxy would need to be re-strategized. Xiaoshu wearily rubbed his temples and proceeded to examine the information from the Divine Light Mirror. He had acquired enhanced vision and immunity to negative states. The enhanced vision was comprehensible, akin to his previous enhanced hearing, both representing a second-tier physical enhancement that naturally developed over time. Thus, the newly acquired ability was immunity. Regardless of whether one is an ordinary human or a cosmic being, the body possesses immune functions. However, the immunity he obtained was an active skill capable of dispelling his own negative states. With a whoosh, Xiaoshu attempted to utilize it once, but it yielded no effect and instead left him feeling even more fatigued. It likely targeted conditions like poison and could only be further explored in actual combat scenarios. A few days later, at the Cosmic Biology Research Institute, the onslaught of the disc creatures plunged humanity into panic. To ascertain their origins, Scientists quickly commenced research and successfully identified a dark planet not too far from Earth. Xiaoshu accompanied the Jushin group into the conference room, and upon taking a seat, he noticed that an entire wall was adorned with data on 5 disc creatures, featuring not only their physical attributes, but also dissection diagrams of the remnants collected post-battle, culminating with a photograph of the dark planet. This is the complete view of the dark planet we have observed, the lead researcher intoned solemnly. The 5 disc creatures that have emerged are all connected to this dark planet. However, with our current weaponry, it is exceedingly difficult to mount a counterattack. Xiaoshu listened intently as the scientists elucidated. The Earth Defense Force had once possessed capabilities for cosmic defense, but plans had been terminated and many weapons no longer existed. Even if they wished to redeploy them now, time was not on their side. However, an elderly scientist interjected, "We are not entirely without means to confront the disc creatures. Through the battles fought by Ultraman, we can discern that these entities possess weaknesses." "Professor," someone interrupted, "even if we identify those weaknesses, they are still quite formidable." "Are they not? The team has yet to be re-established, and the defense unit has suffered significant losses." "That is indeed true, but we must be proactive in our prevention." After the meeting, Jushin privately asked Xiaoshu, "What are your thoughts on the disc creatures?" "If it were just one alone, it would be manageable," Xiaoshu contemplated. "But what is paramount now is locating Commander Blake. Is there still no news?" Before the emergence of the disc-shaped entities, there were indeed sightings, yet now they have vanished, demonstrating the cunning nature of the adversary. The constellation of stars walked beside Natsuki, their expression increasingly grave. "It is likely that their next appearance will coincide with a full-scale offensive. We must be prepared." Natsuki remained silent, contemplating the fact that there were at least 7 disc-shaped entities in his memory. Should they launch another assault, it would be utterly terrifying. Fortunately, it seems the enemy has been intimidated, and their inability to ascertain our capabilities has rendered them hesitant to act recklessly. "Captain," Natsuki pondered, offering a cautionary reminder. "If the opposing side becomes aware of the Cosmic Biological Research Institute, they may target the scientists. The safety of the scientists must be entrusted to the police." Zhu Xingtuan agreed, nodding. "Do keep an eye on them when you have the chance." "I will," Natsuki replied, requesting a list of scientists. He had never doubted humanity's potential. Given time and research, results would inevitably emerge. It appeared that in the original narrative, these scientists had indeed fallen victim to the disc-shaped entities. Suddenly, on the quiet streets of Tokyo, several meteors streaked across the night sky. A handful of disc-shaped entities secretly infiltrated Earth, shrinking their forms to conceal themselves within lakes or beneath the ground, stealthily lying in wait. However, they were not alone. Other cosmic life forms had accompanied them. Amidst the nocturnal ambience, eerie cries of women echoed through the night. On this particular evening, Yumita heard from a friend that peculiar sounds emerged from the flower shed at midnight, prompting them to investigate. The two entered the greenhouse with trepidation, leaving Kochan outside to stand guard. The flower shed, illuminated by moonlight, was eerily tranquil, filled only with the sounds of insects and dripping water. Yet, after a short while, a long, mournful wailing pierced the silence, a ghostly sound that sent chills down their spines. "Perhaps we should leave. What if there truly are spirits?" Yumita's friend hesitated. "Fool. It is merely the wind." Kochan swallowed nervously, activating the recorder to capture the sound. Suddenly, a pot of flowers tumbled from the rack with a loud crash, startling the two, who hastily fled the greenhouse. "Kochan, hurry," Yumita urged. "Could it be real?" she asked, fearfully glancing back at the shed. Chapter 37. The Terrifying Midnight Wails. The Wails of the Night? Natsuki learned of the news the following day. A victim had been discovered beside the flower shed, entirely transformed into a wax figure. Nearby, police were questioning Kochan and others, and upon seeing Natsuki, one officer lamented, they claimed to have been killed by a ghost. "How could there possibly be a ghost?" "It is the Atlans," Natsuki replied, his expression serious as he examined the waxen corpse. The Atlans, hailing from the terrifying and deathly star of Atla, possess the ability to emit a waxifying ray, turning all living beings into wax figures. Indeed, as portrayed in Leo, they manifest as ghostly apparitions at night. Zhu Xingtuan, leaning on his cane, appeared behind Natsuki, stating, "There have been similar attacks in the tunnels. The driver has also been turned into a wax figure. You must exercise caution, Zero." Zhu Xingtuan spoke gravely. "I have witnessed planets obliterated by the Antlarian beings, where the life forms were all transfigured into waxen statues. It is imperative that we address this issue before their size escalates." Natsuki meticulously recalled the monster compendium at his disposal. The Antlarian's vulnerability lies within the flower on its chest. If we target that floral feature before it expands, there exists a feasible means to vanquish it. The critical factor, however, is to avoid the debilitating wax ray emitted by the foe. Natsuki pondered his immunity skill. uncertain whether it could withstand such a waxification beam. "This is the recording we captured," Xiao Tong declared, presenting the tape recorder to Natsuki. Upon playback, a chilling wail reverberated through the air. "Consider yourselves fortunate this time," Natsuki cautioned. "Do not act recklessly in the future." "Indeed, the flower shed is devoid of anything," Zhu Xingtuan remarked, emerging from the floral refuge. "It appears they merely seek temporary concealment. Exercise caution tonight. Zero, accompany me." As they departed the crime scene, Zhu Xingtuan's countenance grew increasingly grave. "Zero, you alone possess the ability to transform and engage in battle, hence you must remain unharmed. The Antlarians are our responsibility to confront." "I understand," Natsuki paused, then reminded, "Captain, the Antlarian's weakness is the flower on its chest. Aim for that when firing." Zhu Xingtuan glanced at Natsuki in surprise but refrained from inquiring how he was so well-versed in the enemy's vulnerabilities. Compared to Leo, this Asa Ultraman undoubtedly exuded an air of mystery. Bang, bang, bang. At the temporary training base, Natsuki gripped his handgun, practicing his aim at the shooting range. Zhu Xingtuan's assessment was astute. Although his combat prowess was formidable, he had little experience with firearms, making it difficult to contend with an adversary wielding a wax ray. Sometimes, even knowledge of an enemy's weakness is insufficient without the requisite strength. Shooting skills required practice as well. Yet, Natsuki's thoughts were consumed by the Antlarian situation, rendering him unable to focus. Despite having informed Zhu Xingtuan of the Antlarian's vulnerability, he doubted their team's capacity to defeat it. Ultimately, it seemed he alone would have to confront the threat. He truly found himself bereft of even a moment's respite. Natsuki let out a soft sigh. This temporal realm was exceedingly unkind. Not only were there disc-shaped beings, but also an array of extraordinarily powerful extraterrestrials. Strangely, he had become an unwitting hero in this world. How had it come to this? Natsuki found himself perplexed. Initially, he had intended to depart once his training concluded, only to be drawn into the team by Zhu Xingtuan. He had envisioned gaining practical experience through battles against extraterrestrials before leaving, but then Leo had vanished. Were it not for his understanding of Feng Yuan's character, he would have almost believed Feng Yuan was intentionally evading him to provoke a confrontation. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a telephone jolted Natsuki from his reverie. "Hello, this is the team," he answered. "Zero, it's me, Xiao Tong," came the frantic whisper from the other end. "The wailing has resurfaced. It seems to be emanating from the apartment building. Where are you now?" Xiaoshu faintly heard the sound of weeping on the phone, her heart racing with alarm. "Are you at home?" she urgently inquired. "I'm at a classmate's house." With Zhang Nan, Xiao Tong replied, glancing nervously out the window, as if something ominous were approaching. "What should we do?" "You too. Turn off the lights and find a place to hide. No matter what happens, remain silent." "I will rush over immediately," Xiaoshu instructed solemnly. "What is the address?" In the apartment, Xiao Tong swallowed hard and crouched behind the cupboard with her friend. As the prolonged cries drew nearer, they discerned a pale figure passing outside the curtains. It was a woman clad in white, moving in a way that seemed unearthly. The two held their breath, peering through the cupboard as the woman in white began to peer into the room. Her icy visage glimmered eerily, reminiscent of a wax figure. Clang. It seemed she had not noticed anyone inside, as the spectral figure swiftly moved past, followed by the sound of shattering glass and blood-curdling screams from next door. The inhabitants of that apartment were surely doomed. Xiao Tong clutched her friend tightly, eyes shut, too terrified to look. Time passed, and at last, the screams subsided, leaving the entire apartment building in a heavy silence. They contemplated venturing outside to assess the situation, but strange noises echoed from the hallway. It appeared the white figure had returned to their vicinity. Xiao Tong. Xiaoshu arrived downstairs in a patrol car, accompanied by Zhu Xingtuan and a group of reserve team members. "Everyone, pay attention," Zhu Xingtuan cautioned. "Make sure you're not caught in the light." "Understood." The group proceeded cautiously along the corridor into the apartment, yet found no trace of the Atlanteans, only Xiao Tong and her friend fleeing in panic, colliding with Xiaoshu at the entrance. "Brother Zero," Xiao Tong gasped, relieved upon recognizing Xiaoshu, her heart still racing. It was a woman in white. "For now, stay inside," Xiaoshu urged, grasping Xiao Tong and her friend while glancing at Zhu Xingtuan, who awaited news. "Captain, the reports from the reserve members indicate that everyone in the apartment has turned into wax figures." Zhu Xingtuan nodded solemnly. "Continue searching the area. It seems the only survivors are the two children who heeded Xiaoshu's advice to hide." "Zero, take them away," Zhu Xingtuan instructed. "Understood," Xiaoshu replied, nodding as she decided to escort the children to the Yamita residence. This area was far too perilous. "Brother Zero, are the others really all dead?" Xiao Tong and her friend trembled as they followed Xiaoshu to the vehicle, haunted by the events that had unfolded, as if trapped in a dreadful nightmare. "Don't dwell on it. Let's return," Take a shower and get some sleep, Xiaoshu replied, shaking her head. The Atlanteans had appeared in the early hours, likely transforming most people into wax figures while they slept. Xiaotong had narrowly escaped, perhaps by sheer luck, for the Atlanteans hunted primarily by sight. As the patrol car exited the residential area and entered a dim tunnel, a sudden burst of female sobbing erupted once more. Brother Zero, Xiaotong exclaimed in panic. It's that thing. Get down. Natsuki had sensed the presence of the Australians and urgently ducked to evade the beams of light while pressing the accelerator to speed out of the tunnel. However, the sense of crisis did not dissipate. The Australians seemed to have set their sights on the vehicle and pursued it from the tunnel. The terrifying wax-like beams left him paralyzed with fear, unable to rise and drive. You two stay hidden here. Natsuki's expression darkened as he executed a drift, halting the car, flung open the door, and hastily leapt out to evade the wax-like beams. Upon lifting his head, he was met with the chilling smile of a woman clad in white. Australian. Chapter 38. Australian Bang. Bang. After firing several shots, Natsuki continued to leap and roll in search of cover, attempting to divert the Australian's attention. Captain. The Australian is over here. Hang in there, Zero. Natsuki concealed himself behind a stone pillar, maintaining communication with the Zhaoxing team while sensing the situation. The road was devoid of any sight of the Australians, yet the eerie cries lingered in the night. It was the Australian's breath. Inside the patrol car, Yamida and his friend Masanori crouched in the back seat, watching the white figure vanish, unable to suppress their nervous swallowing, beads of sweat sliding down their faces. Despite knowing that the Australians were still nearby, they could see nothing, as if the threat could materialize at any moment. Bang! Another gunshot echoed. This time, Natsuki fired into the darkness after discerning the sound's direction. Whether he hit anything was uncertain, but the cries became slightly disordered. Natsuki's body tensed, his breathing intensifying as he attempted to sense Leo's aura. He could not guarantee that his immunity would counter the wax-like beams. Only by transforming could he acquire some semblance of safety. Even if Leo's form could not withstand the assault, it would prevent him from becoming a mere wax figure. Was it truly impossible? In his anxiety, Natsuki found himself unable to connect with Leo. Zero. At that moment, the Zhaoxing team, accompanied by the reserve members, hurried over. Having encountered no Australians but discovering a puddle of green blood and a few scattered flower petals on the ground. The Australian is injured. Search the area. Yes. Upon hearing the familiar voice of the Zhaoxing team, Natsuki felt a wave of relief. It seemed he would need to elevate to at least a level 5 or 6 human form to easily confront the Australians. For someone who had just reached level 3 and possessed limited superpowers, it was indeed a daunting challenge. It felt akin to dancing on the edge of a razor. Yet, this was the Ultraman universe. The enemies never showed mercy for one's frailty. Captain. Natsuki holstered his pistol and regrouped with his teammates, calling out to Shudo and the others from the patrol car. It's all right now, Zero. Little Shudo could no longer hold back his tears as he embraced Natsuki. I'll take you two back shortly. Natsuki patted Shudo's back and turned to approach the Zhaoxing team, who were examining the bloodstains. It appears that I have struck a chord with you, Xingtuan remarked, stroking his chin and offering a smile to Natsuki. I had thought your marksmanship was rather poor. I will improve, Natsuki replied, feeling a slight embarrassment. He had merely fired a shot towards the source of the sound, and fortune smiled upon him. However, such injuries should be recoverable for the Atlans, right? Indeed, Xingtuan nodded. We must locate it swiftly. Otherwise, more lives may be at risk. Captain, a reserve team member reported, we have detected Atlans in the southeast. Very well, Xingtuan responded urgently, let's not act recklessly. Zero and I will head over to provide support immediately. After issuing orders to his team, Xingtuan turned his gaze to the two children who were approaching with eager eyes. Considering the previous circumstances, it was clearly inappropriate to leave the duo alone in such a perilous location. These two children will stay with me. Bang, bang, bang. At the edge of a construction site, the reserve team members pursued the injured Atlan, but they maintained a cautious distance to prevent the creature from retaliating recklessly. Zero is truly remarkable. With a single shot, he struck a vital point, rendering the creature unable to enlarge itself at will. Of course, only the captain and Zero remain as survivors of the team. It has been quite a challenge. As Xingtuan and Natsuki arrived at the scene in their patrol vehicle, Xingtuan inquired hastily, what is the situation? It has taken refuge within the construction site, a team member explained. What about the evacuation? The police have been notified to secure the area. There should be no issues. Xingtuan's expression turned grim as he gazed at the construction site. If we allow its injuries to heal, it will undoubtedly enlarge itself at the next opportunity. We must be vigilant and not let it escape. Understood. Natsuki grasped his handgun tightly, taking cover behind the patrol vehicle. The Atlan's peculiar breathing echoed through the night. yet it remained elusive. The situation was still precarious, as time was of the essence, and the team lacked specialized equipment to counteract waxification. Once exposed, one would turn into a wax figure with no chance of survival. Furthermore, should the flower on the Atlan's chest recover, it would immediately regain its capacity to enlarge itself. Fire. Bang. Under Zusing Tuan's command, the remaining land vehicle, the Radi, unleashed its fury upon the construction site. In no time, the entire site was reduced to ruins under the bombardment, smoke and dust swirling in the air. Has it perished? As the assault ceased, everyone anxiously gazed towards the construction site. The aliens, before enlarging, are not significantly stronger than humans. Our equipment is still capable of inflicting damage, yet, including Zusing Tuan, none were certain they could eliminate the adversary. Hide. After instructing everyone to seek cover, Zusing Tuan drew his handgun, aiming at the rubble, while Natsuki utilized his acute hearing and telepathy to sense the surroundings. Suddenly, Natsuki's eyes widened, and he fired several shots towards the side of the dust cloud. Be careful. Bang. Bang. A chilling scream pierced the air, and at that very moment, the team, under Xiaoshu's command, unleashed a barrage of fire, their skills honed to perfection, striking true at the fleeting white figure obscured by the haze. With a final, desperate burst of wax-like energy, the Atlan alien let out a wretched cry before collapsing to the ground. As the mist began to dissipate, the team allowed members to approach and assess the situation. The life signs had vanished. It was dead. The group exclaimed in exhilaration. They had managed to eradicate a terrifying extraterrestrial being capable of annihilating entire life-bearing planets. And while it was partly due to the Atlan's incapacity to enlarge after sustaining injuries, it remained an extraordinary achievement. However, among the reserve members, there were those who did not manage to evade in time and were transformed into wax figures by the lethal energy. Captain, 2 lives have been sacrificed. Xiaoshu observed the 2 waxen forms of his comrades. This was the grim reality that team members must confront. Joining the team necessitated an acceptance of death, not just one's own, but also that of one's companions. Zhu Tuan nodded solemnly, leaning on his cane as he approached the body of the Atlan alien. The injuries at other locations were not particularly pronounced. The fatal blow had been dealt by the demonic flower blooming from the alien's chest. It appeared that the Atlan relied on this flower to enlarge itself or to emit the wax-like energy. Had Xiaoshu not fortuitously struck its vital point, the toll could have been far greater than just 2 lives lost. Watching Xiaoshu engage with the police on the other side, Zhu Tuan's stern demeanor softened, revealing a rare smile. Well done, Zero. Captain, Xiaoshu said, as he watched the Atlan's body being transported away. I will take these 2 children home first. You've worked hard. Zhu Tuan turned his gaze to the 2 children anxiously waiting outside, nodding slightly. Xiaoshu proved to be far more reliable than he had anticipated, showing concern for others rather than being solely self-serving, though he appeared somewhat averse to complications. Chapter 39, The Mysterious Little Girl by the Patrol Vehicle. Xiaotong had witnessed the entire process of the ghost's demise and was still brimming with excitement upon seeing Xiaoshu. Brother Zero, can we find something to eat first? I'm so hungry. At this hour? Xiaoshu glanced at the time. Dawn was approaching, and the street vendors had likely closed up shop. As for the 24-hour convenience stores, given the recent spate of bizarre occurrences at night, few might still be open. However, he, too, felt a pang of hunger. I'll cook for you when we get back. Xiaoshu led the 2 children to the car. Huh? Xiaotong exclaimed. Brother Zero, you can cook? Xiaoshu scratched his nose. I can manage a little. Let's skip that, Xiaotong said nervously. I know a convenience store that's still open. Let us go buy some instant noodles. That works. Xiaoshu closed the rear door with a smile and was about to return to the driver's seat when he suddenly sensed something unusual. As if an odd sound had caught his attention, Xiaoshu gazed in bewilderment at the darkened end of the street, where the chilling wind howled. Beyond the police barricade, a cold little girl cradling a doll entered Xiaoshu's line of sight, dressed in an adorable dress, knee-length white socks, and small red shoes. Her long hair danced in the night breeze, exuding a purity distinct from that of an ordinary child. Though her features remained youthful, she possessed the allure of a budding beauty, imbued with a subtle air of maturity and mystery that rendered her unforgettable. Zero brother? Xiaotong also noticed the girl who locked eyes with Xiaoshu, hesitating to meet her gaze directly. Xiaoshu's keen eyesight fixed intently on the girl, sensing a faint pressure emanating from her gaze. Just as he sought to delve deeper, the girl, clutching her doll, turned and melted into the shadows. That night marked the beginning of a series of murders involving scientists from the Cosmic Biological Research Institute. Upon receiving notification, Xiaoshu commenced an investigation with several preparatory team members. The body was instantaneously frozen by an extremely low temperature, Xiaoshu remarked while examining one of the scientists' corpses. Indeed, the dark planet has taken action, Xiaoshu pondered, recalling the girl he had encountered earlier. If his memory served him correctly, she was an assassin dispatched by the Dark Planet. Her appearance was so deceptively innocent that security personnel could easily overlook her. From now on, Xiaoshu instructed, keep an eye out for a girl around 6 or 7 years old, holding a doll. Notify me immediately if she approaches. Exercise caution and do not act rashly. Understood. Following the incident involving the Atlans, the team members had developed a strong trust in Xiaoshu, nodding in agreement without questioning why he was focused on the little girl. After school, as Xiaotong made his way home alone, he passed a riverbank where a doll dressed in a white wedding gown was tossed and landed at his feet. Following the trajectory, he discovered a group of students, also returning home, bullying a little girl by the river. Stop it. Xiaotong hurriedly ran down the embankment, positioning himself in front of the crowd. You can't bully her. Who are you? A tall boy shouted. What is it to you? My brother is a team member. Xiaotong retorted. I intend to become a team member one day too. Humph. What are you pretending for? Upon hearing the mention of a team member, the children's bravado faltered, and they grumbled as they turned to leave. Let us go home. As Xiaotong watched them depart, his gaze shifted to the girl who had been pushed onto the grass. Indeed, it was the enigmatic girl, but now, as she lifted her head, tears adorned her cheeks, rendering her vulnerable. Despite being bullied, she remained silent, unable to voice her pain. Feeling a pang of compassion, Xiaotong helped her to her feet and offered her the doll. This is for you. Walking alongside the girl on the riverbank, Xiaotong's thoughts wandered. Finding a resemblance to his younger sister, Xiaoxiang, yet feeling an undeniable difference. You are the child from last time, aren't you? Xiaotong cast a fleeting glance at the quiet girl and, taking the initiative, inquired, where is your home? Allow me to escort you back. Noticing her silence, he pressed on, why do you not respond? Is it that you cannot comprehend my words? The girl merely tilted her head to gaze at him, remaining mute. Is that so? I see now. You must have come from a distant place, Xiaotong mused. Listen to me. My name is Xiaotong. Do you understand? Xiaotong? Xiaotong. The girl echoed hesitantly. Encouraged by his gaze, she pointed to herself and struggled to articulate. Maisie. Maisie. So that is your name. Xiaotong exclaimed joyfully, extending his hand. Upon receiving her response, he took her hand, and they walked home together. I am not lying. My brother Zero, who lives with me, is a team member and will surely be able to assist you. At the Maeon residence, after completing his patrol, Xiaoshu returned home for a meal. Just as he was about to inquire why Xiaotong had not yet returned, the sound of the door opening reached his ears. Xiaotong entered, beaming with delight, his backpack slung over his shoulder. Brother Zero, I encountered that child from last time again. She seems to be lost. That child from last time? Xiaoshu replied, puzzled. Xiaotong appeared as if he might burst into laughter, a rare sight indeed. Is it possible that you are falling in love, brother? Xiaoxiang inquired with curiosity. Of course not. Xiaotong's expression stiffened. She is a girl I met the night the Atlarian was killed. What? Xiaoshu abruptly stood, seizing Xiaotong's arm. Where is she? At the door. Xiaotong turned to call the girl inside, only to find the area outside empty. Strange, she was just here. Xiaotong, Xiaoshu frowned. The girl you saw is likely an assassin sent by the Dark Planet. How could that be? Xiaotong shook his head. Brother Zero, she is merely a lost child. She has done nothing wrong. Xiaotong, several scientists have already fallen victim. Is it certain that she is responsible? I wish it were not so, Xiaoshu said, observing Xiaotong's red-rimmed eyes and struggling demeanor, uncertain of how to console him. Ah, the innocent affections of youth. In the original narrative, Xiaotong's deep concern for the girl stems from the loss of his sister, Xiaoxiang. Xiaotong, listen to me. Xiaoshu paused before continuing earnestly. Aliens employ all manner of tactics. That girl exists solely to deceive humans. If we do not act, more scientists may fall prey. Xiaotong fell silent, choking back his emotions as he retreated into his bedroom. Xiaoxiang sighed and shook her head. Brother Zero, do not take it to heart. He is still just a child. And you are only 6, Xiaoshu reflected, gazing at the closed door, sighing inwardly. He could not afford to concern himself with the feelings of a child. The eradication of the disc was paramount. Given the choice, he would prefer to ignore any matters concerning extraterrestrial beings. Originally, the intention was to have Leo at the forefront, but now I have become Leo. Chapter 40. The Disc Creature Bliggard. The following day, at the residence of Dr. Rinko, one of the heads of the Cosmic Biological Research Institute, outside a rather spacious villa, several police officers were patrolling the area. Mr. Takagi, an officer greeted upon seeing Natsuki. Is there any situation? Natsuki inquired, surveying the surroundings. None at all. We've hardly seen anyone pass by, nor any little girls, the officer replied. Thank you for your efforts. Please continue your vigilance. Natsuki proceeded directly to the entrance of the courtyard. Indeed, There was hardly anyone passing by, and the villa was enveloped in silence. Natsuki's ears perked up, and he suddenly turned to gaze at the villa. The stillness was unnerving. Even the sounds of the owner's daily activities were absent. Stay outside. I will take a look inside, Natsuki announced, then swiftly leaped over the sidewall, landing softly in the courtyard. As sensed from outside, the interior of the residence was eerily silent. Taking a few steps, he noticed the shattered window of the living room, and the room contained nothing but a corpse. Frozen like ice. Dr. Rinko. Natsuki's body jolted, and he turned to see a doll in a dress hanging from the treetops, an icy chill emanating from its mouth. Rushing toward him. Swish. Natsuki quickly dodged, glancing back to see frost covering the ground, the shattered glass freezing and cracking. Is this thing alive? Natsuki evaded repeatedly, yet found no opportunity to approach the doll. Before long, the entire courtyard transformed into a winter wonderland of ice and snow. This sensation was reminiscent of his ascent to the peak of the warrior's summit, yet the chill was far deadlier, seemingly capable of freezing everything. If he were to be directly hit, he would meet the same fate as those scientists turned into ice sculptures. Bang! Natsuki seized a moment to fire a shot, but the doll evaded effortlessly. Zero. Xiaotong, along with 2 police officers, rushed into the courtyard and quickly picked up stones from the flower bed, hurling them at the doll. The stones arced through the air, striking the floating doll accurately, but also provoked its wrath. Not good. Xiaotong, get out quickly. Just as Natsuki regained his footing, he noticed the doll turning toward the entrance, seemingly preparing to unleash its icy breath. Yet, in the next instant, the doll, which had been poised to attack, suddenly halted and soared behind a tree. Natsuki's actions came to a standstill. Xiaotong swallowed hard, following suit to peek behind the tree. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a little girl emerged, clutching a doll that was half her height. Were it not for the terrifying transformations surrounding the courtyard, no one would have imagined that the doll in the girl's arms could be so horrifying. Maisie. Xiaotong anxiously blocked the police officer who was about to open fire. She is definitely under the control of the doll. Don't shoot. The young girl cast her gaze over the small passage, her doll echoing Commander Blake's commanding voice. Our mission is to annihilate the Earth. Maisie, act now. Execute my orders. Xiaoshu faintly heard Commander Blake shout and raised his pistol, aiming at the girl. He comprehended that the girl was not under the control that Xiaotong had described. She was, in fact, a summoned avatar of the disc creature by Commander Blake. She was not an independent entity. All semblance of beauty was but an illusion, devoid of human emotions. The girl looked at Xiaotong, seemingly parting her lips slightly, before abruptly turning and fleeing with her doll. She leaped over the garden wall and agilely escaped from the Renki estate. Xiaoshu followed suit, vaulting over the wall, shouting down to the police, "This area is yours. I will pursue her." Understood. At the riverbank, the young girl raised her hands and called out loudly, "Bliggard." By the time Xiaoshu caught up, a shell-like disc soared from the boiling lake, quickly hovering above the girl's head. Indeed, a disc creature was concealed here. Xiaoshu cast a serious glance at the girl before turning his attention to the disc. Suddenly, Xiaotong came rushing from behind. "Maisie, come back." "Xiaotong." Xiaoshu hurriedly grasped Xiaotong. "We cannot go over there." "Maisie." Xiaotong looked towards the lakeside, choked with emotion. The girl willingly approached the disc, rising within a gust of air. She seemed to glance downward, yet offered no response to Xiaotong's cries, and in the next moment, she merged with the disc, transforming into a colossal creature with dual sides. The disc creature Bliggard, a double-sided monster, could emit freezing gas and high-temperature flames from its front and rear orifices, respectively. "Run." Xiaoshu swiftly scooped up Xiaotong and retreated, narrowly avoiding the freezing gas that spewed from Bliggard's blue orifice. Compared to the chill of the doll, the freezing power of the gigantic monster was far more formidable, causing the air temperature to plummet sharply. In his frantic flight, Xiaoshu disregarded subtlety, employing high-speed movement to escape the scene. Fortunately, Xiaotong appeared paralyzed by the catastrophic icy landscape, seemingly oblivious to the unusual occurrences. Just as they fled, the area behind them transformed into a polar vista, with ice rapidly encroaching. Finally, a thunderous crash resounded as the ice crystal-covered bridge collapsed, barreling towards Xiaoshu and Xiaotong, accompanied by an incessant flow of cold air sealing off their escape. Beware. Suddenly, as Xiaoshu prepared to break through, a flash of brilliance coalesced before him. A warm current dispelling the cold, akin to a beacon amidst the dim, stormy blizzard. Xiaotong opened her eyes wide, staring at the luminous flame of life. As this radiance intensified, she dared not gaze directly at it, yet caught a glimpse of Xiaoshu grasping the light. "Brother Zero?" Clang. Xiaoshu sensed Leo's presence, intertwining with Feng Yuan amidst the blinding light. Suddenly, a brilliant beam surged forth, shattering the terrifying cold, transforming into a colossal red figure in the icy realm. Leo. Startled, Shifting his perspective, Xiaoshu beheld the equally towering Brigid across from him and swiftly ensured that the small Tong was escorted to a safe location. Hurry, Tong. With a whoosh, Brigid's freezing gas enveloped Xiaoshu's back. However, his innate ability to endure frigid environments allowed him to resist Brigid's frosty beams upon transforming into Leo, though his movements were hindered by the ice encrusting him. Leo. Tong glanced up at Xiaoshu, who shielded him from the cold, gritting his teeth as he turned to flee the battlefield. He had witnessed the earlier events. Could Zero truly be Leo? Boom. The ice behind Xiaoshu thickened ominously, forcing him to kneel under its weight. Only when Tong had exited the combat zone did he spread his arms wide and ball his fists tightly against the encroaching chill. Crack. With a tremendous force, the ice shattered, and Leo's form swiftly returned to normal. Time was dwindling, with less than a minute remaining. Xiaoshu glanced down at the flickering red light on his chest, sensing Brigid's approach from behind. With a fierce pivot, he unleashed a powerful kick. Chapter 41. The Heart of a Warrior. Boom. The freezing gas outlet was struck forcefully by Xiaoshu's kick, sending Brigid's massive frame hurtling back amidst the icy debris. Swiftly, Xiaoshu turned to face Brigid, and before he could rise, energy surged between his hands, a brilliant red light concentrating at his fingertips. Leo beam. Bang. Another thunderous explosion erupted at Brigid's abdomen, yet the results were somewhat disappointing. Brigid exhibited no apparent weaknesses, demonstrating a higher resistance to the light than anticipated. Although this Leo beam was not his most potent attack, it matched the intensity of his previous Spirella beam, yet Brigid withstood it resolutely. Startled, as Brigid prepared to rise, Xiaoshu vibrated his legs and leapt high into the air, launching another assault. Leo flying kick. He had mastered this move during his prior combat training, its power rivaling that of Feng Yuan. Whoosh. Xiaoshu executed a double kick midair, the red light striking fiercely against Brigid's head. Bang. Just as Brigid had risen, he collided once more with the earth, causing the entire ice valley to tremble violently, cracks radiating in all directions. Roar. Brigid emitted a pained cry, seemingly realizing Xiaoshu's adaptability to the cold and attempting to counter with flames of high temperature from the opposite side. However, Xiaoshu leapt again, landing back on the frozen side. In the flickering glow of the red light, Xiaoshu summoned his leg strength, propelling himself forward with a few strides, poised to deliver a fatal kick to Brigadier. Yet, Brigadier, overcome by fear, transformed back into his disc form, attempting to flee. Die. Xiaoshu swiftly gathered himself, his arms aglow with crimson light. Leo Ray. This time, the disc could not escape its fate, exploding midair with a resounding blast. Bang, bang, bang. Little Tong dashed back to the frozen battlefield, her gaze lifting to witness the explosion of the disc, and in that moment, the visage of the little girl in her heart dissipated like mist. Thud. A white object plummeted into the snow before her, a French wedding doll that the girl had cradled. Now soiled and buried in the snow, reverted to its original mundane form. Little Tong wiped her tears as she approached to retrieve the doll, bowing her head to clean it of the grime, her shoulders trembling, tears streaming down her cheeks relentlessly. Ugh, Little Tong. Xiaoshu, having reverted from his transformation, appeared in the biting wind, treading on the snow and ashes as he regarded the sobbing Little Tong. He had never experienced love, nor did he desire to. To him, love seemed an extravagant luxury. Brother Zero. Little Tong turned, unable to contain her tears any longer, collapsing in anguish before Xiaoshu. Brother Zero, feel free to cry, let it all out. Crying does not diminish your strength as a man, Xiaoshu responded, observing the boy who tightly embraced him, weeping profusely. He sighed softly, patting the boy's back, his gaze sweeping over the desolate battlefield. Commander Blake had yet to show himself, merely directing Brigadier from afar. At the Yamita residence, although Brigadier had been vanquished, the cold winds enveloping Tokyo had not eased. The season seemed to have abruptly plunged into a harsh winter, compelling Mr. Yamita to fetch blankets and winter clothing. I apologize, Xiaoshu, Mr. Yamita said, draping his own coat over Xiaoshu's shoulders. You'll have to wear my clothes for now. I'll buy you something new another day. No need, Xiaoshu replied, shaking his head as he glanced outside. The weather should return to normal in a few days. Is that so? Mr. Yamita, uncertain of the situation, could only smile and refrain from further discussion on the topic. Once dinner was prepared, the howling winds outside finally subsided, though a gentle rain began to fall. Let us eat. The Yamita family gathered around the dining table, rubbing their hands together in anticipation of the feast. Xiaoshu observed Little Tong, who still seemed out of sorts, and quietly joined in the meal. It shouldn't be long now. With Brigadier included, he had already dealt with 7 disc creatures. Only 5 or 6 recorded disc creatures remained, with the 6th having only appeared later in Ultraman Decker, suspected to be a product of the Dark Planet S explosion. Commander Blake was likely beginning to feel the pressure as well. The decisive battle was not far off. Xiaoshu clenched his fist. The benefit of being united as one lies in the ability to share combat experiences with Leo, effectively merging the prowess of two martial experts. He is diligently striving to grow stronger through this connection. As night fell, Xiaotong gently rapped on Natsuki's door. Zero brother. Xiaotong hesitated. Could it be that you are Leo? What nonsense, Natsuki chuckled. I have always been human. I merely harness Leo's strength to fight. Noticing that Xiaotong was about to inquire further, Natsuki tousled her hair and interjected. All right, it's time to return to bed. Please keep this matter a secret. Yes, Xiaotong nodded. I understand. If Ultraman's identity is revealed, you will have to leave. And I don't want Zero brother to go. Now, off to sleep, Natsuki said, watching Xiaotong retreat to her room, before preparing to rest himself. Only by maintaining ample stamina and energy could he confront the myriad crises of this world. After a moment's contemplation, Natsuki decided to seize this opportunity to return to the galactic timespace. He could not afford to leave the Leo world carelessly before the impending decisive battle. Thus, a brief return seemed prudent. Moreover, having traversed through several times, he found that time there passed more swiftly than here, though the ratio was not fixed. He could at least gain an extra day of rest during the same night. With a swift motion, he secured the room and activated the divine light mirror, vanishing in a burst of radiance. In the galactic timespace, as Natsuki materialized in his bedroom, he immediately sensed a violent tremor. It felt as though an earthquake had struck, accompanied by the distant sounds of a panicking crowd outside. Rushing downstairs, he discovered a mysterious spatial vortex hovering above Citizen Park, where a massive crystal was being wrenched from the earth, debris exploding as it ascended into the sky. The earthquake he felt was a consequence of this event. That is the victory crystal. Natsuki's gaze sharpened. Had the plot already commenced? He had previously contemplated seizing the victory crystal, yet had never found the opportunity. The defenses of the subterranean world were formidable, and within the underground temple resided a powerful queen, far beyond his capabilities. Once, when he attempted to infiltrate the depths, he had received a stern warning from her. Thus, he had patiently awaited the unfolding of the narrative. Suddenly, a distant building erupted in a cacophony of destruction, revealing a colossal monster amidst the swirling debris of concrete. Its beige body adorned with black stripes, and its eyes crowned with swirling crescent horns, emitted a sound akin to a wild boar's screech, erking. The relevant data of the monster flashed in Natsuki's mind. However, this creature appeared to be a corporeal manifestation. He sensed a power akin to dark sparks and faintly glimpsed a woman with bangs residing within Erking. As Natsuki neared the victory crystal, Erking unleashed a barrage of crescent light projectiles, the ensuing explosions forcing him to momentarily evade. Danger! The surrounding structures crumbled under the onslaught of the light wave destruction, akin to a deluge of missiles raining down upon the city, with flames and shockwaves soaring to heights of several dozens of meters. The formidable King Arii unleashed a devastation that was nothing short of catastrophic. In a moment of urgency, Xiaoshu noticed a small girl, unable to escape, standing perilously before the collapsing edifice, a massive array of debris cascading toward her. With a swift motion, Xiaoshu flickered into action, swiftly lifting the girl to evade the explosive aftermath. A thunderous roar echoed. Meanwhile, a valiant ultra-warrior confronted King Arii, engaging in fierce combat amidst the ruins. After setting the girl down, Xiaoshu cast his gaze upon the battlefield. There stood a colossal figure adorned with a crystalline timer, its head and wrists embellished with yellow crystal inscriptions. While it could not be deemed particularly unattractive, it also lacked striking charm, possessing a uniqueness surpassing that of Zaisa. This was the new generation Ultra, Victory Ultraman. Xiaoshu observed for a moment, realizing that this Ultraman seemed to possess significant prowess, yet in battle, he was no match for King Arii. Before long, Victory fell into a critical state, suffering severe punishment from King Arii, only for the tides to turn once the Galaxy Ultraman joined the fray. Xiaoshu narrowed his eyes, witnessing Victory unleash the power of Red King's arm to hurl King Arii away, then shifted his focus to Galaxy. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, Galaxy exuded an entirely different aura compared to their last encounter. Although equally formidable, it felt as if he barely stood at the level of power. The fluctuations in strength were indeed vast, utterly unstable. Nevertheless, as he observed Victory unleashing a powerful light technique to obliterate King Arii, Xiaoshu's expression grew complex. The essence of the new generation Ultraman was undeniably potent, even when affected by limitations. They commenced their journey at a level of power that he and Leo could scarcely attain after much effort. Xiaoshu watched as Victory and Galaxy vanished from the battlefield, his fists clenching tighter. Undoubtedly, the era was advancing, and the Ultraman universe was no exception. Future warriors would only grow in strength. He had never doubted this fact. Presently, He was relentlessly striving to catch up, determined that one day he would not only match but surpass the new generation of Ultraman, even if it required the entirety of his life.